The Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner,
Excused.
Coleman, Cutter, Danielson, Exum, Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Henriksen, Huckes Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Senator Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Senator Kolker, Liston, Lundin, Marchman, Senator Marchman, Michelson Janay, Malika, Pelton B, Pelton R, Priola, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood, Sullivan, Van Winkle, Will, Winter, Zenzinger, Mr. President.
Here.
Thank you.
Morning roll call is 34 present, 0 absent, 1 excused. We have a quorum. Senator Baisley, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Thank you, Mr. President. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Michelson Janay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of April 29th, 2024 be approved and corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Services.
April 30, 2024, correctly engrossed Senate Bills 5480 and 181, correctly reengrossed Senate Bills 64, 76, 151, 192, 206, 207, and 217. Senate concurrent resolutions 2 and 3, correctly revised House Bills 1099, 1105, 1124, 1220, 1294, 1334, and 1346, correctly re-revised House Bills 1111, 1228, 1235, 1236, 1273, 1321, 1337, and 1450.
Committee reports.
April 29, 2024. Committee on Education, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1063 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 216 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1331 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1009 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1278 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 225 be postponed indefinitely. Committee on Transportation and Energy, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1370 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1173 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Judiciary, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1350 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1445 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1438 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, just going to make a brief announcement of the calendar for the day. What we will be doing, we'll be rolling the special order second reading of bills and the general order second reading of bills into a special orders calendar that we'll hear after thirds. Also, any consents from appropriations this morning will be pulled up on consents. So on that, we will be doing third reading of bills first as they're preparing the special orders calendar. Just want to give you an update of the plan for the day. On that, hold on. And on that, Mr. President, I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up third reading of bills final passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The aye has it, and the Senate will proceed out of order to take up third reading of bills. Third reading of bills, final passage. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1324?
House Bill 1324 by Representative Clifford and Senators Liston and Hinrichsen concerning the Attorney General's oversight of restrictive employment agreements.
There is a motion to lay over House Bill 1324 until 2029. Oh, Senator Liston.
Caught me. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move House Bill 1324 on third reading and ask for an aye vote.
The motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1324. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Pelton B, Pelton R, with a vote of 24 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 1 excuse, House Bill 1324 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Priola, Roberts, will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 54?
Senate Bill 54 by Senators Michelson, Janay, and Janal and Representatives Brown and Mabry concerning the Diabetes Prevention and Obesity Treatment Act.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 54 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 54. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, with a vote of 24 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 1 excuse, Senate Bill 54 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Hansen, Roberts, Malika, Exum, Gonzalez, Bridges, Zenzinger, Cutter, Marchman, Priola, Coleman. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 80?
Senate Bill 80 by Senators Fields and Hawkes Lewis and Representative Young concerning health insurance carrier price transparency requirements and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Fields.
Good morning, Mr. President, colleagues. I'd like to move Senate Bill 80 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 80. Are there any no votes? Senators Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Van Winkle, Zenzinger, Janal. With a vote of 20 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, 1 excuse, Senate Bill 80 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Exum, Cutter, Winter, Bridges, Priola, Michelson Janae. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1124?
House Bill 1124 by Representatives Soper and Mabry and Senator Gonzalez concerning discrimination in places of public accommodation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'm proud to move House Bill 24-1124 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1124. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Sullivan. With a vote of 21 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 1 excuse, House Bill 1124 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Winter, Priola, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Colker, Exum, will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1099?
House Bill 1099 by Representatives Lindsay and Soper and Senators Buckner and Pelton B concerning procedural requirements in evictions and in connection therewith prohibiting certain fees for a defendant, directing courts to serve certain documents on a defendant's behalf and making an appropriation.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for House Bill 24-1099 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1099. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Liston, Will, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Pelton R, Minority Leader Lundin, there's discord in Peltonia. With a vote of 26 ayes, 8 noes, 0 absent, 1 excuse, House Bill 1099 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Gonzalez, Winter, Exum, Colker, Priola, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Coleman, Hanson, Jaquez Lewis, Mullica. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1105?
House Bill 1105 by Representative Hernandez and Senator Gonzalez concerning the creation of a special license plate to support the Chicano community and connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 24-1105 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would be remiss if I didn't take an opportunity to extend my gratitude and my appreciation to the coalition who has worked not only on this bill, but on previous iterations of this policy, both in 2016 and 2018. I will just start by saying that this policy is rooted in acknowledgement and recognition of the Chicano community. It's a beautiful day to be brown, y'all. I want to extend my gratitude initially to Joaquin Gonzalez, the artist who brought forward a design of an initial license plate way back in 2016. I want to thank Representative Joe Salazar and Jesse Ulivari for carrying legislation that died twice in order to now be reflected here in this bill. I want to thank my co-prime sponsor, Representative Hernandez, for doing the work of engaging with young people, with elders, with old head Chicanos, and with new school young people who built, together we built a coalition of artists from across the state. The youngest being 14, the oldest 82, to then say, y'all, what would it look like to see ourselves represented in a very, very small but incredibly meaningful way? And so I want to shout out Larissa Medina, 23-year-old artist out of Alamosa, Colorado, along with Anthony Garcia Sr., an artist with the Birdsea Collaborative right in my district of Globeville, Elyria, Swansea, who collaborated on the design of the license plate. You see reflected in it an orange starburst design that reflects the rays of the sun. You see reflected in it arms clasped in unity, affirming the ways in which we are always trying to build unity and collaboration within our community. You see reflected within that license plate design, the serape, which demonstrates and affirms the diversity within our community. You see roses that acknowledge that even though sometimes the struggle is hard, it is also beautiful. Y'all, I want to extend my gratitude and appreciation to El Movimiento Sigue, the organization who has led the work and the effort on this bill, who organized alongside community to get over 3,000 signatures in 48 hours, because there is such hunger and excitement in order to ensure that our communities have a way to be seen and acknowledged. I want to thank my husband, because my husband organizes lowrider car shows. And sometimes it's about showing up and being seen. I want to thank Sam Henry, a man who came into the Capitol for the very first time, not to testify, but just to listen, just to be in the audience as this bill was being debated in both chambers, because he was stunned that a policy like this could actually be enacted. I want to thank all of the ways that Chicanos have come together through this policy to weigh in, to struggle, to not agree, and to find, through the work of engaging on this policy, to find consensus and to build power. That is what, in some ways, y'all, this is just a license plate. And in some ways, this is so much more than just a license plate. We had deep conversations about what the role of incarcerated labor has within our state. We spoke to Chicanos who are incarcerated, who make the license plate, this license plate and every other license plate, and thanks to the budget that we've just passed, will hopefully earn $2 a day. But we also had conversations about what it means to take pride in the work that you do and to be seen. And so I want to close with some words by a Chicano who will be unnamed, who acknowledges that Chicanismo is a way of life. A Chicano is a very real person. Beyond the person, Chicanismo is a way of life, a spiritual calling, a love, a respect, and a duty. Not all those who are brown are Chicanos, and not all those who are Chicanos are brown. Brown is a color. A color cannot love, nor can it know of respect. Only a warm human being can love and respect. To be Chicano means to have learned of respect, to have practiced understanding, and to have been moved by social injustice to the point where the person sees it as his or her duty to fight wrongs wherever they may be found. Above all, Chicanismo is real. A Chicano does not wag his tongue about injustice and wrong for very long. He acts more than he speaks. Yesterday, our grandfathers lived with fear and injustice. Our fathers could not resist, for they had neither the means nor the knowledge to fight for their God-given rights. But today, we resist and fight for all that is right and just. Our force is a sort of patience, awareness, and truth. The force never dies, the sword never dulls, but may we wield the sword with a calm and tranquil spirit. The sword, as it cuts through the film of the untruth, will make its own roar and find its own mark, written by a Chicano of Artesia. Y'all, our struggle continues, but that struggle is beautiful. It is humbly that I ask for your aye vote on House Bill 1105. Thank you.
Will the clerk please add Senator Buckner to the roll? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. This should be an easy yes vote, and I was hoping to get there. Unfortunately, it was a bipartisan opposition in the House, and it comes from the widely reported controversy in the press surrounding some parts of the design. And for that reason, I'll be a no vote today. Thank you, Mr. President.
See no further discussion. The motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1105. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, with a vote of 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1105 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Kolker, Exum, Hansen, Mullica, Danielson, Priola, Janal, Zenzinger, Sullivan, Hawkes Lewis, Marchman, Winter, Fields, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 181?
Senate Bill 181 by Senators Priola and Hansen, Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Amable, concerning the creation of the Colorado Alcohol Impact and Recovery Enterprise and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move Senate Bill 181 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Priola.
Mr. President, members, thank you for the healthy debate on this bill yesterday. And first of all, I just want to thank all the people who have worked so hard on this policy for the last prior years with the stakeholder meetings and calls and digging deep into the data, and hard work from my co-prime sponsor, especially with the impacts to the state budget. As amended, Senate Bill 181 will provide 75% of the money raised, under $2 million a year, for treatment and recovery programs. 15% of the money will flow towards prevention grant programs. 5% for impaired driving grant programs, 2% for tribal grant programs, and up to 3% on administrative needs. There's a strong nexus in this bill for the fee, as it will flow to these grants in perpetuity and be walled off, firewalled off from what we all see down here every year with the marijuana tax cash fund and other cash funds. I ask for your aye vote on Senate Bill 181.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good morning. I rise in opposition to 181, not because I disagree with the policy of treatment and recovery. Obviously, I completely and totally support that as a construct. I rise in opposition to, in defense and pushing back the boundaries of normalcy bias. Normalcy bias is when you begin to accept something as normal that leads potentially to catastrophic and unanticipated failures. The normalcy bias I'm pushing against here is the idea that a fee is being, or a tax is being called a fee. The reality is that this bill is very specifically, in my mind, offensive in the way it has created very narrow pathways to access very significant pools of cash, and calls it a fee and claims a nexus that actually doesn't meaningfully exist. This is simply a tax. If it's a good public policy, we should call it a tax, we should raise the tax, and we should use the money of the people of Colorado on behalf of the policy that we, the General Assembly, find on their behalf. Creating an enterprise and raising taxes, calling them fees to do something of that nature is an inappropriate pathway, and I therefore urge opposition to 181.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in opposition of Senate Bill 181, and it makes me want to shout out those carrying legislation around enterprises that actually do seem to meet the definition of enterprises, and we saw one this week. You know, where I think we can look at each other with a straight face and say, this is not a tax, this is a fee. Here's what it's being used for, and all users of X are expected to pay Y fee. And here's the benefit that they're going to get from it. And we saw a bill yesterday doing exactly that. And although I wasn't crazy about the bill, I was sure to tell the sponsors, both in committee and on the floor, now, that's an enterprise. That's an enterprise. Senate Bill 181, at least in my opinion, doesn't pass the smell test. Just doesn't. When you tell folks that these people are the ones that can benefit from it, and these are the folks that are paying for it, to me feels like a galactic stretch in an effort to pay for something. So we've got a program that we want to pay for, like this is important to us, we got to drum up some money, but we know that not everybody else thinks this is a good use of money. So let's manufacture a Rube Goldberg machine to get money pumped into this. And we're gonna reach so far as to create these tangential relationships to say something like, if you drink Modelo, then you get to benefit from the programs that the tax on Modelo is going to bring in. Okay? However, if you drink Doppelbock from Tommyknocker, not saying necessarily that I drink Doppelbock from Tommyknocker, or regularly drink Doppelbock from Tommyknocker, that you are going to be exempted, theoretically, these are just hypothetical examples. You're going to be exempted from paying the tax. The manufacturer of that product's going to be exempt. Yet somebody who perhaps acquires a substance use disorder from overly consuming that beverage, they get all the benefits that the tax brings in, but they pay none of the price tag. You drink Smirnoff, you pay the tax, you get the benefit. You drink a locally crafted vodka, still get all the benefits, but you don't pay any of the tax. And I heard folks, and it was kind of disturbing, I heard folks say, well, fine then, we'll just bring everybody back in. And, you know, the part of me that supports small business says, no, I don't want anybody in, really. But at least you'll shut me up about a fake enterprise, or what I view to be a fake enterprise. Because to me, a real enterprise is what we saw yesterday. Everybody pays the fee, and everybody gets the benefit if you paid the fee. Like how much electricity is being metered into your electric car. We're not telling folks with internal combustion engine vehicles that you have to pay to ensure proper metering of electric charging stations. We didn't do that in that bill. So to kind of compare and contrast a real enterprise with a faux enterprise is pretty easy to do, I think. And what I would have much preferred when it came to Senate Bill 181, and I'm not saying people are being inauthentic. I'm saying people aren't doing things the way I'd like to see them done, which would be to say, this is important to us. This is important for us to come up with $20 million or $30 million or $80 million, whatever, pick your number. This one, $20 million. This is so important that we feel that we should have a general fund obligation for $20 million because this is important to the people of Colorado, and we should prioritize this. And the JBC should prioritize this, and the Appropriations Committee should prioritize it. Instead of, no, this isn't important enough to actually have a general fund obligation. We're going to instead manufacture a back door that says some people pay for this and some people don't. I think it sets a scary precedent to know that anything that's important that you feel might not have first floor support or support from your colleagues on the JBC or on the Appropriations Committee, to be like, okay, well, fine then. If I'm not going to get that, then I'm just going to craft a side door or a back door to do this. And I'm going to tax certain people, not everybody. I'm going to tax certain people. We're going to play connect the dots and hope that people can buy this and be like, yeah, okay, I guess that sounds right. Sadly, I'm not in a position to tell people how to create law here or create policy, but I certainly want to express disappointment when folks do it this way. Because if we're just going to enterprise everything, we don't need a JBC, really. Let's put everything into enterprises. But we don't need a JBC, we don't need a... Now, I was politely asked from a member of this chamber to no longer ask questions of the body. So I'm doing my best to not pose any hypothetical questions. How many people would like to see me not use that anymore? Yeah. But for those reasons, and by the way, for those people who choose to purchase beer from a big name manufacturer, for those folks that choose to purchase wine from a big name manufacturer, for those people in our state who choose to purchase liquor from a big name manufacturer, I want you to know you are being targeted with this tax while everybody else gets pass. So you've got two choices. Cough up more money to pay for a program, or modify your palate. Those are your choices. And again, I appreciate what I think, might have been an offhanded comment about, well, we should just lump everybody in then. I'm not going to give any exemptions to any small business. No, I don't want that either. I don't want that either. And it's not that I want my cake and eat it too. I want different cake. I want the money for this to come through what everything else did. Everything else did. I didn't see an enterprise created for House Bill 1230. I didn't see an enterprise created for Senate Bill 205, the things that we vote on. This stuff's not free. Money had to be allocated here. So, for those reasons, and for what my prediction is that based on the number of amendments we saw on second reading on Senate Bill 181, that this is going to be a bill that comes back to us. So my guess is we're all going to get another bite at the apple, and would hope that my words don't fall on deaf ears, and would encourage a no vote on Senate Bill 181.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. I spoke about this bill briefly, somewhat briefly, yesterday. It is one of those interesting paradoxes of government permitting, licensing, maybe at times even encouraging the use of something that's potentially addictive, and then benefiting by charging taxes. We're good on sin taxes. We like to tax gambling and alcohol and cannabis and you name it. We moved all of those things to a separate title in the Colorado Revised Statute a few years ago, and they were trying to decide what they would put as a subtitle, like government or something, and I suggested to legal services staff that they just put sin there, call it the sin title. So we're going to impose a tax. I use that word in the economic sense. An economist would call what we're doing what we call a fee, they would call, in economic terms, a tax. We're going to impose a tax upon large liquor, wine, and beer producers for harm reduction. Now, there's about 3 ways I could go with this discussion, but I have to be briefer than I was yesterday. So Let me talk about something I did not talk about yesterday, and it is something the good senator, the very good senator from Parker, the best senator from Parker raised. The thing is, we're going to create an enterprise to take care of this problem. And this enterprise is going to be governed by 9 people appointed by the governor, and we've given them, we've given him guidance about what they're supposed to do, and even use the words, he's supposed to appoint someone who has this particular thing or as many of the things, if possible. And I'm scratching my head about that because it's like, well, if you could find a single person anywhere in Colorado that possessed all of those attributes that were listed there, then that ought to be the person, no matter who they are, because it says that if possible. Trouble with all those 9 people distributing this money and deciding what the harm reduction program ought to look like is they're really not accountable to the voters. They're accountable in an attenuated fashion because the governor's elected by all the people of Colorado, but the governor, whichever party, gets to pass out the favor of, I'm going to appoint you to the, whatever this formal title is, the Harm Reduction Board to dole out the money for grants and treatment programs, and those things are cottage industries, folks. I mean, they're necessary, but they're cottage industries. People create whole things around them and make whole livelihoods and everything with it. Why are we doing this as an enterprise? Well, because of Tabor. Because otherwise we'd tax. And there are things about Tabor that are very, very good. The voters like a particular aspect of Tabor, and it is that they get to vote on their tax increases and their debt increases. And I think when former Representative Douglas Bruce drafted Tabor, I don't even think, it was very clear that his goal was to limit the growth of government. In fact, he was, I don't know if it was accidental or diabolically clever, he built in the ratchet so that when the economy downturned, it would crank down the size of government. But we've basically, the voters have opted out of the ratchet, and not everything that former Representative Bruce did is sacred, notwithstanding what he still thinks about his drafting product. But something he didn't account for was that government, no matter how we try, government will find a way to grow. And apparently he recognized that there needed to be these things out there that were enterprises, and so Tabor allows for enterprises. And now everything is an enterprise. And this is the unintended consequence that we see in this bill here, because something that is very much a function of government licensing and permitting, maybe at times even encouraging the use of alcohol so that we can turn it, so that we have to, or so that we can turn around and have a harm reduction program and impose a, quote, fee on the producers of the stuff that we raise our tax money from. We can turn around and use some of that money from people for harm reduction so that those people will use less, we hope, of the product that we're making all of our tax revenue off of. It was okay because there's social cost to that, but so many times that money isn't used to pay the social cost. I will say about this enterprise, it is the fee / tax that's imposed is at least in an apparent way being used to deal with the social cost of the product. But what we have done, and what this is one more of, and I think this was what the senator from Parker was getting at, in Colorado, we've created government by enterprise. I venture to guess that the sum total of all of our enterprises, check me on this if I'm wrong, but it's probably reaching the size of the government budget itself. And so much of this suddenly is off budget. So much of the government revenue is not general fund any longer, it's cash funds into enterprises that are exempt from Tabor, governed by, 5 or 7 or 9 or whatever, people appointed by someone, not elected by the people, managing large sums of money. I don't think this is what was intended by Tabor. It wasn't intended that we have government by enterprise. It was recognized that there needed to be some enterprises, but everything's an enterprise now. So we're going to create an enterprise with 9 people, don't know who they'll be, don't get a choice in it. We'll have little or no input, probably none. I know that my constituents won't have any input.
Senator Gardner, would you like to go into your next 10 minutes?
Thank you. I'd like to continue. Thank you. Enterprises. This is just one more. We're going to bypass the people and we're going to go grow government. I haven't even touched, I spoke yesterday about this paradox we have of licensing, encouraging, and then, and the government benefiting from all sorts of addictive things, taxing it, and then turning around and saying, but we do need to have harm reduction. We'll do some harm reduction. And addiction's a pernicious thing. Not as simple as, oh, we'll devote some money to harm reduction and we'll reduce the rate of alcoholism by 85 or 90%. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. And as the senator from Parker noted, it's not as if the consumers of the product from small producers are somehow not a part of the problem or not someone who might have a problem with alcohol. Those people don't have to bear their cost. I think there's so many things wrong with this, but it is almost the poster child for how we, time after time after time, thwart really what was the will of the people of Colorado sidestep it. And it is not, there are things about Tabor that have been healthy, in my view. I know not in the view of many of you. But the creation of government by enterprise is not one of them. I do wonder, however, if we could not improve the whole operation, well, I don't know if improve is the right word, but more largely fund the entire operation of the Colorado General Assembly by running a ballot measure or just legislating that we're an enterprise ourselves and we'll charge the people of Colorado a fee for the work we do here. Oh, I think there'd be torches and pitchforks outside. In my time there actually have been cases of not literal torches and pitchforks, but if I can get a chuckle out of you and that's a crazy thought, realize the creation of all of these enterprises is just exactly what we're doing. We're governing and creating government by enterprise because these enterprises have the ability to impose, to enforce. They do things just like government. They just keep things in a separate account. And supposedly there's a nexus between the economic tax denominated as a fee that they charge and the end use. This one's probably closer than most, but or at least than many in some of the bigger abuses. We need to vote no on this and start insisting that if we're going to tax, that we ought to ask the people of Colorado. I'll tell you, they haven't had any, or the irony is they haven't had any compunction about imposing taxes on sin. They're good at imposing taxes on tobacco, alcohol, cannabis, gambling. They'd probably have said yes if we'd asked. Vote no.
See no. Senator Fields.
Good morning, Mr. President and colleagues. I first want to start out by thanking the Senate sponsors for this bill 181. Because when I think about people who are struggling with addiction, it deserves our attention. It does require us to make sure that we have the appropriate response and service delivery to help people who are struggling with addiction. I believe in the policy, but I'm not quite sure if it's the right approach. Yes. That's my position. Is it the right approach? I serve on the Health and Human Services Committee. I am the chair. And over the years, I've seen billions and billions and thousands of dollars creating BHA to address this issue for the people of Colorado. I have supported legislation that would tax tobacco and tax, but yet I don't see those taxes getting to the people in my community. They're still finding it difficult to get the recovery services that they need. So when I say it's not the right approach, it's because of my experience. It's my experience and seeing people struggle in our community and where the funds and the grants and the programs doesn't trickle down to the people I see on Colfax. We have resources, we have opportunities, but their access is limited. So the policy is right, but the access, for me, it's historical. We have taxed and put fees on tobacco. Has it stopped people from smoking in my neighborhood? But yet, when you tax them, we say that we're going to educate you, we're going to train you, we're going to do all these things to make sure you stop smoking. My mom was a smoker because that's what a lot of military families did. Even my dad, when he was serving in Vietnam, they would give him a carton of cigarettes to smoke. Unbelievable. These industries want you to consume their products. We want to tax you. But then the individual person who is struggling with addiction, with smoking or alcohol, sometimes it doesn't get to them. Yeah, you can fill out a grant, and maybe your church can help you or a nonprofit can help you, but there's criteria to access grant funding for some of these programs. I believe in recovery. I believe in counseling. I believe in services. But is this the right approach to tax people for consuming beer, wine, and spirits when they're already taxed already? The community that I represent, you can get access to alcohol on every other corner. You can get access to cannabis. You can get access to fried chicken, a taco, food trucks. But behavioral health services or a grocery store where you can find fresh fruits and vegetables, your access is limited. And sometimes you might have to take 3 or 4 different buses just to get access to fresh fruits and vegetables. But yet, we want to, I'm not going to call it a tax, because I know that this is about creating an enterprise where you want to put fees on people who are maybe middle class. And just because you increase the fee or the tax or whatever doesn't stop consumption. It doesn't stop consumption. So the logic of this bill is about putting a fee on wine, beer, and spirits so that we can fund recovery and treatment. I believe that we should fund that, but I don't know if this is the right approach. So when I think about who this is benefiting and who is serving, I have questions about that. Because I know the population of users in my community, they're people of color. Maybe they're not of color, but people who are going to consume are going to consume. And the cost of living is not going down, it's going up. It's going up. the cost of eggs, your rent, access to maybe a good paying job, your wages, and then you want to put a fee on people that consume beer, wine, and spirits, as hard as it is. The last I looked, we've already invested $404 million in behavioral health, substance abuse support services, and the federal government gives $810 million to support much-needed programs as it relates to behavioral health. So we're not just taxing the people in my community on Colfax. No, it's not a tax, it's an enterprise fee. I'm just not sure if that's the right approach. The reason I don't think that is because I've seen it with the increase of tobacco and liquor. It hasn't curbed usage. People will still consume, and people will still not get access to the services they need. Why? Because first of all, you have to self-identify, I want help. And if the help is not coming on Colfax or in your community, then the only thing you get is a fee. You have to pay more for your wine, your beer, and your alcohol. And the services go to some very prominent, important nonprofits that do the work. They're doing the work, but it's limited in reference to what they can do. So I don't believe that we should be creating a special fee because people consume with the logic that you're going to get recovery.
Senator Fields, would you like to go into your next 10 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. President. We have a shortage of counselors. We have a shortage of therapists. We have a shortage of teachers. We have shortages in just about every single industry. But we want to create an enterprise and a fee, and this enterprise have all this money to be able to provide the delivery of services. Good idea. But who's paying for it and who's benefited for it? And if you look at who's consuming alcohol and tobacco, are people that live in the urban areas. Maybe they might live in rural areas as well. But when you think about the numbers and the resources and the access to services, so we can invest in recovery and treatment. I believe in that. But what we need to do is making sure that those resources get to the people who need it the most. And we see them every day. Who's reaching out to those people? But yet they have to pay more to consume. They're selling alcohol at 7-Eleven. Convenience stores, it's everywhere. But will we have recovery and service everywhere? Like we have when you want to purchase a product. Does that increased fee really transfer to the delivery of recovery treatment? When you're on Colfax and you're going to 7-Eleven and you're picking up beer, wine, maybe you're just going to King Soopers or Albertsons. I don't know if they're still, we still have an Albertson. Safeway, King Soopers, whatever. Wherever you consume. Yes. Is that going to translate to recovery services for the people in your community, in my community? How is it going to trickle down when we see that this model hasn't really stopped people from smoking or drinking? Is there another method? Is there another policy? I don't have the answer to that. And so I'm just questioning, is this the right approach to deal with people who have substance abuse issues? Is to make them pay more at the potential that you might get treatment, when we know that we don't have enough critical crisis beds, we don't have enough counselors. By increasing every person in the state of Colorado, we're going to increase your consumption with a fee, with the philosophy and the thinking that you are going to get treatment when you don't even know where the access is. That's the problem I have with this. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to vote on this because I think I like the concept and the policy. I'm just not quite sure if taxing consumption with an enterprise fee is the right approach to get direct delivery services to the people who are struggling with addiction.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hadn't planned to come down to speak on this policy, but the questions that the good senator from Arapahoe County prompted me to. This is the approach that this bill follows the approach that the good senator from Arapahoe County promulgated when it came to increasing fees on tobacco in order to advance smoking cessation programs. This is the approach that this General Assembly has taken when talking about gambling and sports betting. This is the approach that the state has utilized in charging cannabis users additional fees in order to ensure public safety. Why not proceed forward with a little bit of consistency to ensure that the purveyors who profit off of harm also help pay for the recovery? That seems ideologically consistent as far as I'm concerned. We've seen this year in your community, in my community, nowhere in this state is immune from the impacts of substance use disorder when it comes to alcohol. Nowhere in this state is immune. Why do we have a shortage of recovery centers? Why do we have a shortage of beds? Why do we have a shortage of resources? Because we have a Byzantine and broken tax policy. And then, in order for us to try to fund the programs and the services that Coloradans so desperately need, in your community, in my community, across the state, and even right here, we have to try to force forward impossible conversations. Do you want to keep the lights on in your school? Or do you want to create additional beds for recovery for folks who are navigating substance use disorder? Do you want to fund our healthcare system? Or do you want to fund our behavioral health care system? That is an impossible choice. But it is one that our Joint Budget Committee, our Appropriations Committee, and this body has to navigate. So yeah, do I think that this is the right approach? Absolutely. Because what else ought we to do? I listened to the debate on this bill during second reading, and there was great discussion as to whether we were talking about 0.4 cents per beer or per gallon. I'm sure the sponsors of the policy can clarify and affirm what this will mean. As far as I'm concerned, should this policy lead to one more bed, that's great. I'm here for it. And I suspect that the sponsors of this effort will be able to affirm and confirm that we're not talking about one bed. We're talking about a structural shift to ensure that the folks who need support in our communities actually get the resources that they so desperately need. I asked for an aye vote on this policy because we have seen the very real impacts that alcoholism and substance use disorder can wreak I ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Senator Hansen.
Thanks very much, Mr. President and members. A few closing comments on this very important bill. I'd be happy to pause if you'd like. No, I just go on. Thanks. Mr. President, a few closing comments. First of all, we know we have a significant alcohol abuse problem in this state. Everyone knows that. The reporting by the Denver Post recently confirmed that. We are underfunding this area badly. That was also apparent from the reporting by the Denver Post. And to make the statement at this well that the government is somehow benefiting, I believe is incorrect. We did a thorough scrub of the budget. We looked for all the places the general fund money is being spent to address problems related to alcohol. It's at least $400 million. It's probably more because we're not counting things like the losses from people missing work or the losses from the accidents or what is the price you can put on somebody dying because of a DUI accident. Tell me what price you put on that. But just a simple estimate of where is the government spending money is at least $400 million on problems created by alcohol. The government's not benefiting. In fact, we're cross-subsidizing it because we're taking money out of other things that are very important, like public schools, and spending it on alcohol treatment and other problems caused by alcohol. Massive cross-subsidy happening right now. This bill is designed to reduce that problem. Then the claim is made that this is government by enterprise, to which I say, concerning rural sustainability. Does anyone remember that chestnut? Anyone? The good senator from Sterling who used to have my desk loved that bill. In fact, he sponsored it. That was a gigantic enterprise designed to help keep rural hospitals opened. I voted for it. Yes, we have enterprises in this state. We have clear instructions from the Constitution of how to structure them. You can say, I don't like this enterprise. That's fine. Don't vote for the bill. But one of the consequences of Tabor is that this is one of the mechanisms we need to use, just like we need to use metro districts and special districts, thousands of them across the state because of Tabor. So sure, this is part of what we do in Colorado because of the instructions in our Constitution. That's what we're doing in this bill. Two final points. This is a bill about treatment and prevention, exactly the critical need that has been identified. It's not about harm reduction. This bill is very clearly about treatment and prevention. $20 million approximately per year to do that at the scale that we badly need. And a bunch of this is going to go to Aurora, to the good senator from Aurora. And a bunch of this is going to go to Denver and up and down the Front Range and all across the state to the best programs that are available. That's what this moment calls for. The final point I'll make is this is a personal bill for me. I don't tell a lot of family stories down here other than to try to embarrass my high school son, which I think I successfully did. Thank you all for helping me with that. But my family, like probably just about everybody's family in this room, has people who struggle with alcohol addiction. We have to do better. We have to do better. This is an incremental step to take us down that path. Members of my family, members of your family, they might need help right now. They might need help in the future. Let's make sure we head that direction. Members, I ask for your support of Senate Bill 181.
See no further discussion. Motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 181. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Zenzinger, Janal. With a vote of 21 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 181 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Gonzalez, Exum, Bridges, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Michelson Janae, Buckner. Coleman. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1294?
House Bill 1294 by Representatives Basenecker and Velasco and Senator Cutter concerning mobile homes that are located in a mobile home park and in connection therewith specifying legal rights and responsibilities relating to the sale, lease, and purchase of such homes and making an appropriation.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 24-1294 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1294. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1294 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Jaquez Lewis, Buckner, Michelson Janae, Priola, Hinrichsen, Kolker, Exum, Marchman, Gonzalez. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1334?
House Bill 1334 by Representative Basenecker and Senator Hansen concerning the authorization of a broadband provider's installation of necessary broadband infrastructure in multi-unit buildings and in connection therewith, specifying legal obligations and rights relating to the installation of broadband infrastructure in such buildings.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1334 on third reading.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1334. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Rich, Baisley, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Pelton B, Pelton R, Liston. With a vote of 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1334 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Roberts, Bridges, Exum, Priola, Buckner. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1346?
House Bill 1346 by Representatives Titone and McCormick and Senators Hansen and Priola concerning energy and carbon management regulation in Colorado and in connection therewith, broadening the Energy and Carbon Management Commission's regulatory authority to include regulation of geologic storage operation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1346 on third reading.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1346. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1346 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senator Simpson, Exum, Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, Michelson Janae. Please add the president. And Senator Bridges. And Senator Buckner. And Senator Gonzalez. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1220?
House Bill 1220 by Representative Doherty and Senator Marchman, concerning disability benefits for workers' compensation injuries and in connection therewith, allowing a claimant to refuse an offer of modified employment under certain circumstances, adding the loss of an ear to the list of whole person permanent impairment benefits, increasing the two aggregate limits on temporary and permanent injury benefits, and requiring the Director of the Division of Workers' Compensation to adjust the limits annually, and requiring a workers' compensation insurer to pay benefits to a claimant by direct deposit upon request by the claimant.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1220 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1220. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Minority Leader Lundin, Pelton B, Pelton R, Will, Simpson. With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1220 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Exum, Colker, Cutter, Priola, Michelson Janae, Jaquez Lewis, Buckner, Sullivan,
I'm fine.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 80.
The motion is for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 80. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted and reconsideration is granted. Will the clerk please read the title? Senate Bill 80.
Senate Bill 80 by Senators Fields and Jaquez Lewis, concerning, and Representative Young, concerning health insurance carrier price transparency requirements and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 80 on third reading and final passage. And as the great senator from Denver says, if you're doing it twice, let's make it nice.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 80. Are there any no votes? Senators Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Zenzinger. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 80 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Buckner, Janal, message from the House.
Message from the House, April 30, 2024. Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the riser statutes House Bills 1466, 1459, 1456, 1031, and 1054 amended as printed in House Journal April 29, 2024. April 30, 2024. Message from riser statutes we herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bills 1031, 1054, 1456, 1459, and 1466.
Message from the reviser.
Message from the reviser, April 30, 2024. We herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bills 1031, 1054, 1456, 1459, and 1466.
Committee reports.
April 29, 2024, Committee on Judiciary. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1438 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1010 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1129 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1336 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1381 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1435 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 7 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 9 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 40 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 120 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 210 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 212 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 218 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 222 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1436 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Mr. Majority Leader. Yep.
Colleagues, before I pull up special order second reading of bills consent calendar, I just want to ask to note that Senate Bill 007 has been requested to be pulled off of special order second reading of bills and will be placed at the top of the second reading of bills special order. So on that, thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up Senate Bill 120, Senate Bill 222, Senate Bill 1336, House Bill 1336, House Bill 1435, House Bill 1441, and House Bill 1377 on special orders second reading consent calendar at the hour of 10:51.
The motion is that the Senate take up those bills mentioned on special orders consent at the hour of 10:51 a.m. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on special orders consent at the hour of 10:51 a.m. Special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar, Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it. Motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special order second reading of bills consent calendar, and Senator Henriksen will take the chair.
What about the rest of your colleagues? Do you not care?
The committee will come to order. The court rule is relaxed. Mr. Hubler, will you please read all the titles to all of the bills on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar?
Senate Bill 120 by Senator Fields concerning updates to the Crime Victim Compensation Act. Senate Bill 222 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning state funding to facilitate the relocation of 2 state entities to different state buildings in connection therewith, making an appropriation. House Bill 1336 by Representatives Parenti and Weinberg and Senators Rodriguez and Priola concerning the deployment of broadband through grants administered by the Colorado Broadband Office and in connection therewith, making and reducing an appropriation.
Thanks.
House Bill 1435 by Representatives McCormick and Catlin and Senators Roberts and Simpson concerning the funding of Colorado Water Conservation Board projects and in connection therewith, making an appropriation. House Bill 1441 by Representatives Epps and McLaughlin and Senators Hinrichsen and Pelton B concerning a technical correction to a reference to the number of members serving on the State Board of Nursing. House Bill 1377 House Bill 1377 by Representatives Marvin and Young and Senator Cutter concerning court-appointed special advocates who work with youth in the Foster Youth in Transition program.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of all the bills on special order second reading of bills and the accompanying committee reports, which are Senate Bill 120 in the Finance and the Appropriations Report, Senate Bill 222, House Bill 1336 in the Finance and Appropriations Report, House Bill 1435, House Bill 1441, and House Bill 1377.
The motion is the adoption of all of the bills and committee reports on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Sorry, colleagues. The motion is the adoption of the committee reports on all the bills on the special order second reading bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee reports are adopted. Now the motion is all of the bills, the adoption of all the bills on the special order second reading bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bills are adopted.
Second consent.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee of the Whole has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the report?
April 30, 2024. Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 120 is amended. Senate Bill 222 passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1336 is amended. House Bill 1435, House Bill 1441, House Bill 1377 passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 120 is amended Senate Bill 222 passed on second reading and order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1336 is amended. House Bill 1435, House Bill 1441, House Bill 1377 passed on second reading and ordering revised. Placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Message from the House.
April 30, 2024, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes House Bill 1216, House Bill 1290, House Bill 1006, House Bill 1325, and House Bill 1312 is amended and printed in House Journal April 29, 2024.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up at the top of the calendar Senate Bill 7, Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 205, Senate Bill 213, Senate Bill 209, Senate Bill 9, Senate Bill 40, Senate Bill 210, Senate Bill 212, Senate Bill 218, House Bill 1230, House Bill 1270, House Bill 1175, House Bill 1304, House Bill 1080, House Bill 1053, House Bill 1010, House Bill 1129, House Bill 1381, and House Bill 1436 on special order second reading of bills at the hour of 11 a.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up those bills mentioned on special orders at the hour of 11 a.m. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 11 a.m. Special orders, second reading of bills. Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it. Motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special order, second reading of bills, and Senator Hendrickson will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed for everybody.
They say that.
Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill, Mr. Majority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am restating my statement that Senate Bill 7 should be the first bill on the calendar. On that note, I move to lay over Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 205, House Bill 1230, House Bill 1270, and House Bill 1175 until tomorrow, Wednesday, May the 1st.
The motion is to lay over the aforementioned bills until tomorrow, May 1st. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it and the bills will be laid over. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 7?
Senate Bill 7 by Senators Fields and Michelson Janay and Representative Tatone concerning creating behavioral health first aid training program in the Office of Suicide Prevention.
Senator Michelson Janay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to stand next to my co-prime sponsor and move Senate Bill 007 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. In Appropriations, we amended the funding so that it would fit within the funding available for behavioral health this year.
further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? It has to be first. Okay. And there is a HHS Committee report which we have to adopt before the Appropriations Committee report.
I move the Health and Human Services Committee report to Senate Bill 007.
To that committee report.
We made some conforming amendments to the bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the HHS Committee report to Senate Bill 7. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Now we can go to the Appropriations Committee report. Senator Michelson-Jeannet.
I move the Appropriations Committee report.
So moved. If any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 7. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill.
We are honored that the community has come forward and come out to support this specific bill. And there is a group of people that may or may not be in the room that we are going to read their testimony because it is so important for this bill. I am honored to read Vivian's testimony. Mr. Chair, thank you for having me today. My name is Vivian, and I'm in 6th grade at Bradford Middle School in Littleton and part of Girl Scout Troop 67358. I am in support of Senate Bill 24-007 to provide behavioral health first aid training. Did you know that according to the World Health Organization, the consequences of failing to address adolescent mental health conditions extend to adulthood, impairing both physical and mental health and limiting opportunities to lead fulfilling lives as adults? This shows that if children don't receive help, then the effects can be temporary or last longer when they could be receiving help from teachers, coaches, and other adults in their lives. Are you aware that according to the National Council for Well-Being, studies were held to understand people's thoughts after taking a mental health first aid class? These were the results. People had increased confidence, self-efficacy, and likelihood to help a young person in distress. Also, they had noticed increased empathy, acceptance towards youth with mental health challenges. Though some may believe that there is no solid evidence that mental health first aid works, this shows that people actually feel more confident in helping those who are struggling. If it's effective, then why not make it easier to access? Sadly, according to the CDC in 2021, more than 42% of students felt persistently sad or hopeless, and nearly 29% experienced poor mental health. It is clear to see that mental health issues exist and us kids need help. Passing this bill is important to me because I want to make sure students are feeling comfortable at school and can have a good childhood and adulthood. I have noticed this on a daily basis. For example, at an elementary school in my area, a first grade student was struggling from anxiety. The student got upset about something that another student did in class that to most of us would not be a very big deal. The teacher sent the student out into the hallway with no idea how to handle the situation. This is unreasonable because people are suffering from mental health disorders without receiving the correct help. Right now, I am here testifying so that children can have a chance at receiving help. Please vote yes on Senate Bill 24-007 and help children suffering from mental health disorders. Thank you for listening.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you. I am honored to be able to represent testimony that was provided by Avery M. Mr. Chair, thank you for having me today. My name is Avery, and I'm in 6th grade at Bradford Middle School in Littleton, part of Girl Scout Troop 67358. I am in support of Senate Bill 24-007 to provide behavioral health first aid training. Did you know that according to mentalhealthfirstaid.org, after mental health first aid training, adolescents received knowledge of signs and symptoms and risk factors of mental health and substance use challenges? The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention states that, quote, adolescents between the age of 12 and 17 have statistics of depression, anxiety, and behavior disorders as high as 6% depression, more than 10% anxiety, and around 8% behavioral health disorders. quote, notable changes in sleep, weight, eating habits, and other everyday patterns. This all comes from the healthychildren.org website. Not everyone would notice these symptoms without proper training because they could be small changes. In closing, passing this bill is important to me because there are so many mental health challenges among other kids, and everyone should know how to help. Please vote yes on Senate Bill 24-007. Thank you. I also am pleased to be able to read into the record the testimony of Jenna. Mr. Chair, thank you for having me today. My name is Jenna Tedesco, and I'm in 6th grade at Bradford Middle School in Littleton and part of Girl Scout Troop 67358. I am in support of Senate Bill 24-007 to provide behavioral health first aid training. Did you know that according to the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, quote, mental health can impact many areas of teens' lives. Youth with poor mental health may struggle with school and grades, decision-making, and their health, end quote. This is important to note because teens are struggling with mental health for many different reasons, and it is affecting them in multiple ways. Another important fact about mental health is that adolescence is an important, formative time for social and emotional health. Passing this bill is important to me because although I personally have never experienced mental health issues or dealt with people that may have them, it is still important to me that people know how to deal with mental health crises. Please vote yes on Senate Bill 24-007, and thank you.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am so honored and excited to read a statement from my very favorite Girl Scout troop, and I'm reading a statement for Mia. My name is Mia Cisneros, and I am in 6th grade at Bradford Middle School in Littleton and part of Girl Scout Troop 67358. I am in support of Senate Bill 24-007 to provide behavioral health first aid and training. Did you know, according to the 2021 Healthy Kids Colorado survey, only 57% of middle school kids agreed that their stress level is manageable most days. In the same survey, 67% of boys said their stress level is manageable, but only 52% of girls said their stress was manageable. As a girl in middle school, this is very concerning to me. Girls worry more about their grades and what people might think about them. If teachers and staff had training in this, it would help more and more girls who struggle with stress. Please vote yes on Senate Bill 24-007. Thank you, and thank you for coming and sharing your voices.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the risk of a fine, I will go ahead and say we have Girl Scout Troop 67358 here with us on the floor. It is wonderful to have you here. I've got the last 2 bits of testimony, and I will start. Well, just so you know, when I was in middle school, I shadowed Nick. Senator Henriksen, would you mind stepping to the left or the right, please? Senator Henriksen, would you mind just like moving one way or the other? Thank you so much. When I was in middle school, thank you, I shadowed a state legislator, and now I'm here. So be careful. Testimony from Simone. Mr. Chair, thank you for having me today. My name is Simone. Oh, it was Mr. Chair, because this was directed, Madam Chair, this is not about you. This was directed to me in the Appropriations Committee. This was written for the Appropriations Committee. No disrespect, Madam Chair. So the testimony as written was, Mr. Chair, thank you for having me today. My name is Simone, and I'm in 6th grade at Bradford Intermediate in Littleton and part of Girl Scout Troop 67358. I'm in support of Senate Bill 24-007 to provide behavioral health first aid training for teachers and people in contact with youth. According to CDC.gov, before the pandemic, mental health was getting worse among high school students. Also from CDC.gov, youth who felt connected to adults and peers at school were significantly less likely to report persistent feelings of sadness and hopelessness, and they were less likely to seriously consider attempting suicide and less likely to attempt suicide. Passing this bill is important to me because if someone was having mental health issues, I would want them to get the help they need. This would make me feel safer and better at school if teachers and staff knew how to deal with mental health issues. Please vote yes on Senate Bill 24-007. Thank you. Thank you, Simone. And now, Avery L. Mr. Chair, again, addressed to me, Madam Chair, not you. Mr. Chair, thank you for having me today. My name is Avery, and I'm in 6th grade at Southern Hills Middle School in Boulder, and part of Girl Scout Troop 67358. Is great. I am in support of Senate Bill 24007 to provide behavioral health first aid training. Did you know that according to the World Health Organization, depression, anxiety, and behavioral disorders are among the leading causes of illness and disability among adolescents? This fact is very concerning to me because this is happening in kids my age, and I don't want that to happen to me. In 2019, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention National Youth Risk did a behavior survey on adolescents between 12 and 17, and the results were 37% feelings of sad hopelessness, 19% seriously considered attempting suicide, 16% made a suicide plan, and 9% attempted suicide. Passing this bill is important to me because as a middle school student, I want my teachers and staff to have this training so they can recognize behavioral health changes. Please vote yes on Senate Bill 24007. Thank you. And I would say, colleagues, we've heard some really good reasons for why we should vote yes on Senate Bill 007. Thank you all so much for coming here and taking the time. I hope you have enjoyed your time on the Senate floor. Thanks for making a difference. This House belongs to you. Thank you.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think so much has been said already to acknowledge these young Girl Scouts. I just want to say that I was a Girl Scout, and I went all the way up to cadet status in the Girl Scouts. I still have my sash with all my badges on it, and so my final words to you is this: keep showing up. Keep showing up. Because we need to hear the voice of young people like you. And this bill, as it relates to behavioral health first aid, is very important because you guys are first responders. You're interacting with your classmates, and you see when someone is depressed or someone is struggling. And what this training will do will give you the opportunity to make sure that you can redirect and refer that person to get the resources that they need so they don't feel isolated and alone. So I want to just thank you for your courage and your confidence to lending your voice to this piece of legislation. And I believe we should all support and vote yes on Senate Bill 7.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 7. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and SB 7 is adopted. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to SB 213? Oh, hello, Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 213 to the end of the calendar.
Great. The motion's to move Senate Bill 213 to the end of the calendar. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
After you take the vote.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We'll lay over 213 to the end of the calendar. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 009.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up SB 9. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. SB 9. We'll hear SB 9 now. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to SB 009?
Senate Bill 9 by Senators Cutter and Huckes Lewis and Representative Snyder concerning assisting local governments in disaster-related programs and in connection therewith establishing the slash removal pilot program and providing guidance to local governments on debris removal programs.
Senator Huckes Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 9 and the accompanying Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee report.
To the Ag and Natural Resources Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We slashed the meaning of slash. We actually defined slash because we needed to put definitions into the statute. So that's what we did. We worked on definitions for slash and roadways.
Is there any further discussion on the Ag and Natural Resources Committee? Seeing none, the motion is adoption of the Ag and Natural Resources Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. That committee report is adopted. Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the JBC, the appropriations report.
To the appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We again slashed. We needed to reduce our appropriations for this bill, so we actually reduced the debris program from the bill, and now we've left it as a slash pilot program.
Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the appropriations committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The appropriations committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to my wonderful co-prime for working on this bill so hard. This bill came out of the Wildfire Interim Committee, which, as you know, we take a lot of time all summer, all interim, to study problems throughout the state with all the people involved in managing and mitigating wildfire on a daily basis. And we forward 5 bills, and this is one of them. This bill particularly came from the Forest Health Advisory Council. It was one of their top recommendations. And again, these are people that work in this space, that live in this space, that work hard to evaluate what's needed and what we need to do to move forward. So 29 of Colorado's largest fires have occurred in Colorado in the last 24 years, linked to climate change, low humidity, overall high winds. It's not only prolonging fire season, but making fires hard to contain. And slash and debris is a big, big problem. And asking residents to do mitigation work to create defensible space or thin trees around their home is a lot of work for them, but it's very important, and it results in slash that can be super expensive to haul away. So this program will help support residents making those good decisions and help remove the slash for them, this pilot program in certain areas. And I want to say this is modeled after Jefferson County. We have a wonderful slash removal program, and we're hopeful that we can replicate it throughout the state.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank my delightful co-prime senator from Jeffco. We both represent counties that have been impacted by wildfire and disasters, and we want to thank many of the community organizations that helped us, CCAT, CC4CA, and other groups, because what we're learning from best practices in our counties can really help other folks as they're impacted by a disaster. So we ask for your aye vote on Senate Bill 9.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 9? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 9. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 9 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 209?
Senate Bill 209 by Senators Rodriguez and Smallwood, concerning changes to the Pharmacy Practice Act relating to the dispensing of prescription drugs.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move Senate Bill 209. And the
Health and Human Services.
Health and Human Services Committee report.
To the Health and Human Services Committee report. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Health and Human Services Committee, we added some amendments with some clarifying language just from the department and took out some of the pieces of the bill that probably still needed work on. So the vaccination pieces were removed from the bill in the Health and Human Services Department. Ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that committee report is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L008?
L008, amend the Health and Human Services Committee report.
Senator
dated April-
Rodriguez,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L008.
to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just a small technical amendment from drafting that we just, if you see, it takes off of the first page, line 18. It strikes the word medication and inserts medication with a period. That's when I vote.
Any further discussion on L008? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L8. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The aye has it, and L8 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we get to Senatorial 2? We have one more amendment.
Senatorial 2.
Yep.
And we're back. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L009?
L009, amend the Health
Senator
and
Smallwood,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 9.
to the amendment.
Amendment 9 is purely technical. There's nothing substantive in Amendment 9. There were a couple of dashes that you'll see on page 1 line, and it said strike 26 and. Just technical corrections from the drafter. And would ask for an aye vote on Amendment 9.
Is there any further discussion on L9? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 9. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment 9 is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Senate Bill 209 is a bill me and my colleague, the good senator from Parker, worked on 2 years ago, which implemented the telepharmacy in the Pharmacy Act to allow pharmacists to oversee technicians to do some procedures and steps to allow access to pharmaceuticals, whether it's upon operations of hours or rural communities that could not have access to drive to a further pharmacy away. 2 years ago when we passed that bill, there were discussions and negotiations about letting the board define the area of need. And here we are 2 years later with none of that work being done, which was the intent of that negotiation. So basically what we're doing in this bill is not changing any of the requirements or procedures of the pharmacy and the Telepharmacy Act. All we're doing is removing the area of need, which is a distance requirement. And so they can still do their rulemaking and the procedures are all in place. This is just all about distances, and we ask for an aye vote.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the comments by the Majority Leader. Again, this was a bill that we had worked on before in the name of increasing access for patients to pick up their prescription medications. As you can imagine, there are a lot of patients that rely on public transportation, that don't necessarily have cars of their own or have a pharmacy within walking or bicycling distance. What we were looking to do is try to expand as much as we can the ability for folks to pick up their prescriptions in a timely and affordable way. That has not been happening in the 2 years since we ran the initial bill, and would ask for your support on Senate Bill 209. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 209. We had quite the discussion in Health Committee about this bill. It's true that we passed telepharmacy 2 years ago. There was a certain part of the bill that was negotiated that telepharmacy would be in an area of need. And as we heard in many of our witness testimony and in our discussion, the original bill caused great concern and heartache for many of the pharmacy groups. Some of the medical groups came out in opposition. to the bill. We commend the sponsors for working on amending that bill. We never want to see a pharmacist take their duties taken away on the final inspection of a prescription, and that was in the original bill. I'm glad we fixed that. That would be dangerous and would not be acceptable when it comes to pharmacy practice. The issue we still have with what is left in the bill is that you could have a situation where you have a telepharmacy in a rural area and they have no access for patients. So we wouldn't have the ability for vaccines, we wouldn't have the ability for checking on them, the conversation. So really, the optimal delivery of prescription drugs happens when a pharmacist is face-to-face with the patient. Telepharmacy doesn't do that. So what we are hoping is that the chain pharmacies that are behind this bill will still communicate with the rest of the pharmacy community and medical community about keeping that in-person reliance, that in-person relationship that we all love about going to our pharmacy and getting counseling on our prescription drugs. And what we hope to see is a solution that could extend hours on telepharmacy or maybe have pharmacy access beyond some of the hours, so we keep that personal relationship between patients and pharmacists. We do not want that to go away. So while I will be a no on the bill today, my hope is that we can make this a better bill and keep our pharmacy profession strong and not interfere with that patient-pharmacist relationship.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 209? Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, I rise in support of this bill. My local pharmacist passed away a few years ago, and that left my little community with no pharmacist. So right now, my local pharmacy is 38 miles away. We have a pharmacy 45 miles away that happens to fill prescriptions and then deliver to our town. So I like this bill, and I ask you to support it.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 209. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 209 is passed. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 40?
Senate Bill 40 by Senators Danielson and Janal and Representatives Wilford and Young, concerning the appropriation for state funding for senior services and in connection therewith, adjusting the general fund appropriation for inflation annually, reviewing the adequacy of the appropriation every 3 years, and making an appropriation.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 40 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
There was a significant change in the bill during the Appropriations Committee this morning, which took out the appropriation clause for funding for the AAAs and also removed the provision in the funding to include an annual adjustment. Unfortunately, we needed to do that to pass the last remaining piece of the bill out, so I regret to urge an aye vote on the committee report.
Okay, is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 40 as amended.
That's a proper motion. To the bill, Senator Janal.
Basically, when Senate Bill 40 first came out, it was appropriating $5 million from the general fund for senior services, particularly from AAAs. AAAs have a wait list. I mean, every single AAA, of which I believe there's 16 AAAs in the whole state of Colorado serving our seniors, all you heard was wait lists, not wish lists, but wait lists. There were wait lists for transportation, there was waitlist for nutrition, Meals on Wheels, the other senior services, wraparound services for daycare services, medical services, exercise, socialization, so many things that the AAAs provide for our seniors. And that initial $5 million from the general fund would have helped so many people. And that was just a start. That wait list, not a wish list, would have started and served so many needing seniors. And that is our growing population. And, they really need our attention and our funding. And the AAAs are going to be the ones that we're going to look to provide that, amongst many other types of organizations. But they are the main organization. And so in taking out the appropriations, what this bill basically does is it, from the Colorado Department of Human Services, the AAAs have to meet this year and every 3 years to review the adequacy of state funding for senior services to address the needs of older Coloradans and then report the findings to the legislature. I wish that we had been able to pass this bill as it initially was introduced. However, this is what it's turned out to be, and I hope in the future that, especially for me, people who are coming after me will fight for more funding for our seniors. They deserve it. They need it. They don't wish for it. It's not something that they need this, and we need to provide for them. I ask for your support on what we have left of Senate Bill 40.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my co-prime on this. We've worked together on a number of measures over the years for older Coloradans, and I agree with everything she said. The importance of the area agencies on aging is huge. So what we heard from the Area Agency on Aging on the front end of the session was really overwhelming to me because they came here in January and they were asking us to pass this exact measure to make sure that we provided the adequate funding that they need for all the services that they provide. To illustrate some of what, so to add on to some of the services that the good senator from Fort Collins described, this is day activities so that seniors have a place to go and continue their ongoing education, to learn new skills, to interact with one another, to socialize, which is incredibly important to be a community base, but also really life-saving services, nutrition delivery, so Meals on Wheels and other organizations like that. This is providing the basic nutrition that older people need and getting it to them in a way that they can keep their homes and their independence. They provide chores, so if a senior needs their walk scraped or their yard taken care of, they provide adaptive services so that if they need to change their house in a way that adapts to accessible living, such as grab bars and shower changes, things like that, other adaptive equipment so that, again, older people can stay in their homes as long as they see fit and maintain their independence and well-being into the future. They provide a lot of really, really critical services. Eyeglasses, eye care, dental services. I mean, we're talking about really meeting the basic needs of the older population, which is growing and thriving in Colorado, having a lot to do with the services that the AAAs provide. I want to extend my gratitude to those who might be listening, because when I say they came here from all over the state, they were here from the Valley, they were here from the northeast corner of the state, they were here from the West Slope, Denver, all across the state to say, these are services, if we don't receive this funding, we're going to start cutting now. The sad thing is the $5 million that we originally proposed in this measure didn't even come close to meeting the basic needs of the AAAs. They already needed to start cutting back if they had received this funding. This is the first time in about 25 years that I've been aware of, at least, that either the governor's office or the Joint Budget Committee or this body, some way, shape, or form, hasn't met the even minimal basic needs of the AAA funding. So they came and said, if you don't pass this measure, we will immediately have to start cutting services. So that's the reality that they're in because the funding didn't come through. The good thing about this bill, the worthy thing about passing Senate Bill 40 is that this meeting will require the state to acknowledge this extremely significant shortfall and into the future work together to figure out how to meet the needs in the future. So this meeting is still important and serves a very worthy purpose to point out what the needs are of older Coloradans, what is the role of the AAAs, how do we meet it, and what should that look like going into the future. So although it is a scaled down version of Senate Bill 40 introduced, it will still provide a service that older Coloradans will benefit from. And so for that reason, we both urge, and I vote, and look forward to the work that the meeting will produce.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 40? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 40. All those in favor say aye. And those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 40 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we lay Senate Bill 210 over to the end of the calendar.
Motions to move 210 to the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 210's at the bottom of the calendar. Will Mr. Hubler please read the title to Senate Bill 212?
Senate Bill 212 by Senators Hansen and Fenberg, concerning measures to facilitate the construction of renewable energy projects.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 212 along with the T&E Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the T&E Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We made some very minor changes in the T&E Committee to adjust to some of the stakeholder feedback we got and technical changes from the drafter, and I urge adoption of the report.
Is there any further discussion on the T&E report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Transportation Energy report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The Transportation Energy report is adopted. To the Appropriations report, Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. There is a small appropriation for this bill, and we were able to cover that with cash funds, handled that in the Appropriations Committee on April 30th, and urge adoption of that report.
The motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L019?
L019, amend the transportation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Members, I move L019 to Senate Bill 212.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we are adding the language that's needed to comply with the National Labor Relations Act so that we have the right definition for labor organization in this bill. We also have some additional language at the bottom of the amendment that has to do with wildlife mitigation, decommissioning, and community benefits agreements that we came to agreement on with some of the stakeholders, and would like to add that to the bill through L19.
Is there any further discussion on L19? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L19. Oh, Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have to ask the sponsors of the amendment, what's the purpose of the labor? Because if it's just a study, why are we adding the labor language in there?
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That is corrected. This is a study bill looking at how we can continually improve our siting processes for new projects. Part of the consideration, of course, is do we have adequate workforce, and do we have the right protections for those workers, which is why we think we need this definition added to the bill. This is congruent with sort of existing law and that we put in place last year and felt like it was important to include in Senate Bill 212.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 19? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L19. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Amendment 19 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L20?
L20, amend printed bill, page 4 after line 5.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move L20 to Senate Bill 212.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Members, L20 addresses the agreement that we have worked out with La Plata County as well as the tribal governments. We think this helps us to make sure we're covering the Bruno Agreement that has been in place since 1874, pre-stated, and worked it out with the county government as well, and ask for your acceptance of L20.
Is there further discussion on Amendment 20? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 20. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Amendment 20 is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read Amendment 28?
L28, amend printed bill, page
Senator
4.
Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L28 to Senate Bill 212.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just a very small updating to the language. We currently say megawatts. We need to make sure we have alternating current associated with that figure. Otherwise, you could get confused between DC and AC, which I'm sure our good electrician friend would be glad to explain to us. I'd be happy to as well. But the reason this is necessary is we want to make sure we're talking about the capacity on the generation side and not any additional storage capacity that you might put in, which is DC. So we are asking to bring forward, or asking for acceptance of L28.
Is there any discussion on L28? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 28. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And that motion is adopted. To the bill. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, before I get started, I want to say thank you to the co-sponsors of this bill for making sure that those first two concepts of this bill didn't happen, because there's really no need for any of the land use stuff being taken away, and here's why. So far, what we have on the Eastern Plains and all over Colorado, especially on the Eastern Plains, we have a lot of renewable projects. These renewable projects are permitted and installed in Colorado. Since 2023, we are ranked 5th in the nation for renewable projects. We have 1,270 of them, most of them on the Eastern Plains. Operating wind and solar energy capacity in Colorado in 2023, we're ranked number 8th in the state, 7,773 megawatts. That's what we have going on right now. Wind and solar, the share of wind and solar in Colorado electricity generation in 2023, we're ranked number 7. 36.2% of our electricity comes from green energy projects, mostly on the Eastern Plains and in agriculture. Carbon dioxide emissions avoided. So far it's been 17.17 metric tons, equivalent to 3,740,000 cars off the road. That's what we've done so far. Renewable energy projects, acreage in Colorado, there's 521,823 acres of renewable energy projects, mostly on the Eastern Plains of Colorado. Counties with renewable energy land use codes, 1041 permitting or special review processes, there's 59 of them that have it. Number of projects that were denied that have not been rectified, 1 in the last 10 years. 1. Battery storage capacity, we're ranked 5th with 230 megawatts. This is in the United States. And then the number of jobs that created were 15,800. So I appreciate the study bill coming forward. There are some parts of the study bill that I still don't agree with, and I've gave the sponsors both the amendments. So I want to run the first amendment on the bill to help with the study.
Senator Pelton. Hello? It's working again. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L16?
L16, amendment printed bill, page 6.
Senator
strike line
Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L16 to Senate Bill 212.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this does is that it puts in state agencies and shall collaborate with any affected landowners and county planning and zoning entities. What we heard in committee from several of the people that came up to testify, some of them from Washington County, which I really appreciate them coming up, and several people that were all over the state for county commissioners via Zoom. But I really appreciate them coming up and testifying. And talking about how landowners need to have a voice in this study. Landowners need to be able to tell people how this is affecting them. And the county planning and zoning entity needs to have that voice as well. They're the ones that put together these public meetings and so forth to make sure that we get it right when it comes to land use decisions. So I ask for an aye vote on L016.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Members, unfortunately, I need to ask for a no vote on L16. And the reason is that this would significantly change the structure of the work that is being proposed with this bill. We've got I think the right structure in place in the current version because we've got CEO that's kind of shepherding all the work but is collaborating with other departments, including DOLA, including CPW, DNR, ECMC, all these different pieces of expertise that would be brought together to do this work. And this has been already well vetted with each of those departments. DOLA certainly has a part to play, but the expertise that we're looking for here is wildlife conservation, habitat conservation, land use decisions related to energy projects, which ECMC has a huge amount of experience with. And so I would ask for a no vote on this amendment. Let's keep the structure as we have it. DOLA is still going to be heavily engaged here, but we've got the right expertise in the right place in the current version of the bill. Thank you.
Senator Pelton, R.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 16. The good senator from Denver named several agencies that would be involved, but no one knows the land like the person that owns that land. There are going to be some things about that particular parcel that they're looking at that only the landowner knows. I think this is a very vital part of this study that would make it closer to being whole. So I rise in full support of being a landowner myself. The state doesn't know every little inch of my land like I do, so I rise in full support of 016.
Is there further discussion on L16? Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to come up and offer strong support for L16 about substituting state agencies and shall collaborate with affected landowners. This gets into kind of a slippery slope when it gets into the private land and state agencies. And I know the sponsor mentioned collaboration, may collaborate with other state agencies. And when it comes to wildlife, I have to tell you that these things take precedence over wildlife and wildlife habitat across our great state. So I'm a little concerned about that, but I also want to stand in strong support of the landowners, and as the good Senator Sean Wells said, nobody knows the land better than those that actually own it and work it. So I'm in strong support of L16.
Senator Pelton, B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason why I ran this amendment is because we heard it loud and clear from my constituents. Loud and clear. The people that are putting up these wind towers, they're not going in Wash Park. Solar panels aren't going in Wash Park. They're coming out to my communities where the land is. And the reason why they wanted something like this to be involved is because we know how agriculture has been treated in the past from this building, especially from the first floor. And they're getting really tired of it. And they're getting tired of the Front Range telling them what to do. So they asked is so the landowners can be part of the study, planning and zoning can be part of the study, have these discussions. But again, this is how it's going with this study. The problem is that these industry comes out to our communities, create good relationships. If we don't include the landowners, county and or the planning and zoning staff in those counties, those relationships are going to go away. We have to have those good relationships. Here's a perfect example. We had 2 wind towers fall in Logan County. 2 fall down. There was great relationships with the wind tower companies and with the firefighters to be able to quickly respond, to be able to have money. These things happen. And we're trying to keep these relationships going. So the frustrating part for me is that we continue to look past my citizens, look past the good senator from Cheyenne Wells' citizens, where these projects are going. Landowners need to have a say. Landowners need to be part of the study. This isn't the energy office to dictate to us. I wonder how much money these landowners could raise to be able to tell the energy office that they don't want it, to leave them alone. We saw that happen just recently. We need to have landowners and counties part of the study. It's the only way you're going to get a true picture of it, because moving forward, it's ultimately their land that these projects are going on. I ask for an aye vote on L16.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just wanted to add on a little bit more. Right now with the power pathway that's going out in Peltonia, there's been a lot of resistance, and there is a big fight going on right now in Elbert County because they've come in and they have not respected the private property owners and their wishes. They have to be a part of this study. Just no other way around it. Otherwise, we'll have more and more problems like we're experiencing right now. You know, it used to be there was the thought that, you know, we'll just go out there in rural Colorado, we'll just throw some money at these landowners. They'll fall all over themselves to get some more money to make their operations whole. We're starting to find that is not the case anymore. There's been enough abuse against their land and their wishes that people are saying enough's enough. So we have to include them in this study, and so please support 016.
Senator Will.
And thank you, Madam Chair. And this might be more of a question to the sponsor, but as I look through the bill, when on page 6 where this amendment comes in on the private landowner part of it, when providing technical support as described in section 1A of this section, the Director of the Energy and Carbon Management Commission may collaborate with other state agencies. So I guess my question to the sponsor is, if a piece of private land, like the amendment says, my good senator here, I'm the wildlife expert or the district wildlife manager in that area, whatever, and I say that that's critical deer winter range, critical elk winter range, critical grouse habitat, maybe prairie chicken lek grounds and dancing grounds, et cetera. So if the local expert says, no, we should not develop this, will that stop the project? Because it says, you know, as I look in the fiscal note, the Colorado Parks and Wildlife within DNR must provide upon request best management practices for renewable energy projects based on habitat impacts and project-specific high-priority habitats. So can these projects be stopped on private land if the habitat value or the conservation values are that high?
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes. This bill does nothing to change the local control of siting, has nothing to do with changing the landowner's rights. It simply is setting up a process by which the experts at the state are going to be available for consultation, and we're also asking for CEO to quarterback a report on how the overall process could be improved in Colorado. So to your question, yes, they could be stopped, and if they're impinging on a critical habitat, obviously they should be stopped. And that's part of the reason for this bill, is that those experts that you used to work with at the department, the good senator, will know that depth of expertise better than anyone in the room. They're now available to help out the counties who often do not have that wildlife expertise in-house, right? Maybe on a few rare exceptions, the big counties might hire somebody in that with that expertise, but for the most part, the counties don't keep that as a full-time staffer, and so this is designed to help them to process those applications and do that work.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We talked about a lot of experts at the state level, but the experts also are on that are the landowners. They know what's going on in their communities. They know that their land is their land. That's where these things go on. Again, if we don't have good relationships going forward, it's gonna destroy these projects. You've got to have good relations. They need to be part of the study. That's why I ran this, is to make sure that they are part of the study. The experts are the people who actually own the land. The private property rights, the people who own the private property. This does not work without them being part of it. Now, the Energy Office can have all these great experts and everything else, but again, the people that are the experts at the actual project are the people who own the land. So again, I ask for an aye vote on L16.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L016. Members, this is what this amendment says again, in case you missed it. It's on page 6, line 6. We insert where it says, providing technical support as described in subsection 1A of this section, the Director of Energy and Carbon Management Commission may collaborate with other state agencies and shall collaborate with affected landowners and the county planning and zoning entity, which makes perfect sense. For those of you who aren't aware of it, even during the land use process, oh wow, my pen's leaking. Anyways, thanks. For those of you who don't know, even during the land use process, there is a referral process that takes place. And many times, that referral process is to like the Colorado Parks and Wildlife. It used to be the Division of Wildlife, now it's Parks and Wildlife. But a referral process will go in place at that time. And even with like the Department of Transportation and other state agencies that may have something that they need to be saying with regard to the process. During that time, even the county, the Planning Commission, for example, there's a requirement that they go out and visit the site. Thank you. Thank you to the good senators from Logan and El Paso counties. My pen leaked all over my hand. Anyways, during the land use process, there are referrals that take place. And they go out to the Department of CDOT, they go out to Colorado Parks and Wildlife, they go out to several state agencies, they'll go out to the Department of Public Health and Environment, and then also the Planning Commission is involved as well. And prior to a project coming before the Planning Commission, because yes, a project would have to come prior to the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission members are required to go out and visit the site. They're not necessarily required to go out and talk to folks, but they're required to go out and visit the site and see what's at the site. Typically during the referral process, like with the Division of Wildlife or Parks and Wildlife as they're called now, they will send someone out to the site to evaluate it and speak with the property owner. So essentially what this amendment is saying is let's just kind of follow some of the best practices that are out there now that are already occurred during a land use process. And that when you're going to provide technical support, it would make much sense that you would talk to the affected landowners, that you would actually go out and visit the site instead of maybe from an office either in Greeley or in Denver or wherever the Parks and Wildlife folks may be, down all the way at St. Vrain State Park is, I think, where they're located, actually in Weld County, which is quite a ways away. I'm not sure where they're at on the Eastern Plains. But again, it's just, let's kind of codify in what is standard practice already, what is already in a land use process that landowners are used to. That's all this amendment is saying. Let's make sure that they're involved, that we bring them in on the front end so they know what's going on, and that technical support is provided to them as well. That's what this amendment is saying. So I ask for an aye vote on L016.
Is there any further discussion? A division has been requested. Senator Pelton B.
Madam Chair, I withdraw the division and I withdraw L16 and I ask for senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 is granted. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to thank the sponsors for working with me on this amendment. We're adding in the landowners when it comes to the report, so I'm going to offer an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L32?
L32, amend printed bill, page 7, line 3.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L032 to Senate Bill 212. Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this does is that it removes on page 7, line 3, after with, it inserts private landowners with the report to work with the private landowners. And I ask, I want to say thank you to the sponsors for allowing this on. They heard loud and clear from my citizens all across, especially in Washington County, that came down to make sure that the landowners have some sort of a voice in this. So I ask for an aye vote on L032.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and members. Consider this a friendly amendment. It was a great conversation that we were able to have over the last few minutes to work out the right version of this, or the version that I think will work well for the bill, and happy to ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment 32. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 32 is passed. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, I will bring up this again. What is going on in eastern Colorado right now is working. What is going on in the state is working. We have made sure that the green energy goals that keep getting moved over and over and over from this governor and this body have been met. They're meeting them on the energy side of it. And so they have continued to do that with a process that includes the public, includes landowners. Counties have been very good actors in this aspect. There's nobody beating down the doors of counties or even here at the state government saying, please allow more wind energy in my county, or please allow more solar in my county. It's going on right now. Let me just read some of the projects here that are going on. Let's start with the solar projects. Victory Solar, Adams County. I'm going to guess that's probably over there on the eastern part of Adams County. Greater Sandhill Solar Farm, Alamosa County. San Luis Valley Solar Ranch, Alamosa County. Alamosa Solar Generation Plant, Alamosa County. Hooper Solar Plant or Project, Alamosa County. San Luis Valley Solar, Alamosa County. Great Divide Solar Energy Center, Alamosa County. Blanca Vista Solar Energy Facility, Alamosa County. Denver International Airport Solar Project, Denver County. There's a solar project in Denver County. That's awesome. It's out there at the airport. There's lots of land out there that's available. Palmer Solar Project, El Paso County. Grazing Yak Solar Project, El Paso County. Pike Solar Project, El Paso County. Air Force Academy Solar Farm, El Paso County. Clear Springs Ranch, PV Project, El Paso County. Garfield Airport Solar Array, Garfield County. CRMS Solar Farm, Garfield County. Rawhide Flats Bison Solar Plant, Larimer County. CSU Solar Farm, Larimer County. San Isabel Solar, Los Animas County. Spanish Peak Solar, Los Animas County. Elk Run Solar, Los Animas County. Herd Solar, Los Animas County. CBEP Solar 1, LLC, Logan County. CBEP Solar 24, LLC, Logan County. CBEP Solar 33, LLC, Logan County. Ecoplex, Inc., Logan County. And Ecoplex has been working with Washington County to put one in. CEC Solar, 1128 LLC, Logan County. Highline Solar, 1 LLC, Logan County. Pivot Solar, 10 LLC, Logan County. Pivot Solar, 11 LLC, Logan County. Pivot Solar, 13 LLC, Logan County. And I am pretty sure that I was the one that sat over these solar projects and approved them, some of them. Pawnee Solar, AES, Morgan County. South Platte Solar, Nextera, Morgan County. Pivot Solar, 32, Morgan County. Fortress Solar, Morgan County. Pivot Solar, Morgan County. Bighorn Solar, Pueblo County. Sun Mountain Solar, 1, Pueblo County. Comanche Solar Project, Pueblo County. CEC Solar, 1117 LLC, Pueblo County. Thunderwolf Energy Center Hybrid, Pueblo County. CSU Pueblo Solar Farm, Pueblo County. Neptune Energy Center, Pueblo County. D'Italia Gulch Solar Energy Zones, Saguache County. Mountain Daisy Solar, Weld County. I'm sure that the good senator from Weld County approved some of these as well. SR Platte Rattlesnake Solar Farm, Weld County. Fort Lupton Solar Farm, Weld County. Maverick Solar Farm, Weld County. Skylark and Valley Solar Farms, Weld County. Now let's go to the wind projects. Twin Buttes 11 project, Bent County. Rush Creek Wind Farm, Elbert County. Golden West Energy Wind Energy Center, El Paso County. Peak Wind Farm, Huerfano County. Huerfano River Wind Farm, Huerfano County. Bush Ranch 2 Wind Project, Huerfano County, Los Animas counties. Kit Carson Wind Power Project, Kit Carson County. Carousel Wind Farm, LLC, Kit Carson County. Carousel, that's awesome. Rush Creek Wind Energy 2, LLC, Kit Carson County. Cow Creek Wind Project, LLC, Kit Carson County. Broncos Plains Wind, LLC, Kit Carson County. Crossing Trails Wind Project, LLC, Kit Carson County. Broncos Plains Wind 2, Kit Carson County. Cheyenne Ridge Wind Farm, Kit Carson County. That's just north of my house that I grew up in Cheyenne County. The Los Animas Wind Project at Los Animas County. Lyman Wind Energy, Lincoln County. Cedar Point Wind Farm, Lincoln and Elbert counties. AP Wind Prairie, LLC, Logan County. Colorado Highland Wind, LLC, Logan County. Compass Wind, Logan County. Logan Wind Energy, Logan County. NECO Wind, LLC, Logan County. Pete's Table Wind Energy, LLC, Logan County. Ridgequest Wind Partners, LLC, Logan County. Spring Canyon Wind Farm, Logan County. The one that I approved when I was a county commissioner, Niall, Logan County. CO Green Wind Power Projects, Prowers County. Twin Buttes Wind Projects, Prowers County. Bush Ranch Wind Energy Farm, Pueblo County. Vestas Towers America in Pueblo County. Cedar Creek Wind Farm, Weld County. Mountain Breeze Wind, Weld County. Heritage Day Wind Farm, Yuma County. There's a lot of wind farms and a lot of solar projects here that we're talking about, and the majority of them are on agriculture lands all across the state. We have a great system, a great land use system that we include the public when we start doing this. And we use our land use to make sure that the private property owners that have those wind projects and solar projects on their property do not affect their neighbors. We protect private property on both sides. This is a great system that we use to make sure that we're protecting those lands on either side of the project. My fear is that this study is the energy office will try to use this study to take away land use away from our county commissioners. And that should not be what happens. Nothing is wrong with the way they're doing it. They don't need anything streamlined. They don't need any force codes, anything like that. They are doing the job that they're asked to do right now from this body and from other offices in this building. They're doing it. They're already creating the green energy. And I just hope that this study does not allow the Energy Office to come punish them later. So I ask for a no vote on SB 212.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. An interesting conversation. I've routinely found myself very supportive of renewable energy projects. I live in a part of the state that really is ripe, particularly for solar development, not so much for wind. But some of the parts of the state in my district, particularly the San Luis Valley, are just prime locations for solar energy development. We're about 8,000 foot elevation, flat, 330 days of sunshine, and less than 7 inches of precipitation. So it's like ideal. Couple that with the water challenges, water security issues we have, where we've got to reduce the number of irrigated acres in my community. And it's like a natural fit to try to figure out how you incorporate commercial scale solar in that space. And along that lines, I just highlight what's in the legislative declaration for the bill, just one paragraph of it. Colorado will likely need to triple wind energy capacity and quintuple solar energy capacity by the year 2040 in order to meet the state's greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals described in sections 25.7.102. Big undertaking. And to the good senator from Peltonia, North Peltonia, like the system is working. He mentioned several projects, and they were all solar projects in the San Luis Valley and Alamosa County and Saguache County, where, again, the local interests have come together, figured out how the best approach, and mind you, they have declined a couple of them because they didn't fit in the community well. There was no state oversight. When we start down this path of the state potentially dictating what land use issues and what siting looks like in this space, it becomes a little troubling and challenging. So I'm like, what's the problem we're trying to solve? Are individual landowners clamoring for some help? Are developers clamoring for some help? Are public entities clamoring for some help in this space? We need some guidance in this space. So the bill attempts to, kind of structure some of those conversations. In particular, we're going to create a new section in statute 29-2404, technical support for renewable energy projects, duties of the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, duties of the Division of Parks and Wildlife, duties of the Colorado Energy Office, Model Code Repository. So the first part of that new section says, at the request of a local government or a tribal government, the Director of the Energy and Carbon Management Commission shall provide technical support to the local government or tribal government concerning, 1, the development of local codes governing renewable energy projects, or 2, the review of proposed renewable energy projects. And then subset, when providing technical support as described in subsection 1A of this section, the Director of Energy and Carbon Management Commission may collaborate with other state agencies. So I'm really, again, in the space of trying to appreciate what the need is and why create a new statute in section, I'm prepared to offer an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read Amendment L18?
L18, amend printed bill.
Senator
page 6.
Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L018.
To the amendments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is just a simple reporting amendment that requires DNR at its SMART Act hearing to really report out how much has this been used, how many, actually the language in the amendment says the Department of Natural Resources shall include information indicating how many local and tribal governments requested support from the Energy and Carbon Management Commission as described previously. So it's really just an attempt to try to figure out, was there really a problem? Is there a need and a necessity here? And we can start to gain a better appreciation for the magnitude of the challenge in front of us, given the high aspirations we have of quintupling solar generation in the state. So I ask for your support in Amendment L018.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the good senator who brought this amendment. I think this makes sense. I think it's a reasonable addition to the bill, and I think it's always good for our departments to be specifically directed on what to include and report back to committees of reference about during their SMART Act hearings. So we see this as a friendly amendment and urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 18? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 18. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment 18 is adopted. Senator Will, to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And up here earlier, the sponsor said that, any of the critical habitats in conjunction with the wildlife experts and landowners or whoever, we're going to, if it was a critical habitat, critical conservation area, that those would be protected. And in the bill, it talks about for all projects at the request of a facility owner, local government, counties, whatever, or a tribal government, the Division of Parks and Wildlife shall provide the facility owner, local government, or tribal government a set of best management practices for renewable energy projects. Then the best management practices may be incorporated into project plans. That's at the discretion of the facility owner, the local government, or tribal government. Then again, it says the division shall identify project specific habitat impacts and high priority habitats based on the best available science. Then the division shall update this list of high priority habitats at least annually, and to make that list publicly available. Then we get on down where the facility owner, local government, or tribal government may consider the high priority habitats. What I'm after is, they shall do all this, but then when the recommendations come out that maybe that particular landowner has critical sage grouse habitat or prairie chicken or whatever, that then they may consider that. So I'm going to offer an amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read Amendment 33?
L33, amend printed bill, page 6, line 12, strike may. And
Senator
substitute.
Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a really easy amendment. So as I read from the bill there on page 6, line 12, all I'm asking for is that you strike may and substitute shall. So the best management practices shall be incorporated into the project plans. And then on page 6, line 18, as I talked to you about, the facility owner, local government, or tribal government may consider the high priority habitats. My amendment says they shall consider the high priority habitats. And I'd ask for an aye vote. Oh, no, I need to move Amendment L033.
Thank you, Senator Will. Further discussion on Amendment 33. Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd request Senatorial 5. We're just going to take a close look at this proposal.
Sounds good. Senatorial 5. Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And after further discussion over there, I think my amendment makes a lot of sense, but I also don't want to take away local control. So with that being said, Madam Chair, I would like to withdraw L033.
Very good. That is withdrawn. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 212. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 212 is adopted.
Yep.
Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title of Senate Bill 218?
Senate Bill 218 by Senators Hansen and Fenberg and Representatives Duran and Brown concerning measures to modernize energy distribution systems.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 218 along with the Finance Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We made a couple small changes in Finance Committee. The first was to make 100% sure that any changes to a distribution system costs do not get put onto transmission customers. So we clarified that with an amendment. We also made sure that investments in distribution equipment included substation components, transformers, as well as cables. Don't forget the cables. I ask for your adoption of the Finance Committee report.
The motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee. Just one moment, please. Is that good? We're good. No, we're good. The motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Finance Committee report is adopted. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the Appropriations Committee report, we made sure that this is being done through cash funds through the PUC, has no general fund impact, and I ask for the approval of the Appropriations Committee report.
The motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read Amendment 4?
L4, amend the Finance Committee report dated April 20.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L004.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L4 is largely just making some technical adjustments. First, there's a section of the bill around allowing the utility to sort of bulk purchase and advance purchase things like transformers and things like that that might not be immediately put into service. We want to give them that flexibility, and the language was around avoiding supply chain issues. There was some feedback that the word avoiding might not be sometimes possible in every circumstance, but we want them to address. So it's just a grammatical change. And then there's a section of the bill around undergrounding, and it was not clear that the undergrounding allowance was only for areas that are served by that utility. So if the utility is not serving you, you probably shouldn't expect that utility to spend a bunch of money in your community to underground your poles and wires. And then the last piece, I think, is purely grammatical in its striking "an" and substituting "the." As for an I vote.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment 4. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. That amendment is adopted. To the bill, Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 218, it reminds me, I spoke at the Colorado Rural Electric Association a few weeks ago, and they highlighted likely the single largest machine in the state of Colorado is that collaboration of generation of power, transmission of power, distribution of power. It's pretty overwhelming to think of what goes into creating the ability to flip a switch over here and have lights come on. Heard this bill in committee less than 24 hours ago, and am supportive of the bill and what it's attempting to accomplish. We have, again, even in the last bill, talking about the scale of change that's really in front of us, and the magnitude of the change really requires this kind of investment. And I think about, again, anecdotally in my community where we have power provided to the San Luis Valley in one simple small corridor over Poncha Pass on the north. If there's a fire on Poncha Pass, all the constituents in the San Luis Valley are without power. And to think about, historically, we've tried to find other corridors and create some redundancy and capacity, and this bill, I think, will help us in that space, particularly around thinking about the opportunity to bury high voltage transmission lines. Historically, that's not been both practical or economical, but I think the spaces are, beginning to open up to give us that ability in key spots and in very sensitive areas to think about high buried or high voltage buried transmission lines, and maybe even DC instead of just AC. So it's like the opportunities are there. The bill fills a much needed space, and I understand it was the result of intensive stakeholder engagement over quite some period of time. And I think we have good policy out of it and rise in support of Senate Bill 218. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 218? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 218. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Senate Bill 218 is adopted. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title of House Bill 1304?
House Bill 1304 by Representatives Vihil and Woodrow and Senators Priola and Hinrichsen concerning parking requirements within metropolitan planning organizations.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1304, and there is no committee report.
To the bill.
Thank you, members. I have one amendment. Look, it's 22. Oh, my God. The fucking amendment's gone. It's 22, right? Do you have 22? Let me see if someone moved it. I had it right here. Someone moved my stuff. You're good. Here, why don't you move yours?
Go ahead, move yours. Yeah, thanks. Go ahead. Yeah.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read Amendment L26?
L26, amendment to gross bill.
Senator Michaelson Janae.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L26.
To the amendment.
Amendment L26 says, if a residential development is proposed in an area where this bill applies that has less than the amount of parking space per than one parking space per residential unit, this amendment will give flexibility to the local government to require at least one space per unit. It requires a traffic engineering study showing with a preponderance of evidence that the effects of the proposed development would have significant and detrimental impacts in its originally proposed form, and that parking management strategies have been unsuccessful at alleviating parking demand. This would not apply to a regulated affordable housing development with 20 or less units. I ask for an aye vote.
Oh, Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a friendly amendment, and I ask for the support of the caucus, or of the committee.
All of us. Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to request a senatorial 5 to be able to understand this amendment a little better.
Senatorial 5. So we are on Amendment L026. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in opposition to L026. And I appreciate the sponsor of the amendment and the sponsors of the bill, the good senators, all of them, for walking through this amendment with myself and with the good senator from Adams County, Thornton.
Senator
Okay, so anyways, again, I rise in opposition for it because now working through it, I'm just going to go through and try and explain it to all of you and also add in my own experience of being involved in land use processes for over 20 years and have an understanding of how the process actually works and why this will not work. So the first part of this says, a local government may impose or enforce a minimum parking requirement in connection with a housing development project that is intended to contain 20 units or more and not contain regulated affordable housing by requiring no more than one parking space per dwelling unit in the housing development. Now, my understanding from the sponsors of the bill, this is essentially to set a floor. So we're putting requirements on local governments because apparently we don't trust them. I don't know, but that's what it feels like here. And I will tell you from my experience of being a local government, anytime there are all of these mandates, regulations, things imposed from a top-down approach, from a state level, and especially, I will just say it, when I was a county commissioner, man, if it came from the legislature, I thought, well, they don't really know what they're doing, but that's just me speaking about what I used to think as a county commissioner. But in this case, this says, again, and what my understanding is from the sponsors is that a local government may impose or enforce a minimum parking requirement, 20 units or more, not contain, and if it doesn't contain regulated affordable housing, there's no more than one parking space per dwelling unit in the housing development. But the developer, unless the developer wants more. If the developer wants more, they get to have more, which kind of seems contrary to the bill, which is concerning parking requirements within metropolitan planning organizations. That's it. So it kind of seems contrary to that, and it kind of seems contrary to going against what the local government may have passed. Whether or not this is in, I mean, local governments don't necessarily need a law to tell them that they have to have minimum parking requirements. They can put an ordinance in place and make a determination on parking. A lot of times they go to the Uniform Traffic Control Manual to look at it to see what is consistent. They'll also go to the American Planning Association and see what is consistent and what is good practice in determining the number of parking spaces that are needed for a 20-unit development, housing development, or for commercial development, or for anything else. But in this case, we have a law, we have a bill that is basically saying you've got to have minimum parking requirements, and if you don't, well, even if you do, you're not eligible for grants. I mean, I don't know, it just seems all contrary to what we're trying to accomplish, what I believe the bill sponsors are trying to accomplish. I'm not trying to accomplish this. I already know that local governments can go through and put these minimums in at their own choice and in working with the developers, working with the public, the people, the surrounding property owners that would be impacted by this development. So I'm not sure why we even need the bill in the first place, but here we are with an amendment, Amendment 26, that says, look, local governments, you can put in and enforce a minimum parking requirement, but the developer, who apparently is in charge of everything, gets to, and if they want more, they get more. That's what it says. That's what I was told that it says, and I believe that's probably it. I mean, I was told at least 3 times, or we were told at least 3 times, this is a floor, that this is making a floor. And then the next part says, in order to impose a minimum parking requirement pursuant to subsection 1, and in connection with a housing development project, a local government must, absolutely must, no later than 30 days after receiving a completed application for the housing development.
Is that yours?
No. Did you need something? Oh, I thought you were trying to get my attention. No. Okay, thank you. Okay, he's cleaning up. This is not mine either. I actually probably need this stuff at some point, so please don't take it. Okay, so let me just kind of start over. I don't know, but I need my phone. You can't have it. Okay, so let me start over. I won't start over on paragraph 1. I'll start over at paragraph 2A. Let me read this, because this paragraph, this section of 29-35-104, limitations on minimum parking requirements. Seems kind of crazy that we titled this section limitations on minimum parking requirements when the developer is in charge, and if they want more, they're stuck with 1 per dwelling unit if it's 20 units or more, unless of course they want more, which doesn't really sound like a minimum to me, but it sounds like the developer's in charge. But here we go. In order to impose a minimum parking requirement pursuant to subsection 1 of this section in connection with a housing development project, a local government, so that would be a local government, a city or a county or a town that is, at this point, because we don't have the other amendments yet, at this point is within a metropolitan planning organization. Now, we do all understand that there are 5 metropolitan planning organizations in the state of Colorado. I wrote them down, but I don't necessarily need to go look at my writing because I can tell you what they are off the top of my head. There's the North Front Range Metropolitan Planning Organization, and these are based on transportation, by the way. Not necessarily, they aren't based on land use areas, but they're based on transportation corridors and population within those metropolitan planning organizations, but at least up in the North Front Range. So in the North Front Range, we have Larimer and parts of Larimer County, parts of Weld County. It includes the municipalities in Larimer County of Fort Collins, Loveland, Campos, Berthoud, which is a very small, both of those are very small. Parts of Wellington, I believe, the unincorporated area of LaPorte, parts of that are included in it. And let's see, and then Windsor and Johnstown, both annexed over into Larimer County, so they would be included in the North Front Range Metropolitan Planning Organization. Also then, there are parts of Weld County that are included in the North Front Range Metropolitan Planning Organization, and those would be towns like Greeley, which is large, Evans is pretty large, Windsor, Johnstown's growing leaps and bounds, but it's not as big as Greeley or Fort Collins or Loveland, but it's up there. And then you have towns like Milliken. You have the small communities of LaSalle, Eaton, and then there's the really small community of Garden City. That's right in between Evans, and I didn't mention Evans, and then Garden City, which is right nestled in between Evans and Greeley. In fact, it's surrounded completely by those 2 municipalities. So that's the North Front Range MPO that this would apply to at this point. Then there is the DRCOG region, which I'm sure most of you are in this room, several of you in this room are pretty familiar with where the DRCOG region is, and the 9 counties that are within the DRCOG region, which, oh, by the way, includes portions of Weld County, like municipalities like Meade, Firestone, Frederick, Tocono. I'm sure all these towns don't sound that familiar to you because they're somewhat small. Erie, portions of Erie, they're in both Boulder and Weld. Then you have Hudson, Lochbuie, and if Fort Lupton annexes up past north of or south of Road 10, then they're included in portions of it. So portions of southwest Weld County are included in the DRCOG region. Then you have Pueblo, which is its own MPO. You've got Mesa, which is its own MPO. And then you have the Pikes Peak MPO, which is essentially or El Paso and Teller counties, they're in an MPO as well. So that's who we're talking about in this bill, so everybody understands, at least at this point. So in order for local governments, in order to impose a minimum parking requirement in connection with a housing development project, housing, not commercial, housing development project, a local government must, no later, so that's a mandate, folks, must, no later than 30 days after receiving a completed application for the housing development project, publicly publish. Kind of seems a little redundant, but that's what it says. Publicly publish written findings that find I don't know why that's necessary, but written findings that find that not imposing or enforcing a minimum parking requirement in connection with the housing development project would have a substantial negative impact. So they've got they've got 30 days. 30 days after a completed application. Now, for those of you who have ever been in local government and you've been through some land use processes, or you've had to listen to your planning staff, your planning department talk to you, or maybe your engineering, or your road and bridge, or your transportation, or your environmental health, because those are all people that would have commented to the Board of Weld County Commissioners. If you've ever heard them talk to you, I think you're probably understanding that 30 days, wow. 30 days for written findings. Folks, to have written findings, the Board of County Commissioners, the town board, the city council, they've got to have a hearing. And they can't have that hearing on written findings on a land use project until, of course, it's gone through the Planning Commission. So this doesn't say written findings from the Planning Commission, because quite frankly, that would not make sense. Because they do written findings, but they are not the final decision maker. So the written findings have to come from, it can't come from the planning staff. Nope. It's got to go through a public hearing, folks. This is a quasi-judicial situation. It's a land use hearing. It's got to go through a public process, and it takes a while. The board cannot, the council cannot, the town board cannot make a finding outside of a public hearing process in a quasi-judicial land use hearing. So 30 days, good grief, it's 2 weeks' notice. You have to give 2 weeks' notice, because you know what? You have to have the public engaged in this process. So basically this is saying, we don't need the public. 30 days. Local governments, you've been like goofing around, not getting your land use approvals done. I mean, we already are saying the developer gets to have more parking spaces if they want, and that might be contrary to what the public has said and spoken with their city council about, and that they've all agreed to through, I don't know, comprehensive land use planning, maybe when they went through and redid their subdivision ordinances and regulations, or their zoning ordinances and regulations. I don't know, those are all public processes, but why should we worry about that? We should be more concerned if the developer is going to get to say how many parking spaces they want and how many they need, which again sounds really pretty contrary to what's trying to be accomplished in this bill. But anyways, 30 days is not even close to being enough. At a bare minimum, there needs to be 90 days. But I can tell you right off the bat, completed application. That is where the discussion will start with your planning staff. Completed application. Because they can stall that out for a long time and say the application isn't completed. The developer will say it is. But anyways, it gets stalled out there. But anyways, 30 days after receiving a completed application for the housing development and for the local government to publicly publish written findings that find not imposing or enforcing a minimum parking requirement in connection with the housing development project would have a substantial negative impact. And here we go. A local government's written findings published pursuant to subsection 2A must be supported by a preponderance of evidence. They flat out just need to be supported by evidence. This is a Rule 106 in the making. This is a Rule 106 in the making. Rule 106 hearings are a civil procedure that basically say that if the local government doesn't follow their rules, and they don't have sufficient evidence and findings that they're acting arbitrary and capricious, holds up the whole project, just so you know. But anyways, a local government's written findings published pursuant to this Section 2A be supported by a preponderance of evidence. Well, I don't know. I don't know why preponderance of evidence, a preponderance of needs to be in there. They need to be supported by evidence that supports the finding of a substantial negative impact on. Now again, substantial. We put words in here that can mean all sorts of things to different folks. They have to have evidence. I've gone through land use hearings and had to find plenty of evidence for a no vote, or even for a yes vote. You always have to find evidence. But anyways, plenty of evidence that supports the finding of a substantial negative impact. Now, a substantial negative impact to whom? Is that a substantial negative impact to the emergency first responders? Is that a substantial negative impact to the immediately surrounding property owners? Is that a substantially negative impact to future surrounding owners? Because those are things that are within accordance with state statute that local governments have to find. Is it a negative impact on whom or what? Who is it? Is it the fire district? If you're in the city of Centennial and you don't have your own fire department, you have a fire district that provides emergency services to you. Is it to anybody who provides emergency medical services? Is it to the sheriff? Is it negative impacts to the sheriff, substantial negative impacts to the sheriff, who might have an MOU in place with the municipality that if something's going on, that they need to have an understanding of what's going on there? I mean, is it neighboring municipalities that you have, what is it? It's not called a memorandum of understanding, but it's a shared resources. Can't think of the name of that. But anyways, where you have, you know, an agreement in place on how you share resources and how you respond. I don't know, but substantial. What the heck does that mean? I don't know that anybody really knows, but it says substantial. So again, you open up the board, the town board, the city council on a Rule 106, unless they come up with a definition of substantial that everybody can agree to, including the developer or the surrounding property owners, because the surrounding property owners have standing in these land use cases. So, has to be supported by evidence, supports the finding of a substantial negative impact on safe access to the housing development project for emergency services. Well, if you think that a local government is going to be able to get findings in place, have a hearing at the Planning Commission, have a hearing in front of the Board of County Commissioners, get their findings written and published, and by the way, in Weld County, I don't know how it is in everywhere else, but it's pretty similar. Uh-oh, I messed that up. But it's pretty similar in other other local government agencies that there's a certain amount of time that has to go by before your ordinance, which this would be, or your resolution becomes effective, and it's usually at least 30 days. Public notice is usually 2 weeks. So think about it, 2 weeks for a planning commission hearing, and at least 2 weeks notice for a hearing in front of the city council. That's 30 days. Well, 28 days technically, but that's at least 30 days. And then you actually have to have the hearing. So now we are for sure at 30 days right there. So you're already blown past the 30 days, and you're not going to make it. Local government, you're not going to make it, and you're not going to be in compliance with the law. And safe access. So this is what happens when a housing development comes into the planning department on a local government, at a city or a county or a town. They send out referrals. And they'll send one to the fire district. And even if they have a fire district, you know, they don't have a fire district, but they do fire services and emergency services themselves within the municipality, they still send a referral to that department. And they look at it for safe access. And they may look at the housing development and say, oh my gosh, the radius, the turning radius is not wide enough. So it doesn't have safe access. They may look at it and say, we don't have enough access. They may look at it and say that because you've allowed the developer to now put 40 parking spaces in, that it's going to clog up the streets and we can't get our truck through. I don't know. They may say a lot of things, but they won't say it quickly. They will take their time. They will maybe have their fire marshal. They'll maybe have somebody within their department, hopefully, that does and looks at land use proposals consistently and makes comments on those that they refer back to the local government. But I'm just telling you that that's going to take a heck of a lot longer than 30 days. Then they have to look at a local government, published findings must, must show evidence of a substantial negative impact on existing on or off-street parking spaces within 1/8 of a mile of the housing development project. 1/8 of a mile. And supposedly, local governments will have that data on hand. Because I'm thinking that might take a while. But supposedly, that data, let me just back up a little bit here. Once a completed application is done, you do realize that all of the other departments within the municipality or the county get a referral and they make comment. And typically that takes at a minimum 21 days. But in this case, the transportation department for the municipality would have to give comment back pretty darn quickly. And, they have to do that before the public hearings, just so y'all know. So they would have to get information back pretty darn quickly. In fact, it's just not feasible to get it done in 30 days. So the municipality sends the referral, this housing unit comes in, it's 80 units. The minimum parking standard that's within the bill and that the local government's supposed to be passing is 1, so it's only supposed to be 80, but the developer said, no, I want 160 or more, but let's just say 160. They complete their application, the planning staff, the person who's in charge of this development, who has to give a recommendation to the planning commission, will send it out to the other agencies. So if it's a municipality that has a fire agency, they'll send it to their own fire agency. They'll send it to, if there's other first responders or emergency services like EMS, that may be within their fire agency. I don't know. That's not typical. That's not everybody. I mean, it's probably more typical than not. That's not everybody. And they'll send it to other ambulance services. And then they'll send it to their transportation department. They'll probably send it to their environmental health department, maybe if they have one. They'll send it all over the place. And that takes a while to get that back. So there's no way they're making this done in 30 days. Quite frankly, as I told the sponsors, they're lucky if they get it done in 90 days and do it right. And have a good recommendation, one that their city council can depend on. The other thing is it has to be reviewed and approved by a licensed traffic engineer. Now, I'm not sure that every municipality or county within these metropolitan areas, I know some of the smaller ones do not have a licensed traffic engineer just on staff. They just don't. I don't know if some of your larger municipalities, if they have a licensed traffic engineer on staff. I'm thinking maybe they do. But anyways, they have to review it as well. Now, they can be reviewing it at the same time as the fire agency is reviewing it. But again, I don't know how many projects they have. If they have a substantial number of projects going on in their municipality, and let's say they get into the review and they figure out from their perspective that the application is not completed because the housing developer thought, well, I don't have to put in a traffic impact study, and so they didn't do it. So there is no parking study. There is no traffic impact study. So now, what are they reviewing? They're reviewing evidence that supports finding of substantial negative impact, but they may not have anything in front of them to really review. Again, not feasible to get this done within 30 days, not even reasonable to think it's going to be done in 30 days. And first of all, again, saying that the developer, doesn't have to adhere to what the local government has in place seems counter to what is in this bill. That the developer, if they want more parking, they get more parking. And too bad for you, local government, you don't get a say at that point. Sure, you can try and do all these things, but all this does within the bill is says, well, you're not going to get a grant. So they also have to include parking utilization data collected from the area within 1/8 of a mile. That could be a lot. That could be a lot of data. I don't know how long that takes to get in place. I don't think it's reasonable to think that, for example, the city and county of Broomfield, for their however many square miles they are, it's not that large. They're not as, I think it's probably similar to what Denver is, quite frankly, but it's not that large. I'm just going to guess at 8 square miles.
Senator Kirkmeyer, are you on L26?
Yes, I am, and
Okay.
I'm on line 27, Roman numeral 3.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. So, include parking utilization data. So again, line 27, L26, Roman numeral 3. The written findings must include parking utilization data collected from the area within 1/8 of a mile of the housing development project. Well, if the local government does not have that on hand, that is not something that can just take place in a couple of days. So I guess we're saying that local governments, if they get in a housing development, then they should be responsible enough, I guess, and put out the money to go put in place a parking utilization data collection study. That doesn't really sound reasonable to me, but whatever, it's in the amendment. And then I'm on line 30, Roman numeral 4. They also need to, when they're finding evidence, just a preponderance of evidence, that supports the finding of a substantial negative impact on, they have to demonstrate that the local government has implemented strategies to manage demand for on-street parking for the area within 1/8 mile of the housing development project. So now not only do they have to have in place a parking utilization data study data that had to have been collected within that 1/8 mile, now the local government has to implement strategies to manage demand for on-street parking within 1/8 mile of the housing development project. Well, this is going to put every development on hold. Because if I'm the local government and I'm seeing this mandate, whether I'm a county, a city, or a town, and I get this mandate, I get this law that says minimum standards, then, and it says any housing development project gets to do all this stuff and this parking, they get to do what they want to do, regardless of what you do, and if you don't like it, you have to do findings, and you have to get them done in 30 days, which is not possible, and then you also have to have parking utilization data, and then the local government has to demonstrate that they have implemented strategies. So now we're talking that they have to have in place strategies that demonstrate the local government knows how to manage demand for on-street parking pretty much anywhere in their municipality. And I know that probably sounds a little outrageous to some folks that I'm saying the whole municipality, but here's what's going to happen. They're going to put every housing development on hold while they go through a 12 to 18 month long process to put together the data on parking utilization, not just within 1/8 mile. They have to be prepared because we're only giving them 30 days to get findings. But they have to be prepared, and they will have to have strategies. They have to demonstrate that they have implemented strategies. And you know, I kind of read through this bill. I probably should have studied it a little bit more closely, but I've been pretty busy at the Joint Budget Committee. But they have to implement strategies. So I don't know if somewhere in the bill there's a requirement for them to have strategies in place to manage demand for their on-street parking within their municipality. And I don't even know if it gives us an idea of what those strategies might be. Like, does that mean, you know, I was in a neighborhood in Severance where they had like townhomes or groups of housing, you know, like 8 in a row kind of thing. And then in the middle of that, they had so much parking, not enough basically, but they did have 2-car garages attached. And then they had like, I don't know, 8 or 10 parking spaces. And a couple of them have to be identified for those folks that have, you know, disabilities. So those are taken out. So they had like another maybe 8 spaces or something for all of those in the middle. I don't know if that's considered a strategy to manage on-demand street parking or not. I can tell you it's not a strategy that works very well if you have a birthday party and you have a 4-year-old and you invite both sets of grandparents and their aunts and uncles and their cousins and everybody. It doesn't work very well at all. Because I got stuck behind a whole bunch of cars in some of these areas when I was out walking. because they're parking all over the place. So I don't think that's a really good strategy. But I don't even know if we're saying what a strategy is for that, or they just have to go make some strategies up, put them in a plan, and then we're going to try and say that that's okay, that would be evidence of substantial negative impact. I just don't know. But I do know that they'll find out when they end up in a Rule 106 hearing in front of a judge and they have to explain it. Because that's what's going to happen. And then we get to number 3. On or before December 31st, 2026, and every December 31st thereafter, if applicable, a local government shall, in a form and manner determined by the Department of Local Affairs, submit information regarding a minimum parking requirement imposed or enforced pursuant to this section to the Department of Local Affairs. So is this another study, another thing they have to do on top of what's else in the bill? I'm going to have to go through and look at that maybe a little bit closer as other people are talking about this amendment. But every December 31st, so there goes your Christmas, people that work for cities and counties and towns. Every December 31st, probably more like your Thanksgiving, there goes your Thanksgiving. You have to, a local government shall, here we go, another mandate, shall, in a form. And here we are. I mean, seriously, this amendment is preempting local governments all over the place. But anyways, a local government shall, in form and manner determined by the Department of Local Affairs, submit information regarding a minimum parking requirement imposed or enforced pursuant to this section to the department. So they had a 20-unit or more housing unit come in front of them, and they have a minimum parking requirement in place, but the developer said, nope. I know it says 1 per 1 if we're 20 units or more, but we've decided we want more than that because we're the developer and we get to say so. And then the local government has to go through all of this stuff. And let's say they go through and they don't do a very good job, they end up in a Rule 106 and this development gets approved, then I guess they have to, in a form and manner determined by DOLA, submit information regarding the minimum parking requirement imposed or enforced pursuant to this department. And what is DOLA going to do with that information? So they just have to submit it to DOLA? They've got to go through all this paperwork for what? Oh, here it is. It's in number 4. I should have kept reading. Number 4. The Department of Local Affairs may issue policies and procedures as necessary to implement this section. So here we have it. Here we have it. The Department of Local Affairs may issue policies and procedures as necessary to implement this section. So the Department of Local Affairs, who aren't in a neighborhood near me, get to issue policies and procedures as necessary, whatever they want, to implement this section, 29-35-104. So does that mean the Department of Local Affairs gets to determine what are the strategies that I as a city have to use? Do they get to determine what is considered evidence? Does the Department of Local Affairs get to determine substantial? Or can they just say, you know what, local government, we don't like anything you did, and we're going to tell you specifically what your ordinance has to say? That is not possible. They don't have to go through any public hearing process to determine what the subdivision regulations are, what zoning regulations are, what the use by permit, the housing development, the conditions and development standards, what those have to be on, what criteria that the municipality, county has to go through to look at to approve a housing development with regard to parking. They don't have to do any of that. They just get to say, this is what we've decided. They may issue policies, so if they don't like what you do, they may. They have the ability to issue policies. Now, granted, it doesn't say they shall. It say they may issue policies. So what does that mean? Does that mean you just preempted local governments totally? Is that what you're doing here? Because that is just absurd to me. That is absurd for us to think. I mean, it's absurd for me to think that the Department of Local Affairs, and I used to be the executive director of the Department of Local Affairs, that they have the ability to determine in Centennial, in Eaton, in Fort Collins, in Wheat Ridge, in Conifer, in all of the other municipalities, in the city and county of Broomfield, that they should be able to determine and issue a policy and procedure necessary to implement this section that says a local government may impose or enforce a minimum parking requirement. Limitations on minimum parking requirements, that they get to do that. And I understand it says may, doesn't say shall. Very clever. But they may do it, which means they'll do it. There isn't enough FTE in this fiscal note for the department to be able to do this. Frankly, I'm shocked. I'm looking at the fiscal note, make sure I have the final one. I don't. Here's one from April 22nd. There is no fiscal note. So apparently, the Department of Local Affairs, who needs a FTE for everything, or 3 or 4, who needs an FTE for everything, doesn't need any more FTE to figure out how to impose policies and procedures as necessary to implement this section. That is scary. This is scary. The Department of Local Affairs is located at 1313 Sherman, which is just about a block south of here. Do you think they really know what's going on in LaSalle, Colorado? In Evans? They're not going to have to send somebody out there to find out maybe if their policies are even feasible? No, because they don't have to worry about a Rule 106 hearing. That would be the local government who'll be tied up in court. But you want to know what this will do? You want to know what local governments will do? You will end up stopping development. You will stop housing development, not only with this bill, but with this amendment. Because if I was still a local government elected official, I'd put everything on hold. I'd put it all on hold. I'd put a mandate out there and say, nope. What's it called when you stop development on your comprehensive plan? And I can't think. Boulder County does it all the time. Moratorium. Thank you for the word. I'm tired. Thank you so much. I would put a moratorium on development, and I would take as long as I possibly need to, if I'm in that local government, as possibly as long as I need to make sure that I have developed a off-street parking spaces with 1/8 of a mile the housing development parking utilization data, that I've collected all of that data, and that I have developed strategies that I know I can implement, and I won't get sued on, strategies to manage demand for on-street parking for the area within 1/8 mile of any housing development project anywhere within my municipality or any portion of my county that is unincorporated that is within an MPO. Now, I'm trying very hard here not to impugn anybody or anything. So I'm trying not to say a bunch of stuff. This bill, this amendment specifically, will stop housing development in the state of Colorado. It just will happen. Local governments will be so unsure of their position. Local governments who typically have public engaged in their processes, in developing their policies, their procedures, their regulations, their comprehensive plan, their subdivision regulations, their zoning regulations, their administrative code that talks about that if you are a use by right, and here's what you do for parking, and developing minimum parking standards, I guess, and strategies, where they are used to having the public involved, now no longer have the public involved. We'll have the public ticked off at them, because most people have no clue what the Department of Local Affairs is. Most people don't know where the Department of Local Affairs is located. Most people don't care what someone from Denver says they should do in their community. So this is a great way to stop development in the state of Colorado. I thought we had an affordable housing issue in the state. Apparently, we think that by controlling parking somehow and favoring the developer over local governments, somehow that's going to lead to more affordable housing. Somehow that's going to help with our air quality problem. Somehow. I would just most definitely, as you can probably tell, would urge a no vote on L026, and I look forward to having more discussion about it.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, we have not begun to discuss this bill, truthfully. We have, because we have gone well beyond the bounds of what L026 does into arguments about the bill, but we have not really had the chance to discuss the bill. And I look forward to being able to discuss this bill, why this bill is needed, and why this bill was brought forward. So, to L26. L26 is one of two amendments, now three, that are the product of fruitful conversations with members of this body about concerns about the bill in its re-engrossed version, and it seeks to address those valid concerns. Both L026 and the other amendment that I'm aware of narrow the scope of the re-engrossed bill, and they give more flexibility to local governments. So let's go through this. L26 says that if there is a housing development that is proposed with less than one parking space per unit, the local government has ability to take a look at that and see if that would be problematic. Specifically, to put in, is it okay?
I'm good, sorry.
Specifically, I lost my spot. Specifically, that local government could put out written findings published that show a preponderance of evidence that the development would have a substantial negative impact on safe access to the housing development project for emergency services or existing on or off-street parking spaces within 1/8 of a mile of the housing development project. Now, much has been made of the 30-day requirement and the talk of a traffic engineering study. This amendment does not actually require a traffic engineering study. A traffic engineering study certainly would suffice within this amendment. What it requires is the provision in the findings that they're supported by data, parking utilization data, collected from the area within 1/8 of a mile of the housing development project. That is something that is readily available in metropolitan traffic engineering departments at the county level or the municipal level. This is not something that requires to go to city council and for city council to put into motion. This is something that a strong mayor or a city manager could implement at their own discretion, could require of their departments, or a county administrator. And so again, it's not a new study. We're using existing data that is out there. Now, per the concerns raised, we will now be bringing a third amendment that we're going to be saying is a friendly amendment that will expand it to 90 days based on the concerns mentioned from the good senator from Weld County. But again, we're not creating a traffic engineering study with all of the steps that have been mentioned here before That's not what we're doing. We're saying that if a local government wants to assert this exemption and use this flexibility, that they can do so, but it must be backed by sound data. And the reason that we need it to be backed by sound data, as we're going to get into in much more detail when we actually get to the bill, is because this is about increasing affordable housing, because we don't have enough affordable housing development. And current red tape at the local level restricts affordable housing development. And it exacerbates economic stratification, and it exacerbates racial segregation. We'll get into that in more detail later, too. So I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L26, and I pledge that when adopted, after the adoption of L26, there will be another amendment that extends the 30-day element of L26 to 90 days to address the concerns that were raised here. And I want to touch really, I guess, before I close really quickly on some of the final comments that were made with this. The requirement that a local government shall submit this data, this takes into effect with this amendment, I want to be clear, only after you've exerted this exemption, right? So we're passing a law, hopefully, that will create the ability to develop more affordable housing. I'm confident that if we pass into law, it will do that. The question is this body going to do that? If we pass this bill, we're creating more affordable housing. And if you're exerting your right to an exemption of the provisions of this bill, you just need to submit that you're exerting your rights to an exemption created by L26 to the Department of Local Affairs. So again, we're narrowing the scope of the bill, one of two amendments that will do that, and a third amendment that will push it out to 90 days. I ask for an aye vote on friendly amendment L26. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad that I can finally get up here and speak to Amendment L26, and really want to take this opportunity to thank the good senator from Commerce City for the work that she's done, because I know how important this is to her community. I know how important this issue is to my community. And members, before I had the privilege of serving in this building and serving in the House, I served on my local city government. And I think that gives you a really good perspective before you come into this building, because that's the closest that you can get to representing the people. And you're focused on hearing from them. They see you in the grocery store, and it's our most intimate form of government. And when I look at L26, I still see many concerns. And we're hearing that that House Bill 1304 is here to solve affordable housing issues. And we do have an affordable housing issue in the state of Colorado. But we also hear that to solve this, that we should just take away all guardrails around parking. Is there an argument to be made that we have maybe too much parking? Yes, maybe. Not sure if there's an argument to be made that we should just eliminate all guardrails, though, around that parking. And specifically, when we look at Amendment L26, it specifically says that notwithstanding Section 2935-103, a local government may impose or enforce a minimum parking requirement in connection with a housing development project that is intended to contain 20 units or more, and not contain regulated affordable housing by requiring no more than one parking space per dwelling unit in the housing development. So I just want to be clear that that the folks in my community, they need their cars. The folks in my community that need affordable housing need their cars. They need their trucks. They need their vans to get to work and back home. And so what we're saying here in this amendment is local government, you can have your say. You can do what you want, so long as it contains 20 units or more and that it's not affordable housing. Now, I'm struggling to wrap my head around that because the way I read that is I'm like, oh, great. Now we're releasing it. We're trying to get affordable housing built. But then we have that not contain regulated affordable housing language. Members, this is no fault to the development community. It's their model, and it's the model that they go off of. But water, when it flows down the river, it usually takes the easiest path. And so when you give an opportunity to someone to build a product and not have the same requirements to build that product, they're going to take the easiest path forward, the path that can maximize their profit. And so now what we're saying is we're going to say now the only affordable housing that we're going to get built is affordable housing that doesn't have adequate parking. Now we know that, at least in my community, the folks that need some of that affordable housing the most actually need their cars. They need their trucks. And so I'm struggling to wrap my head around that, and I'm not seeing that this is addressed in Amendment L26. Now, I had mentioned that I had the privilege of serving on my local city council before coming down to this chamber, and one of the sponsors had spoken to the fruitful conversations that have happened so far on this bill. And I can tell you that if you talk to any local city government, elected official, they would have told you that 30 days is not even close to being enough to achieve this goal. So I appreciate that 90 days is coming up. I haven't seen that amendment, or I haven't seen that amendment definitely offered. But if we're talking about fruitful conversations, I think that you could talk to any local elected official and they would tell you 30 days is not enough to achieve the steps that are laid out here in L26. The other thing that when you serve on city council and you have that ability to bring that knowledge and that experience with you to this chamber and doing the job that we're asked to do, you would also recognize that when you're on city council, you actually typically only have 2 meetings a month where you take action. The other 2 meetings are typically study sessions. And so when we're talking about the days and we're talking about giving the ability for these local governments to do the things that we're asking them to do, we need to make sure that we are setting them up to succeed and not making sure that they're being set up to fail. But again, this happens when you have fruitful conversations with your local elected officials. Lastly, we heard that we can just delegate, or locals can just delegate to this to their city manager. I'll tell you right now that when I was elected to city council, I was elected to do a job. I was elected to govern my city. I'm not elected to delegate that to a city manager. I'm not elected to delegate that to somebody else. I'm elected to do that job myself. And so this idea that our local government should just delegate this to unelected officials, I struggle to comprehend that, because when you're elected to city council and you talk to your neighbors and you campaign and you knock on their doors, there's an expectation that you're doing that job and that you're not necessarily delegating that job. And I think that when we look at this and we look at what we're trying to achieve here in House Bill 1304, and we look at the requirements that we're putting on our local communities, I think that is important enough that our local electeds do that and that these jobs aren't delegated. Members, I appreciate that we're going to 90 days, but again, I think that what we're seeing here is that 90 days came from a side conversation here on the floor, when I think that's pretty easy information to get if you're having conversations with your local governments, with elected officials in your local governments. look, I'm not naive. I'm not expecting us to always agree on everything. I don't agree on everything sometimes that come from my local governments, but I think it's important that we have those conversations. And when we're seeing these mistakes and we're seeing things that aren't happening, that seem relatively common sense, if we have those conversations, that's concerning to me. And so when I hear that fruitful conversations are happening, I question that, because any local elected official would tell you that this would not be possible. And so I appreciate 90 days coming out. I do agree with the good senator from Weld County. The Department of Local Affairs may issue policies. I think that that's obviously concerning. We want a level of certainty for our local governments, and making sure that that we aren't changing the goalposts or changing the expectations that we have for them. So I'm looking forward the opportunity for us to be able to speak to House Bill 1304, because I think that there's a lot to talk about. But specifically in L26, I've laid out some concerns here in regards that if we are truly trying to address affordable housing, I'm not sure if this actually gets that, and if we're really trying to get buy-in from our local governments, I'm not sure if that communication is happening. And so look forward to further conversations.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in opposition to L26. I'm listening to all my colleagues speak on this amendment, and looking at it closely, I can't agree with them. I can't agree with them, but I want to raise some other things about imposing the local government may impose or enforce a minimum parking requirement. I do agree that 30 days is not enough, but I think everything that they've said, I agree upon, and I am in opposition along with them. But when I look at line 23, Part B, existing on or off-street parking spaces within 1/8 mile of the housing development project. I think about the projects that are going to go up, and I think about equity. And a lot of these are on transit corridors. They are. That's the point of the bill. But think about senior living residences. That's what we're looking at on transit corridors. Is that equitable to take away the parking spaces for seniors who may not be able to walk very far, and then no parking space for them near their residence? And some of them may have chronic pulmonary disease. Some may not be able to walk without a walker or a cane. And it's very hard unless those parking spaces are there for them in their senior residences. I look at this as an equity issue. I also look at the affordable low-income issue, which was brought up, and taking away those parking spaces for working people, for the people that we're trying to build affordable housing for. It was mentioned they have cars, seniors have cars. People that need affordable housing have to have cars for the most part, because they're doing jobs that a lot of people won't do. And so I have to think about, why are we taking those parking spaces away from these folks? Would you want your mother or your brother or husband or whomever to have to walk 3 blocks from where you live because they can't find a parking space in front of their own home? Here's another thing. I think it may apply to just a few cities. I represent Senate District 14. That's Fort Collins. Fort Collins is a university city. And that kind of adds another layer onto a lot of other issues that have come up. Because we've got 25,000 students, 26,000 students, sorry about that, and growing. They all have cars, folks. They all have cars. So if there's no minimum parking requirements, they're going to take up spaces in front of people's homes, blocking their driveways, doing a lot of other things. If we do away with limitations on parking requirements, even in this small area, in a city like Fort Collins, this does more than what my colleagues have opposed on this particular amendment, L026. Students are going to park them there, not just for the day, because parking on campus is very costly. They're going to leave them there for a week. They're going to leave them there for 2 weeks. They're going to leave them there until they decide they want to go hiking up Cameron Pass or doing a 14er or whatever they choose to do for recreation on the weekends. Those cars are staying there if there's no parking requirement. That is an issue for businesses, for residents, and quite frankly, it has divided my city in the fact that there's a very small vocal group of people who think that minimal parking requirements ought to be taken away versus the people that actually live there and have lived there in those neighborhoods for a long time. This is, to me, a bill that is, we talk about equity, and when we're affecting seniors, we're affecting low-income folks for affordable housing and taking those parking requirements away. Is that fair? I don't think so, and I urge a no vote on L026.
Senator Kirkmeyer, no rush. Senator Zenzinger? Okay, Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm kind of ambivalent about the amendment because the amendment doesn't fix the bill. So if the amendment gets on, great. I would still advocate for a no on the bill. If the amendment doesn't get on, I'm still a no on the bill. And here's why. We have very clear rules in the Constitution about preempting local government. Very clear. We have not only a constitutional protection for preemption of local governments, we also have statutory protections for the preemption of local government. We have protections that are embodied in many different places of our governing documents. And the reason for that is because it's the municipalities, it's the people who do the planning that need to be able to have the power to do what they need to do. We are extracting power away, even with this amendment. We're taking it away, and we're saying that the state of Colorado knows better. We know better. And not only do we know better, we're going to do this betterness without any input from the public. Colorado is a local control state. And when it comes to land use planning authority, this means that most land use decisions, such as the adoption of zoning and building codes and parking regulations, are driven by local governments and not the state. And the state of Colorado designates these types of authorities to local governments through several key places. We do it in CRS 29-20-101. Can I see a copy of the amendment? So this amendment is amending our statutes 29-35-104. Very interesting, different part of the statute. In 29-20-101, this act grants counties and municipalities the authority to plan for and regulate the use of land within their jurisdiction, specifically including the regulation and development and activities in various areas. Okay, so that's the first place that we are going to run counter to existing law if we pass this amendment. It'll be in conflict with existing law. Second, we actually have a constitutional protection. Home rule powers. These are outlined in Articles 10 and Article 15 of the Colorado Constitution. It says more than 1/3 of Colorado municipalities are classified as, quote, home rule. And if you look at the municipalities in which this parking regulation is going to apply to, they are almost all home rule. I mean, I'm hard-pressed to think of one that is not in these areas. Again, kind of inconsistent because we're only haphazardly applying this new state law to certain areas of our state. Nevertheless, more than likely, because the majority of the Front Range is home rule, that means that they are constitutionally protected. That those local governments are able to draw upon any authority delegated by the General Assembly and also any additional authority from their locally adopted home rule charter. I was on my city's charter committee. We review our charter every couple of years. We take amendments to the charter to our voters, to our people in our community, and we say, hey, does this still reflect the values of our community? Using input. Nevertheless, getting back to the Constitution, there are some limitations, including the ability to supersede state statutes. So here we go. We're going to pass a law in our statutes to try and supersede their authority.
Senator Zenzinger, are you on the amendment?
I am, because this amendment is speaking to 29-35-104 of our statutes, and I am pointing out where this is in conflict with other areas of our statute.
Okay.
For example, master planning. This doesn't speak to master planning. Master planning. CRS 30-28-106. This is in regards to 29, not 30. Also, master planning is outlined in 31-23-206. Two more areas of the statutes that will now be in conflict with this amendment. What do those areas have to do with this amendment and with this bill? Well, those areas of statute outlined for Colorado counties and municipalities, it says that they are authorized to prepare master plans, commonly known as comprehensive plans, to plan for the physical development of their community. They are given the authority in other areas of statute to plan for their community, and this amendment and this bill takes that away. It yanks it away. Why is that important? Well, comprehensive plans plan for the physical development of your community. So unlike other states, there are a few mandates for the content or the format of those comprehensive plans. We just passed a bill, by the way, where we added to that. Let me get to another area of statute that is not covered by this amendment. That is zoning. Zoning is not covered in 29-35-104. Zoning is covered in 30-28-111. Also, 31-23 and 301. So again, over and over and over again in our statutes, in our Constitution, we have outlined the powers and the duties that are incumbent on our local municipalities to do the work that we are now trying to strip away from them. In the zoning ordinances, the state authorizes Colorado communities to adopt local zoning regulations to promote the health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the residents. Why is that a problem? Well, I can tell you why it might be a problem, because if you do not have adequate parking, this could be, I don't know, a safety hazard. But what do they know? I mean, they've only been doing it this entire time. You know who hasn't been doing it this entire time? Like, from the existence of these statutes? The state of Colorado. That's who. But yet, we're now going to endow an entire department in the state of Colorado to do this work for us. Thank you. But I'm not done. We have other areas of the statutes that even say, you now have a conflict. Because if you pass this amendment, which only applies to 29, 35, 104, what are you going to do with all of the other areas of statute that this contradicts? In CRS 24, not 29, 24-65.1 through 101, Colorado communities are permitted to identify, designate, and regulate areas and activities with statewide impact, such as natural hazard areas, site selection of airports, mass transit. Ooh, that sounds a little bit like transit areas that we're talking about in this amendment. That these regulations allow local governments to retain control and develop permitting procedures and standards for development. So do you know what will happen when we pass this amendment and eventually pass this bill? Is that you will now be in contradiction with no less than 8 different areas of the Colorado statutes. And what that means is that you are begging for a lawsuit to happen. And as the good senator from Weld County mentioned earlier in her comments, if I were a local official, as I once was, for a local municipality, I would stop. I would halt. I wouldn't move forward. This is not going to help with affordable housing. This isn't going to help with development. It is going to stop it. Pulling the authority away from the very entities that are in charge that do this is not smart. It's not going to make things better. You're inviting all sorts of trouble because this amendment applies to 29, 35, 104.
Seeing no, Senator Kirkmeyer to Amendment L26.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Only here. Only under the dome, under the golden bubble. Can anyone say, when you're superseding the authority of local governments, that you're giving them more flexibility? Only here is that allowed to be said. Only here does it maybe, I guess, make sense to someone. Maybe you could get away with that somewhere else. But I mean, yeah, maybe in a book. But we're giving more flexibility to local governments with this amendment. This, of course, after we've taken it away. This, of course, after we're preempting them. This, of course, after we say the Department of Local Affairs may issue policies and procedures as necessary to implement this section. That's the enforcement mechanism. This is after we say we're giving you more flexibility to local governments when we tell you that you shall
in a form and manner determined by the Department of Local Affairs, submit information regarding a minimum parking requirement. So to be clear, I think it's pretty obvious I don't like this amendment. And I'm asking everyone to vote no. And these were my concerns. I did not get up here and speak with regard to a traffic engineering study. I didn't do that. I actually know what a traffic impact engineering study is. I did not ask for one of those. This is not a traffic engineering study. Traffic engineering study would probably be helpful in some of these situations. But I talked about parking studies and a parking utilization data collection and strategies to manage demand for on-street parking for the area within 1/8 mile of the housing development project. I did talk about that. But I did not talk about that they had to have a traffic engineering study. They should with a housing unit of 20 units or more, but that's not within this amendment. So I didn't talk about it. But here are my concerns. I thought I heard that this doesn't have to go to a local government, to a city council or a board. Well, it does. If you are in your municipality or county, you are developing strategies to manage demand. I mean, collecting data doesn't have to, but if you're going to develop strategies, if you have to do written findings, yep, all that has to go to a board or a council. It does. My concern with this amendment and this bill is that dismisses the public process. My concern is the same as, and I would just say it one more time, the conflict with existing law and the conflict with the Constitution. Those are huge concerns. In fact, they will get you a lawsuit. And the last time that the good senator from Arvada and myself were down here in the Will, I think it was a couple of years ago, and we told you, you pass this bill, you're going to get a lawsuit, and it won't be in effect in a couple of months. Well, my gosh, we were right. Shocker. We were right. We have home rule cities. We have a constitution. You know, folks, it doesn't take that long to become a home rule city either. Home rule town. We have a constitution. We have existing law. You know, funny thing down here, we agree with local government until we don't. We agree we shouldn't preempt local government until we don't. But I was concerned that, you know, really we're trying to put a developer in charge. We're dismissing, not adhering to a public process. The DOLA may issue policies. Department of Local Affairs may issue policies. And here's the other thing I'm concerned about. And I mentioned this, and then I went and looked it up because I'm not an attorney. But where it says that your findings that you have, local government, publish written findings, and you have to publish those. And just so you know, it takes a while to publish those. When you send it to a local newspaper, they don't just publish it the next day. Sometimes that takes a while. But when you publish those, that your findings have to be supported by a preponderance of evidence. And a preponderance of evidence, when I looked it up online, because again, I'm not an attorney, it says, more likely than not, the facts are true. Well, in a quasi-judicial hearing, you can't go with more likely than not. You have to have facts. You have to have strong evidence. Otherwise, you're in court on a Rule 106. If you think, well, you know, I think that's what it says. I think that's true. Because that's what preponderance of evidence means. So that's a problem with this amendment as well. So the 30 days, that's a huge problem. It's just not even feasible. And I know there's an amendment coming that says they're going to substitute 90. That's probably a little bit better. I still think you're setting up municipalities and counties to fail. I still think that this amendment is in conflict with the Constitution. It's in conflict with existing law. I still think that preponderance of evidence is not a good idea. That's That's not what they're going to do in their findings. Regardless if you put it in law or not, that's not what they're going to do. They have to have more than just a preponderance. They have to be able to say, more likely than not, those facts are true. They have to say those facts are true. Or they end up in a Rule 106, and that's a lawsuit on the local government. The reality is, this doesn't give local governments more flexibility. This is still preempting local governments. This is still mandating to local governments what they're going to do and what they have to do. But it's even worse. It gives them more requirements and things to do, but it's even worse. It says the Department of Local Affairs may issue policies and procedures. Again, I understand it doesn't say shall, it says may. What do you think? They get ticked off at some local government? They're like, yeah, we're going to fix you. We're not happy with you. Because isn't that what we do down here? I mean, we got ticked off at Lakewood. Well, I didn't. But the General Assembly as a whole got ticked off at Lakewood, and we passed a law was passed last year that says your local community, your citizens, don't get to vote and tell you how to grow. You or any other community. That's what happens down here. We preempt local government, and when you preempt local government, you preempt the public. The public is the foundation of a land use process. The public is the foundation of putting together a comprehensive plan, putting together subdivision regulations and zoning regulations. The public is the foundation of the public process at a public hearing. This is their community. These are their elected officials. So when you preempt local governments, you are preempting the public from defining their neighborhood, the neighborhood they wish to live in. I ask for a no vote on L026.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I've been sitting here just trying to understand Amendment L26 even more, and I know one of the sponsors is in the well, but definitely have a question in regards to the first paragraph, and it can be a little confusing, so I want to read it because it feels like there's like a double negative almost, and so I want to read it so that I can try to ask this question and maybe try to understand the intent here, and if not, how to maybe address one of the concerns here, and so that I have. So notwithstanding Section 2935-103, local government may impose or enforce a minimum parking requirement, impose or enforce a minimum parking requirement in connection with a housing development project that is intended to contain 20 units or more and not contain regulated affordable housing by requiring no more than one parking space per dwelling unit in the housing development. So there's a double negative there that I'm trying to understand, but basically what I see is that for the local government to have that ability, I do see one of the sponsors here, but to have that ability, you have to have, for the local government to be able to do that, it has to be a development of 20 units or more and not be affordable. And so I guess one of my questions is how do we get to 20 units? What does 20 units represent? Why wouldn't it be 15 or 10 or 50? But then my other question is really in regards to the and. So 20 units or more and not contain regulated affordable housing. Why wouldn't we put an or there? And so that would allow us to still keep some parameters around parking, but lower them to a threshold to allow for affordable housing, which I guess is what I'm hearing the intent is. And so my first question is, how do you get to 20 units? Seems arbitrary. We're curious as to where that number came from. And then why wouldn't we do an or after the 20 units?
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so this portion of the bill is the trigger for putting in the floor. And let me back up to where it says may, line 3 to 4, may impose or enforce. So that example would be like Boulder County, or City of Boulder, or City and County of Denver, which Denver supports the bill, will not exercise this right. But as the good senator from Brighton brought up, I'm sure many municipalities in Weld County will exercise this right within the development projects that is intended to contain 20 units or more. So 20 units or more, that could be up to 100 to 80, 100, 120 units. That's a large development. That will have a large impact on a neighborhood if by some chance, which I don't expect even without adopting this amendment, that a builder would jump through the hoops, borrow money to build a project and think, I know, we won't put any parking connected to these condos or these apartments, and we know that they will sell like hotcakes. I don't expect that any builder would make that rational decision. But just in case, we're gonna step back and make sure we put in a floor tied to 20 units or more, which would be a large development, and not containing regulated affordable housing.
Senator
Which means-
Priola?
Yes.
We're going to take a quick senatorial 5. Sorry, friend. Sorry they called me to do it. And we're back. Senator Michaelson Janae.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I withdraw Amendment L26.
That amendment has been withdrawn. Oh, do we have to vote on that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? Don't have to vote on that. The amendment is withdrawn. Assistant Majority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we lay House Bill 1304 over until the end of the calendar.
The motion is to lay over 1304 till the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill will lay over till the end of the calendar.
Have you called for it to be ready yet? Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to House Bill 1080?
House Bill 1080 by Representatives Parenti and Wilford and Senators Danielson and Marchman concerning requirements for youth sports personnel that improve the safety of the participants.
Senator Danielson, or Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1080 and the Health and Human Services Report.
To the Health and Human Services Report.
In the Health and Human Services Report, we added a strike below amendment. What happened was in the House in committee, the bill threw in all of the local districts and special districts. So we worked with that group to try to get to a place where we were good. So we adopted that amendment in the Health and Human Services Committee.
Further discussion on the HHO?
Just, can I ask for a quick senatorial 5?
Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted.
Both to the report.
Senator Marchman?
I move for the adoption of the Health and Human Services report.
Seeing no further discussion on the Health and Human Services Committee report, the motion is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The 2 ayes have it. The report's adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L12?
L12, amend the Health and Human Services Committee report dated April 25, 2024.
Senator
page 1.
Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L012.
To the amendment.
Great. So when this bill came to us, it came to us in the child care licensing area, which is Title 26.5. We didn't know if that made the most sense, so we kind of moved it around in a couple different places, and we landed in Title 19. That ended up being very problematic for local governments because of the health departments and child welfare. So what this amendment does is it strikes the first part of our bill and moves it from Department of DHS to CDEC. So I'd urge an aye vote on L012.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L012. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L12 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L13?
L13, amend the Health and Human Services Committee report.
Senator
dated April-
Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard I move amendment L013.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we heard a number of concerns during the committee from some of the folks that came to testify in either amend or in an opposed position, and the concerns were very reasonable. So we are attempting to address them. The major concern with the First Amendment was taken care of on its own. But there was some confusion around the terminology. We can speak to the bill after these amendments are adopted, but since it has to be amended to the committee report, we kind of need to do it now. What the bill does is require sports teams, youth sports teams, to make sure that their coaches are trained in CPR and have passed a background check. It's really just basic safety measures. But with the way that we wrote it, we used some terminology that kind of scooped up a bunch of people that made it problematic for both the local governments and jurisdictions, special districts folks, but also was just unclear for parents and family members of the young athletes. So this amendment addresses a few of these things. Now keep in mind, some of them are duplicative because we have this in two different parts of the statute. So the first one is creating. So we define I'm sure you've read the bill, we define coach and youth athletic activity, employment, et cetera, but we added a new definition, chaperone, which means a person who can accompany the team in an official capacity for overnight trips. So this is really common. I know a lot of you have kids and grandkids, a lot of you have been this chaperone, and if someone is taking care of your kid or your nephew or your neighbor or your granddaughter or whomever might be playing on one of these teams, and they're staying overnight with the team as kind of a service to the team, we want to make sure that if your kids are in their charge, you're placing them in trusted care of an adult, that adult has passed a background check. But if you are there as a parent and you're just staying in the same hotel or driving with the team or what have you, which is also, as I'm sure you all have experienced to some degree, pretty common, you don't need to pass a background check to hang out with your kid. So what we've done is add that defining term chaperone, and then we've struck all that language that accompanied it in the strike below amendment from committee. We also heard that the international background check was problematic for a number of reasons. So we addressed that there, acknowledging that if you're here on a work visa, you are already subject to these background checks, and so thus exempt. And then we've further clarified the terminology around employees and volunteers and substituted that into that chaperone language. So that I think what was happening is the employees that might work at the special district or your local jurisdiction answering the phone or making reservations or what have you. The receptionist for the company, if it's an I-9 of the world or what have you, they're not in charge of your kid. They shouldn't be scooped into these requirements. What we have here after this amendment is adopted is a pretty straightforward approach, clarifying a lot of the language that we meant to get right the first go-around, but still providing for that assurance that if your kid is playing on a team in one of these leagues, the coach or the person who is in charge of your kid will have passed a background check and will satisfy the CPR training requirements. And that's what you get if you adopt Amendment L013, and so we urge an aye vote.
The motion, Senator Smallwood?
There it is.
We're on
Yes, L13. The motion is the adoption of L13. Senator Smallwood to L13? Okay.
Amendment L13.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsors for bringing Amendment 13. And I apologize, I can't read probably quite as fast as many in the room. And I can see that this amendment specifically addresses a number of the concerns that I brought up in committee, and very much appreciate that, particularly as it relates to Amendment 13, striking in the HHS committee report lines 20 through 23, where we had discussion in committee around not restricting parents from being able to volunteer like on their kids' teams unless the parents were convicted of something fairly horrific or heinous. So my two questions would be, one, is that now handled in this amendment and not coming back in other amendments? Did we sort of have a change of opinion about what I think we discussed in committee about retaining the parents' rights to be a coach or a volunteer on that piece? And second would be, when it came to the crimes themselves, that we are saying that a youth sports organization shall not hire and shall either terminate or revoke the approval for a volunteer. That's the other piece I'm looking for, because again, as we all know, I'm not an expert in Title 18. Are we comfortable with the crimes being limited to felony child abuse, unlawful sexual behavior, or a crime of violence as described in 18-1.3-406? Those are my two questions. And again, appreciate the amendment and that you came through on what we discussed in committee.
Yeah.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator from, why do I not know where you're from? Parker, I knew that. Thank you, and for the conversation we had in committee. To answer your question about the parent piece, that was something I added. And I did take it out. And the reason I took it out is because you brought up an interesting point that said the bill as drafted, or the amendment as drafted, said that a municipality must not use, or it said must use. Basically, it was compelling them to have to hire a parent, and that's problematic. And so without finding a better way of saying that, we were just trying to encourage local municipalities not to eliminate parents from being able to participate, but it was just too convoluted, so we canned it. The second piece, we're actually having conversation with the drafter about just to clarify those crimes, because it wasn't something that we did address in this amendment. So we didn't change the crimes, but we're talking to try to see if we need to. Yep.
Can we take a couple minutes on that?
Is he answering? No. Okay. I don't know if he's drafting anything, so we can just keep going, I guess.
If you had changes that you want to include, you can bring them forward now.
Do you know what you want, Senator Smallwood?
Let's bring it.
Do you want Central 5? Central 5 has been requested and granted. I appreciate the offer to shout from the good senator from Lakewood. However, mic is now back on, so please proceed, Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it is Sweet Ridge, not Lakewood.
I should have known better. My
I'm
sincere
teasing.
apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, thank you for your patience. I move Amendment L15.
We did not, yeah,
Did we not vote on 13?
we did not vote on 13.
Mr. Chair, I move my motion, so the motion on the table should be Amendment L013.
The motion on the table is the adoption of L013. Any further discussion on L013? See none. All those in favor of adopting L013 say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L13 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L15?
L15, amend the Health and Human Services Committee.
Senator
report.
Danielson from Wheat Ridge.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. And thanks, sorry about the confusion. Now I move L015.
The amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So L015 addresses another concern that was brought up in committee. And basically, the background check as the strike below was written would catch these violent crimes, but only if they were had two qualifiers: one, committed with a deadly weapon, or caused death or serious bodily harm, or a combination of those with no qualifiers. So we removed the qualifying language and just said if this crime is in your background, it doesn't matter how it was committed. So for the example that was brought up in committee was if somebody had kidnapping in their background, it would only be flagged if the kidnapper used a deadly weapon. Now, that's obviously going to be most of the time, but we're fine removing the qualifier. If someone has done something like that and did not use a deadly weapon, we still want that crime flagged. We're talking about the safety of our kids, so it's okay. And I urge an aye vote on Amendment L015.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 15. Colleagues, whether you like House Bill 1080 or don't like House Bill 1080, want to support it or don't want to support it, I feel Amendment 15 goes a long way towards making the bill better. As you heard from the senator from Wheat Ridge, not classifying the crimes in 18-1.3-406 as needing to be crimes of violence. Yes, it does expand those crimes, but I think it does it in a logical way, in the way that the proponents, I think, would have liked the bill to read, and so would encourage an aye vote on the amendment.
Motion is the adoption of L15 to House Bill 1080. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L15 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a really important bill. Every time we talk about this, people are surprised that we don't already require this. But in reality, the private and the public youth sports organizations are not required by law to do background checks. And that's problematic when you think about how much time our kids are spending, our grandkids, our nephews, our nieces are spending in the care of these coaches, as well as chaperones and volunteers. So the local districts, the special districts are already doing this. The privates are not. So the needle we were trying to thread is to include all of the public organizations without getting in the way of the good work they're already doing, but then making sure that every single organization is doing this component, both for background checks and CPR first aid. So really excited to bring this bill as a mom and as a former sports coach as well. Just want to thank all of the advocates who helped us with this bill and encourage an aye vote on House Bill 1080.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Echo everything that my colleague just said. we have an obligation to families across the state to make sure that when our kids are active in sports, active in athletics, and in the trusted care of these adults, volunteer or paid, that they are safe. And two really good ways of doing that, very straightforward, really common sense solution here. Make sure that they can pass a background check and flag anything that might be problematic in their past. And make sure that they're trained on CPR to prevent any emergencies from becoming fatal. That's what the bill does. I'm proud to stand here with my colleague to do so today and put this for a vote. I urge an aye vote on House Bill 1080.
The motion is the adoption of House Bill 1080. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1080 is adopted. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to House Bill 1053?
House Bill 1053 by Representatives Weissman and Marshall and Senators Liston and Hansen concerning analysis of tax policy by the state legislative branch and in connection therewith modifying requirements for evaluating state tax expenditures, requiring the state auditor to prepare an annual report on federal tax law and changes that have significant impact on the state's tax base, and extending the Legislative Oversight Committee concerning tax policy and the task force concerning tax policy.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1053 on second reading.
Discussion on House Bill 1053. Senator Liston.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and members, what this legislation does in conjunction, this came out of the Interim Tax Policy Committee this past summer, requires just a few changes to the state auditor's procedures for evaluating state tax expenditures. Specifically, it requires evaluation reports to be posted by June 30th of each year. It allows the state auditor to use some discretion in evaluating tax expenditures, and it allows for tax expenditures that are in effect for 3 years or less, and it gives them some flexibility for the state auditor to prepare their reports for using the best available data. I ask for an aye vote for House Bill 1053.
The motion is the adoption of House Bill 1053. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1053 is adopted. Central 5.
Rachel? You're going to rule on every amendment rolled. You ready, Nick? You ready? Yeah, your bill's next. I'm laying over 1010, so you're on DNC's. So I'm going to lay over the next bill and go into...
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to lay over House Bill 1010 to the end of the calendar.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1010 until the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over until the end of the calendar. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to House Bill 1129?
House Bill 1129 by Representatives Vihil and Mabry and Senators Hinrichsen and Priola concerning protections for drivers engaged with delivery network companies and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I've moved House Bill 1129 and the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report.
To the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, in the Business, Labor, and Technology, we made a minor amendment, just a cleanup amendment for language. Ask for an aye vote.
The motion is, is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption. You do, Senator Baisley, on this committee report? Okay, so the motion is the approval of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, who would like to begin? Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, with the proliferation of gig work over the last decade, more Coloradans are struggling to make ends meet and plan for financial futures because of lack of transparency, flexibility, and fairness in their jobs. This bill 1129 has been thoroughly stakeholdered for many months with both employees and industry, and they've really, in my opinion, hit the mark on definitions and methods of how to operate going forward and respect both sides of the issue. I'm proud to ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1129.
Is there any further discussion? I do see further discussion. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we heard this bill, 1129, in Business, Labor, and Technology, and I have some significant concerns of overreach. So I understand that, excuse me, the drivers, and these are drivers like Lyft and Uber and so on, and they are having concerns with the companies that they contract with. And these things happen, but they've asked the state to step in, and the state is stepping in through this House Bill 1129, and I think in a most inappropriate way. And let me give you some examples. So, for one, the bill imposes requirements of disclosing specified information to the public about deactivating drivers. And so some drivers are, excuse me, it's that time of year, are deactivated. They're disinvited to participate by the company. And this imposes some requirements on them, makes it more difficult for them to disengage with someone. Now, we're an at-will state when it comes to direct employment, but this makes it tougher for those companies to no longer work with someone that they don't want to have association. So that, I think, is an overreach. But also, this is maybe the most outlandish thing to me. It says that the division may adopt rules to provide reasonable safety and health protections. For instance, the company would need to prompt the consumer, that's the person who's calling for the Uber, to ensure the driver's safety upon arrival, including ensuring a clear, well-lit, and safe delivery path. So can you imagine, we've got the state passing a law to say, okay, when you're dealing with your customers, you need to tell your customers that you've got to have a nice, well-lit, safe approach when that Uber driver comes to pick you up. I'm trying to think of the others that seem so egregious here. Fines for violations of this bill, and violation may even include civil suit against the company that committed the violation. Anyway, it's a terrific overreach. There's public information. Here we are. The bill requires the company, Uber, for instance, to provide specified disclosures of labor standards and statistics. The statistics regarding their operations in the state and make that information public. So that includes how much money they collect from the rider, the customer, and how much of that money went to the driver. So this is just a total exposure with revealing to all their competitors all of their proprietary information. It's just, you just don't treat our companies that want to do business in Colorado like this. So anyway, this is just a wholly inappropriate bill. It's an overreach. It's inappropriate for the state to take this role with our resident companies. So I urge in the strongest of terms a no vote on House Bill 1129.
Senator Hinrichsen.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L015?
L15 Amendment in Gross Bill, page 6, line 27.
Senator Hinrichsen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L015.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So most companies in the delivery network transportation field, it's run on a computerized dispatch system, if you will, from point to point. Your pay is based on that. Others, there is what's called a blocking task mechanism, where you get a set number of hours and a different, it's a different manner in which the tasks are arranged so that you're guaranteed to not go beyond a window of time that you have signed up for the shift for. Again, not the most common practice, but this is something that Amazon, for example, uses. And so this amendment is brought to ensure that they are able to conform to the requirements of this bill with what is the common practice in their industry at their company specifically. I ask for your support for L015.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to just read this amendment so that you get an idea of the intrusiveness of this 1129 bill, and this would be just more fuel poured on the fire. It says to include this, to insert these words, for each delivery task that is compensated in a block of time for multiple deliveries, the DNC, which is the delivery company shall calculate the miles traveled to complete a delivery task from the pickup location where the driver was directed to begin the delivery task to the location where the driver dropped off the last item to be delivered as part of that delivery task. For each delivery task that is compensated in a block of time for multiple deliveries, the DNC shall notify the driver that any additional miles the driver incurred traveling to the pickup location where the driver was directed to begin the delivery task and traveling from the location where the driver was directed to make the last delivery may be eligible for tax mileage deductions under state and federal law. As part of the disclosures made pursuant to this subsection, the DNC shall disclose to the driver that for each delivery task that is compensated in a block of time for multiple deliveries, the mileage report only includes miles traveled from the location where the driver began the delivery task to the location where the driver dropped off the last item to be delivered as part of that delivery task. Seriously? Let's let companies operate with their natural efficiencies that happens just in the natural course of things in natural law. And if the drivers wish to do business with Uber because they're not being treated well enough by Lyft, then so be it. And if both Uber and Lyft are operating in a similar way that's unpleasant for the drivers go do something else for a living, or a third company will sprout up and take their place. We should not be managing companies for them. We should not be stepping in between the contractual relationship between the driver and the companies, and even with the customers, in between with the customers on top of that. So it's just not our role. We ought not to do this, not the purpose of government.
The motion for the body is the adoption of Amendment L15. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1129. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1381 until tomorrow.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1381 until tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to House Bill 1436?
House Bill 1436 by Representatives McCleskey and Catlin and Senators Roberts and Simpson Concerning the referral of a ballot issue related to the revenue from the sports betting tax and in connection therewith referring a ballot issue to the voters to allow the state to keep and spend all sports betting tax revenue in excess of the $29 million estimated increase in state tax revenue approved by voters in 2019 for the purpose of funding water conservation and protection projects rather than refunding such excess revenue to casinos.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1436.
To the bill.
Thank you. Colleagues, House Bill 1436 is a bill that would propose a ballot question for the voters of Colorado on this November's general election ballot. And it's a simple question. It would ask the voters if the state of Colorado can retain any tax revenue that comes in over the $29 million cap established in Proposition DD for sports betting. As many of you know, in 2019, the General Assembly referred Proposition DD to the ballot. The Proposition DD did a few things. First, it legalized sports betting, and it applied a state tax on any revenue that came in from the sports betting activity that the casinos received. 90% of that tax through the ballot measure was proposed and has been approved to go to water projects in Colorado, which has proven to be an incredible source, a sustainable source of funding for water in our state that we never used to have to help fund the water plan and other conservation efforts in the state. The other 10% of the tax goes to what's called the Hold Harmless Fund, which helps communities that are gambling communities that would see less activity because obviously a lot of this sports betting is online, and so people don't necessarily have to go to Black Hawk or Cripple Creek or Central City to place their bets, and so the Hold Harmless Fund helps those communities deal with those impacts, and any leftover money from the Hold Harmless Fund goes to the Problem Gambling Fund, and that has been proven to roll over quite a bit since the approval, and then the other part of the 10% goes to the overhead of administering the program. There was a $29 million cap in the Proposition DD. We are projected now to exceed that cap, and much sooner than expected. And so this bill would, if this bill passes and the voters approve it, we would be able to retain the excess revenue to continue going to water projects. Nothing about the formula of the 90-10 split would be changed, but we would be able to retain more funding to go to the water projects we know we need to fund. If we don't approve this, or if the voters don't approve this, the money would be refunded not to the taxpayers, but to the casinos. So we think this is a good use of tax revenue from sports betting that the voters decided to legalize a few years ago, and would appreciate your support for this important bill.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the good sponsor, my good co-sponsor from Frisco. Moved around a little bit, but this really is a kind of a thoughtful approach to think about how we want to fund water projects in the future. When we first crafted the very first statewide water plan in 2015, the identified need to support water projects in the state was really $100 million a year for 20 years. Now that's a nuanced conversation that changes over time, and it's rather dynamic, but the scale, the magnitude is real about trying to fund water projects. And again, this is really a small incremental step in adding $2 million to $3 million to $5 million a year to water projects in CWCB water plan grant funding going ahead. And again, as pointed out, if we don't do this, the excess funds are refunded back to the casinos, not to the general fund, not to taxpayers, but to the casino. This is a good use of those funds. There's been some conversations in both the Finance Committee and the Appropriations Committee about how do you support folks that have problem with gambling. So as we touched on, there was a percentage that's held in, put aside in a hold harmless fund. There's also in statute the mechanism that says after 2 years, which was effectively December 31st of this year, any of that funding not used in the hold harmless fund is actually rolled over or credited to the Responsible Gaming Grant Program Cash Fund. So the first opportunity to do that was December 31st of last year, of 2023. And at the end of the year, there was $489,000 plus some change rolled over from the Hold Harmless Fund to the Responsible Gaming Grant Program Cash Fund. So there's debate about how much Hold Harmless is going to either increase or decrease, but it's been demonstrated we can generate revenue, and it's a fixed percentage. So if these Gambling funds increase, the amount available for both the Hold Harmless Fund and potentially to the Problem Gaming Fund are going to increase as well. I think this is a responsible, reasonable way to approach how we fund water projects in the state of Colorado. And again, it's really a ballot referral measure to the voters for this November. Ask for your support, and I vote on 1436.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one general question for one of the sponsors. I'm curious, how much, can you give us some idea of the dollar amount of sports betting here over the last, in 2023 or 2022? Just some idea, is it, 50 million, 100 million, whatever, if you could provide that.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the good senator from Colorado Springs. So I can speak to the tax revenue. And this is, of course, a 10% tax on the revenue, so you could do the math. But for fiscal year, so for the first fiscal year it was in place, generated $12.5 million. The second fiscal year was $26 million, and then this current fiscal year, which ends on July 1, we're estimated to break the cap of 29 and go to 31.8, and then you can see the projections of fiscal note go to 34 and then 36.2 million. That's the tax revenue, not the total activity. Yeah.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Hansen.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair, and wanted to continue the discussion we started in Senate Appropriations this morning. I really like 1436. In fact, I've always thought this was one of the many problems with Tabor, is that we got to go back and ask to keep the money that we've already said we should be able to keep, because the initial estimates can never be perfect, and so that means sometimes when industries like this that grow very quickly come back with more tax revenue than is expected, we got to go back to the voters. I get it. We all understand that. We've done it on DD, or this is DD. We did it on EE with the cigarette tax. It's just part of the restrictions that we've got in our Constitution. So I'm super supportive of going back and asking the voters to keep this revenue. That makes a lot of sense to me. But I am worried because the fiscal note is giving us a really clear indication of how rapidly this industry is changing in the state. It's growing about 10% per year. So think about that for a second. What other industries are growing at that rate? Not very many. 10% increase in sports betting per year. And so I think the part that has me worried about 1436 is that I feel like we need a mechanism that will make sure that problem gaming support, so the money to help folks who have a gambling addiction, also grows with the size of the industry as it grows. And we do have some mechanisms right now that do set aside money for problem gaming. Colorado still, though, relatively low. Like on a per capita basis, we're still below Nebraska, we're still below Kansas when it comes to spending in this category. And so with that, I'd like to continue the discussion by offering an amendment.
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Hubler, would you please read Amendment L001?
L001, amendment.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move L001 to House Bill 1436.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Colleagues, if I have your attention just for a quick second, there's a number of us from Senate Appropriations that wanted to have a little more discussion on the floor about this. And the reason we wanted to bring forward L001 was to cover that issue that we see could be emerging over the coming years. As this industry continues to grow, like it, don't like it, that's not what we're discussing today. We're talking about the fiscal impact of this industry, and we know that problem gaming certainly occurs because of the rise of sports betting. And so I believe we need a mechanism that will grow and be able to adjust as this industry changes over time. And so in L001, proposing that we take 1.75% of the current amount that is being brought in from sports betting, that's $29 million, that we take 1.75%, very small sliver of it, It's about $450,000 total. Bring that forward from the tax that's currently being collected and basically allow the Responsible Gaming Grant Program to have those funds. That, I think, is a great way for us to cover what I think is going to be important need in the state of Colorado. Now, to make sure that we're covering our bases, I did a little bit of homework and looked at the spillover that was described by the sponsors. And what I found out after I reached out to folks from Cripple Creek is that, yes, there is money set aside for the Hold Harmless Fund, and anything left over does get spilled over into problem gaming. The problem is the demand for that money is actually very high. And I shouldn't say 90%, but a vast majority of it did get claimed last year. And the expectation is that most of it will be claimed, if not all of it will be claimed every single year. So that mechanism, while in place, is not very reliable when it comes to being able to fund services for problem gaming. And so I think we can address that with a very small adjustment to this bill. Worked with the drafter to kind of make sure we got it in the right section. It is in the section of the current bill that talks about the transfers that already exist. And that's, of course, an important part of 1436. And so invite discussion, thoughts on L001, but I think this might be a really nice way to cover a small blind spot that I'm seeing in the current draft.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of the Hansen Amendment L001 to House Bill 1436. This is very important from my perspective, being a father of children and realizing how predominant sports betting is. Young kids, 20s and 30s, have them in their phone, the apps, they advertise on sporting events, which did not exist 20 and 30 years ago. 20, 30 years ago, you had to go to Vegas or Atlantic City or have an illegal bookie. The good senator from Denver pointed out the exponential growth in this area, and I think it's only wise and prudent for us as policymakers to put before the voters the ability to practice harm reduction in the space of sports betting. It's under 2% of the money will be diverted. This will not materially impact water projects in the state of Colorado, in my opinion. But what it will do is it will help ensure economic growth in the state and fewer bankruptcies from addiction to gambling, fewer family breakups, fewer job losses, fewer bankruptcies. Because let's be frank, although many substances are legal and many practices such as gambling are legal, there are some fellow Colorado citizens who the addiction to affects their lives. And I think it's prudent for us as policymakers to, at a minimum, put this question before the voters of the state of Colorado this fall when they are able to make another affirmative vote on the spillover from the original question that was put before them a number of years ago. Again, I rise in support of L001 to House Bill 1436.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry. Colleagues, I rise in opposition to the amendment. This isn't what we went to the voters for originally. All we've asked for in our bill is an extension of what they approved in 2019. We only have 2 years of data so far to pick up how much of the Hold Harmless Fund is going to be available to support problem gambling. On top of that, there are other bills. There's a plethora of bills to support a number of substance use disorders, alcohol, gambling. There are plenty of places to try to pick up money. And look, this is a debate worth having for sure, whether we want to try to do that separately in a separate bill right now with 8 days to go in the session, or we'll be back here in 8 months and have this debate about how do you fund services for folks in need if this isn't meeting the need. But I just think it's a little early to jump out and tap more of the revenue from sports gambling that was intended to go to water projects and divert it here outside of what is already dedicated to support people in trouble, and ask for a no vote on Amendment 001.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the conversation as this is unfolding, and it is a conversation that I have been following for approximately 7
8
hours now.
hours.
Yeah, 8 hours now. And, but it is an important and worthwhile conversation to have. Because I did read with interest the fiscal note on this policy, and am aware of the extent to which the fiscal analysts forecast that we will soon surpass the $29 million cap. And so that's because there's more people in this state who are partaking in sports betting. And so I think it is, the nexus that I see here is, shouldn't there also then be a commensurate increase in the support that we offer to help prevent problem gambling? And so I've appreciated the conversations that we've had on this policy, and I agree with the good senator from Alamosa. Whether this happens in this bill, in a separate bill, or in other ways, it's a worthwhile discussion for us to engage in. Do I want, at the end of the day, for casinos to get this money as opposed to water projects? Nah, to be clear, I'm good off of that. But we ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also want to come up and kind of rebut some of the comments from the good senator from Alamosa. I think this is the perfect conduit to go to the voters on a question. By definition, the need for this bill is there to go to the voters to ask a different question than was originally asked, because the fiscal note on the previous implementing bill set the number at a certain amount that obviously, statistically, probably had 1 in 100 million chance of actually getting right on it. So this bill is going forward for the voters to have that option to bless the additional increment. I think this would actually help the question when it goes to the voters, because let's face it, not everybody in the state of Colorado really has a thing for water projects. Maybe on the western slope they do. Maybe on the eastern plains they realize how important water is. But a lot of the parts of this state, the urban parts of the state, may not appreciate the value of water, much as our rural Coloradans do. But they might know someone, they might have a family member or colleague, that someone they know from work, who has struggled with gambling, who has been into bankruptcy, who's had a divorce because of related to gambling addiction, and they will make an affirmative vote on what proposal is put before the voters, and both water projects will benefit at the margin for the spillover from the original question, but also what will benefit is the harm reduction that legalized gambling provides, or unfortunately provides, in this state. And that's why I think the Hansen Amendment L001 to this bill is a thoughtful, prudent, and let's call it a government efficiency thing. Why introduce another bill to have another question on the ballot that you and I have heard from the voters? They're tired of ballots that are like 4 and 5 pages long and take 45 minutes to fill out. I think this is an efficient, elegant way to not only help incrementally fund additional water projects in the state of Colorado, but also help with harm reduction, resources for harm reduction as it relates to gambling addiction in the state. I ask for an aye vote on L001.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with all due respect, I rise in opposition to L001 for some of the different reasons. Number one, water is crucial to Colorado. I mean, this state would be nowhere if we didn't have water. It's important to every state, but the intent of this bill is to have some of the monies, as has been discussed, that have come over from the gaming taxes, and to help fund these very important water projects. And while people in the urban regions may not have an appreciation for water projects, even though many of them do, because without some of the significant water projects that are up to the west of Denver, Denver would be probably a tenth of the size that it is today. And I know certainly in my community down in Colorado Springs, the water infrastructure that we have, if we had not put that in place some 50 and 60 years ago, we would be barely a third the size we are right now. Not everybody gambles, quite frankly. Many people don't. And yet they benefit from water projects. So I think I can appreciate what the sponsor of the amendment is attempting to do, but I don't think that we should be diverting more and more money from the idea of water projects to help people who may have a gambling problem, as unfortunate as it is. If they want to run their own bill about that problem, to address the problem, great. But I don't think we should be, to use a bad pun, siphoning off money from this particular bill that would go to bail out people who have a gaming problem. Let's keep the money intact for those water projects, which are needed and beneficial to people all over the state. I urge a no vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Seeing Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just one final comment. Look, I realize there are sometimes you bring an amendment and you want to have a conversation, and that is part of what we do here. I think it's vital that we highlight this issue in the state. I think we have a way with L1 to do a bit better job. I disagree with the language from the good senator from Colorado Springs. This is not a bailout. This is about helping people with gambling addiction. That's not bailing anyone out. That is just part of what comes with expanding gambling in the state of Colorado. And I want to point out that L1 does not change the flow of the new dollars that will come in if we are successful at the ballot with 1346. Doesn't change any of that money. It's projected to be about $7 million out a couple of years. And all of that is going to go to the water projects as designated in the original legislation. All I'm asking for here is a tiny sliver of the existing revenue. It's not being changed, or I should say the incremental revenue is not being changed in any way here. This is just a small sliver of the $29 million that we currently collect up to the cap that would allow us to provide services for folks with gambling addiction. And in an industry that's growing at this rate, again, about 10% a year, according to the fiscal note, I think it would be wise for us to be ready for the services that are going to be required. And I think this is a very straightforward way to handle that. And I ask for your support of L001.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L001. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment fails. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1436. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Mr. Hubler, would you please take us all the way back to the beginning and read the title to Senate Bill 213?
Senate Bill 213 by Senators Fenberg and Pelton B. and Representatives Amable and Pugliese concerning an exemption from county short-term rental regulation for certain structures located in an unincorporated area of a county that are used for recreational purposes and do not receive public services.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 213.
To the bill. There are no committee reports.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 213 is a relatively simple bill. It's one that folks have perhaps heard about over the last several days by their county commissioners. But this is a pretty narrow and focused bill. And we do have an amendment that I think will further narrow it and make the intention clear. But I do just want to talk quickly about the reason for this bill and where it came from. So right now, a couple of years ago, the legislature gave authority to counties to regulate in unincorporated property short-term rentals. We all know that this has been a conversation that's been in this legislature and throughout our communities, and it's a complex one, and it's one that people take very seriously. And it has short-term rentals. The kind of explosion of the short-term rental industry over the last several years has clearly had impacts on communities in various ways. This is a bill that tries to clarify that, yes, counties have this authority. We provided this authority very clearly in a bill, I think in 2020. And there's an issue where in some of these unincorporated areas, there are things that are referred to as huts or cabins or backcountry hunting structures or fishing cabins, etc. These are not your normal short-term rental. This is not a family trip to the ski resort. This is really a recreational type structure. The problem is that these historic structures, and many of these have been around for a long time, and I think we could name some of them that are more well-known, but I think in many of our communities that have rural areas, there are some that are not household names, but they still have been in existence and serve a very important purpose for recreation, for tourism, and for local communities and economies. The traditional short-term rental regulation that is applied and has been developed in communities all over the state, cities and counties alike, sometimes have regulations, I would say most of the time, have requirements and regulations that don't fit cleanly to be applied to these backcountry cabins. For instance, a common short-term rental regulation or requirement, so you have to have a parking space for every bedroom, or it has to have year-round access, or it has to have this amazing thing like modern plumbing, a flushable toilet, drinkable water, etc., carbon monoxide detectors, electricity. All of these things are very normal to require of a short-term rental in the traditional sense of a short-term rental. They don't always apply cleanly to a backcountry hut that's meant for recreation purposes. So the original intention was to say short-term rental regulations in an unincorporated area shouldn't apply to one of these structures if it's not connected to any sort of utilities. And it's remote and used for these recreational purposes only. We understand that there has been concern that could be too wide of an exemption. And so we do have an amendment to address some of those concerns. I'll pass it off to my co-prime if he wants to say a few words before we offer that amendment, though.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was at CCI during this conversation, and the conversation kept being that short-term rentals were having an adverse impact on services, the services that were provided. And so my whole thing with this bill was, you know, short-term, or these huts don't have services attached to them, don't have services that are being provided to them. I mean, and the cabin that I used to stay at, when I asked the fire department or the fire district what would happen if it started on fire, they said, we're gonna let it burn because we can't get up there. So, I mean, we're not, the habitability of these short-term rentals, or not short-term rentals, but these huts, are not there. They're just meant for recreation only, backpacking into, backpacking out. You haul in your water, you haul out your bottles, you haul out your waste sometimes, or sometimes you have to dig an outhouse from manually with a shovel. So that's what got me intrigued into the bill, and I appreciate the amendment that's coming, that we're gonna narrow the language.
So I believe there is an amendment that is hovering in close proximity to the desk, and it has landed. Mr. Hubler, would you please read Amendment L003?
L003, amend printed bill, page 4.
Senator
strike one.
Fenberg,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L3.
to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay. The bill as introduced, and I know it's probably not the most important bill people are focused on today in this chamber or in the other chamber, but it's probably the second or third most important, so I want to make sure we're giving it its due time. But in all seriousness, what this does is, instead of saying that the county short-term rental regulations that we gave counties the authority to have, instead of exempting these types of structures, we simply say these regulations cannot be used in order to prohibit these types of structures. So they still can, if a county chooses to, they can fall under the category of short-term rental regulations in an unincorporated area. However, they can't use those regulations in a way that are so onerous and clearly incompatible with that recreational purpose that it would result in the prohibition or the banning of that structure. That's what this does. This amendment does. It further clarifies that it can't receive any utilities, not just some utilities, but it's not going to be receiving water. It's not going to be receiving sewer. It's not going to be receiving electricity. It's not going to be receiving heat from any sort of public entity. And then we also put into this bill that, or in this amendment, that nothing in this amendment or in this section prohibits a county from imposing or enforcing reasonable regulations on such structure to the extent necessary to protect public health, safety, and welfare if those regulations are reasonably compatible with the recreational use of the structure. That's what this amendment does. It no longer exempts them. It says that if there are going to be local regulations that will apply as a short-term rental to these structures, the regulations just have to be reasonably compatible with the use of that structure. If it's a hunting cabin or a fishing cabin or a backcountry ski hut, if it's a backcountry ski hut that you can't drive to, you can't require a parking space because you can't bring a car to that structure. That's the kind of thing that we're talking about. A county's land use authority, public safety enforcement, septic permits, building permits, all of that is still intact. That is a totally separate section of statute. So anything that we do in this section around short-term rental regulations in unincorporated lands will not be impacted whatsoever. And all of those enforcement mechanisms, licensure, permits, et cetera, are still available to a county to use to enforce all of their codes, all of their requirements, including short-term rental requirements. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Gonzalez.
You have better things to do.
I'm a free agent. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question. How is this going to help address our housing crisis?
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an excellent question, because this bill will do absolutely nothing to address our housing crisis. Doesn't exacerbate it, doesn't fix it, doesn't do anything related to our housing crisis, because this amendment was specifically crafted, and the intention of this bill is to not apply to homes that would otherwise be, or to properties that would otherwise be homes. These are seasonal. These are often only accessible by hiking in or skiing in. It does not replace our housing stock with short-term rentals. These are specifically for recreational purposes that nobody, except maybe some interesting individuals, whatever be like a certain senator from Douglas County when he just needs to get away and clear his head, nobody would be living in one of these structures year-round as a home. So I'm kind of glad you asked the question because it really is meant to narrowly focus on the types of structures that never could serve as a home, and therefore it is not having a negative impact and admittedly not having a positive impact on our housing crisis.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 3? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the good senators from Boulder and Sterling for your work on this bill. Respectfully, I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 213. This bill probably impacts the counties in my district more than anyone else, save maybe the good senator from Newcastle, the good senator from Alamosa. I don't see why this bill is necessary at all. I mean, maybe the sponsors want to talk a little bit more about it, but I don't know what problem we're trying to solve. Backcountry huts are amazing. I love backcountry huts. I've spent plenty of time in them. I know my constituents love them. Folks across the state, visitors across the country and the world come to Colorado to use the huts. What is being, I don't know of counties that are preventing the use of legitimate backcountry huts under their short-term rental regulations. So that's one. Two, while I appreciate the amendment and trying to put some guardrails on this language, frankly, this body has kind of made a decision to let short-term rentals be a local control issue. Whether it be licensing, whether it be taxing, whether it be other regulations on short-term rentals. And now we have a bill that's a statewide exemption to what has been traditionally a local control issue. And maybe some folks don't agree with that, that's fine. But we've allowed our counties to put in the regulations that they want. And the language in this bill, I think, exposes those counties that have made very thoughtful, well-reasoned decisions about short-term rentals, whether they're on-grid, off-grid, unincorporated, within cities or not, exposes them to amazing legal arguments and liability against their existing regulations, many of which have a very legitimate purpose. We've heard many stories about sewage running through the streets, about excessive trash and noise causing disruptions to what used to be residential neighborhoods. And so while I respect the desire to promote backcountry huts, and I do that, I would don't think that's illegitimate. This bill, I think, just seems like it could cause more problems than it's actually helping. So respectfully, and I appreciate the work that you all are doing immensely, but I just don't see the necessity of Senate Bill 213.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and appreciate those comments. I do just want to maybe better articulate or clarify a few things that I was referring to on the front end, which is these structures under this amendment would still be under STR regulations at a local level. This does not exempt these structures. Most short-term rental regulations, I think, they apply to the rental of a structure that is less than 30 days. We made it very clear in this amendment that these structures can still be regulated as a short-term rental. It just says that you can't use the short-term rental regulations that you have at the local level in order to make it impossible to have a backcountry hut. So if you say, some counties don't regulate STRs in unincorporated areas. They just don't, it's not an issue, they don't do it. The ones that do, if you have STR regulations in your county for unincorporated areas, most likely those regulations will apply to every structure that is rented for less than 30 days. Obviously not for hotels and traditional lodging and things like that. So this is simply saying you have to have some flexibility. If there's a structure that is used purely for recreational activities and is not connected to any grid of any sort, water, heat, gas, so this is very remote and probably very few properties in the state. But if you have STR regulations and these fall under them, you have to say, you know what, there are some things in our code about STRs that clearly can't apply to you. Some STR regulations say you have to have a landline. You can't have a landline if you're in the middle of nowhere in a hut. Some say you have to have cell service, so you have to have 24/7 emergency access. If there's no road, you don't have that. So we are not saying you can't regulate them. We're not saying that they're not STRs. We're saying if you apply STR regulations in your county, and there are these types of structures used for these very narrow purposes, you just have to be a little flexible so you're not effectively prohibiting them. You still can require a license. You can still require inspections. You can still require septic permits, septic inspections. You can say if you're off-grid and you're one of these things, you have to get a septic inspection every year versus whatever the standard is. It's probably, maybe there's no requirement. Maybe it's like every 10 years might be more reasonable for a regular property. You can do that. You just can't prohibit them through the authority that we just gave counties a couple of years ago. You can restrict them, you can prohibit them under your land use code or your safety requirements and regulations, or for wildlife purposes, or for wildfire prevention, or for pretty much anything. But you can't use STR regulations as a reason to prohibit these structures in these areas, in these very narrow defined areas for these narrowly defined purposes.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to start with saying one of the things I love about the Colorado Senate is that you can disagree with a member about a bill and then the very next bill find yourself in agreement. So I celebrate my good colleague from Frisco. I wanted to just ask the sponsors a question on L3, if I may. The amendment was pitched kind of as this very narrow set of uses, recreational use. And I guess I'm wondering if you might be able to help us understand the use of that term, because I feel like recreation could be very widely defined. Is that, hey, you can ski, you can hike, but no sitting there with a cup of coffee, no wedding receptions. I'm just, in all seriousness, kind of what is recreation and what's not? Because I'm aware of some very lovely backcountry huts in Pitkin County, for example, that are multi-million-dollar properties. They're off-grid. They have their own, they've figured out their own septic tank and their own solar panels and batteries, et cetera, so they have modern conveniences, but very luxurious properties that I think would qualify in this category, and I'm trying to figure out how they would be handled under L3.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that's the brilliance of this amendment. Because STR regulations in that particular example would still apply to that structure. Again, this amendment does not exempt anybody from STR regulations. Whether you're a hut with a bucket or whether you're a luxury home in Aspen. If you are doing short-term rentals, the county can still use their STR authority, their short-term rental authority, to regulate you and license you as much as they want, as long as it's reasonably applied to the type of structure. So if you have a luxury home, let's say in Aspen, and it happens to be off-grid, and it happens to not receive water, it happens to not have any of these utility services, it's an unincorporated land, and it's used primarily for recreation purposes. So if it's a wedding venue, I don't think that's a recreation purpose, right? There are some examples in here that might not be exhaustive. Then the regulations that county would apply to that structure probably are identical to the regulations they apply to that structure today. If it's a modern luxury house, they can require that they have carbon monoxide detectors because that's reasonable. They just can't require something that they reasonably could never comply with, and therefore effectively banning them through STR authority. They can ban them again through other authorities. They can say, we don't allow wedding venues in this mountain. They can say, we don't like houses that are painted white. They have a lot of authority under land use and zoning and codes. But they can't use this authority that we just gave them to say, you can't have this property as an STR because nobody can drive there. You have to hike in or you have to ski in. Again, they can require all the other STR regulations and license them and revoke their license if they violate their terms. They just can't say, because of STR licensing, you're not allowed to operate ever because of something that they never could comply with in a reasonable sense. That's what the amendment does.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 213.
213.
Sorry, 213. Yeah. Okay, I was right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the Title II, Senate Bill 210?
Senate Bill 210 by Senator Fenberg and Representative Sirota concerning modifications to laws regarding elections.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 210 along with the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report.
To the State Veterans and Military Affairs report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We made a handful of amendments that were all based on feedback from, largely, I think, from election administrators, counties, Secretary of State, et cetera. And they were largely cleanup, no major changes to the policy in the bill. There was some input from the Colorado Press Association around CORA requests that go to county clerks, and we adopted that amendment that they asked for and asked for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The aye has it, and the report is adopted. We have another report that you need to adopt. To the appropriations report, Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee appropriated money in the, I believe, in the Department of State's cash fund.
Great, can you move it? Can you move the report?
I move the report.
Great. Is there any discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. We are now to the bill, and there is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Hubler, would you please read Amendment L008?
L008, amendment
Senator
for the bill.
Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L8.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L8 just simply narrows one of the final sections of the bill on who it applies to and makes it so it does not apply to things like the Board of Regents, PUC commissioners, other folks who have to comply with the financial disclosure law for the state. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L008. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We are now to the bill. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I heard this bill and can appreciate where the sponsor came from. And there was not a whole lot of discussion, as I recall, on this bill. So it was relatively well crafted. There is one little thing, though, about there are various election judges that are appointed by either in the local counties by the clerk and recorders or by the county chairs. And there's been some, I'll say a little bit of controversy every now and then in some of the counties as on the election judges when it comes time for the general election, that all of the duties that they perform, like I say, some are selected by the county chairs. They're bipartisan in nature, and I think they're equal. There's 3 and 3 or whatever the exact numbers are. But sometimes I've heard that there can be some abuses, and an election judge can be serving for several different election cycles, and then at the whim and the wish of a county chair, they can just say, well, no, you're out. So with that in mind, I would like to offer a friendly amendment.
There is an amendment on the
Meant
desk.
to be friendly.
Mr. Hubler, would you please read Amendment L009?
L009, amendment printed bill.
Senator
briefly.
Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move L009 to Senate Bill 210.
To the amendment.
Very good, thank you. Members, what this amendment is meant to do is that if an election judge is unilaterally removed by a county chair, that there's an appeal process. Right now, there's no appeal process, at least by if you're removed by the county chair. So what Amendment L009 does is that there has to be notice from the county chair that goes to the clerk and recorder. They have 3 days, and then the judge also has a couple of days to state their case as to why they maybe shouldn't be removed. Say, in my opinion, it's meant to be a friendly amendment, and I would ask for a aye vote on L009.
Senator Fenberg?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because the sponsor of this amendment was just so polite as he offered it, I do consider this friendly. And in all seriousness, we talked about it prior to the bill and think this is a reasonable amendment, and we ran it by county clerks and other folks who administer elections, and they think it's fine, and ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment L009. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 210? There is. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I don't really have a whole lot of issues with this bill, but I did want to ask who thought pre-registering children at 15 years was a good idea. Who came up with that one?
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the state of Colorado pre-registers folks under 18 already. I believe it goes down to 16. And the idea, is it currently 17? I think it's 16 because it's when they get their driver's license. There is something about 17-year-olds, and that's about participating in primaries. But 16-year-olds can currently pre-register to vote. The reason for this is because that's when they're in front of the DMV, right? So that's when they're getting their permits, their driver's license, et cetera. And they often won't come back until they're 20. And so that's a normal place of business where people often will register to vote or update their registration and do things like that. And so that's why we had that law in place originally, which is the current law. It's been there for several years. I think we passed that maybe in 2019. This lowers that to 15 because this is not a political thing. It didn't come from partisan folks. This really is coming from election administrators and county clerks, because that is actually these days more often when young people are getting their permits. So when they're in front of at the DMV and getting their permit, that's when they're often providing a lot of the information that you need to register to vote. My understanding is that oftentimes when they come to get their permit turned into a license, they're not required to provide some of that information. So for efficiency purposes, to actually make sure they're successfully able to register, we're lowering the age to be when they are there doing the transaction to be able to do it successfully, not at 16, when they may not have the information and it wouldn't be as successful or as efficient to get them pre-registered. They still can't vote, until they turn 18. But it's a way to make sure young people are sort of getting engaged in the government process, probably when they're having one of their first significant government experiences in getting their driver's permit.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure it was the Clerks Association that wanted this?
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's a good question. I'm not going to say specifically that this particular piece came originally from the Clerks Association. What I will say, though, is that this entire bill is a collaborative work amongst the Clerks Association, amongst the Secretary of State's office, and amongst folks who do a lot of this work in the community, et cetera. And it is very much a consensus-driven bill. We run a bill like this pretty much every year. We generally won't put something in the bill unless all of those parties have signed off and said that this is right. This is purely about administering our elections and doing it well, doing it efficiently, and serving the people. There really shouldn't be anything political or something that any of those parties would disagree with. And it genuinely is a consensus bill to make sure our election system is running smoothly and running well for our counties and for our voters.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 210. Oh,
Madam Chair, could I have a senatorial 5?
yes, we will take a senatorial 5.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
We are back, and the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 210. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 210 is adopted. Let's see here. I believe we are now to
Let me run 22 real quick.
House Bill 1304. As amended.
Nope. Withdrew the amendment.
I'm not sure. Hold on one second.
Barb's got a drink her Gatorade, ready to get back in the well. Talk about how great local governments are.
Okay, so Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to House Bill 1304?
House Bill 1304 by Representatives Vihil and Woodrow and Senators Priola and Henriksen concerning parking requirements within metropolitan planning organizations.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe we moved and adopted the committee report, correct?
There are no committee reports.
Okay. All right.
So we are just to the bill.
To the bill. Right. With that, I move L022 to...
There is an amendment on the desk. Should we move the bill first? Mr. Hubler, would you please read Amendment L022?
L022, amending gross bill, page 13, line 8, strike use and need studies and substitute.
Senator
management-
Priola,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is simply a technical amendment.
can you please move the amendment?
Yes. I move L022 to House Bill 1304.
Great, and to the amendment.
Yeah, members, this is simply a technical amendment that cleans up an amendment that was put on in the House that referenced an area of the bill that no longer exists. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just had a question as to why you were changing the 2025 regular session to the first regular session of the 75th General Assembly. Can you help me understand that?
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the good senator from Larimer County, my understanding is there was an amendment adopted in the House that referenced a report that was in the introduced bill but was not in the bill at the time it was adopted in the House. So I assume this 2025 regular assembly was referenced to the report that was out of the bill by the time they adopted the amendment.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but aren't they one and the same? And I think I understand, but why do you have to change one over the other if they're essentially the same?
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Fort Collins. They are the same. That is the language that has been used throughout statutes to more uniformly to refer to our legislative sessions. We are in the second regular session of the 74th General Assembly now. Starting in January, we will be in the first regular session of the 75th General Assembly. That is how it's been referenced elsewhere in statute, and that is how other amendments made reference to it in this bill. So it just made sense to have that reference continue to be uniform. But yes, it is the exact same thing.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 22? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L22. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment L22 is adopted. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, House Bill 1304, I want to take a moment to explain some of the history and the background and how we got here, why this policy is necessary for the people of Colorado, and how I'm confident it will increase the supply of affordable housing in our state. In the aftermath of World War I, and then at a amplified level in the aftermath of World War II, was when across the United States there began to be mass adoption of what we now call Euclidean zoning laws. And a lot of the lobbying that went behind these zoning regulations came from a combination of the automotive industry and the oil and gas industry. And the idea that was well put forward at the time, 80 years ago, 70 years ago, was an America where everybody had a car. Every household, prior to 70 years ago, it became someday every American family will have a car. And then once it became common practice that American families had cars, that was then expanded to every American worker will have a car individually, every American worker. And so we designed our cities that way. If we go back 100 years, American cities were at the cutting edge of the world in our transportation infrastructure, in our development, in accessibility at that time. Now, granted, the whole world has moved forward since then, but at the time, we were the leader in accessibility to urban amenities amongst the world for just about anybody. And when we got away from this, we actually started to lose that. The idea worked. The idea of every individual worker having a car kind of came to fruition, but with, as is talked about often here and in other governing bodies, unintended consequences. We have more cars per capita than any other nation on earth. We have more highway miles per capita than any other nation on earth. But we also have an ever-growing disparity caused by that. Disparities in equity, significant hurdles in efficiency, significant cost to the environment, significant cost to infrastructure, because all of this has necessitated the nonstop advance of sprawl. Amongst OECD nations, we have the lowest median population density in our metropolitan areas. And that means that people have to cover a greater distance to get to work. And because of that sprawl, you have to lay more roads per person. You have to lay more piping for the water per person. You have to have more electrical lines on the grid per person. This impact on our infrastructure drives up the cost on a person-by-person benefit to maintain that infrastructure. It's not a tax, there is no government collecting fees, but it is, in essence, what it is. It is a cost that the American people bear as a product of living the American life in this specific form. And this sprawl also creates a decimation of our green space at a time where we desperately need green space and we need environmental sustainability, particularly in the realm of CO2. But for me, the biggest thing in all of this, and I touched on it just a little bit, is the equity element. Study after study in this country has shown that a lot of the common practices around Euclidean zoning and, in specificity, mandatory parking minimums has exacerbated our geographic segregation and our social stratification. And most American major cities today are more segregated than they were 50 years ago. One of, I think, the most important bills that we have passed this session was Senate Bill 53 that will look at studying the racial inequalities specifically in the housing sphere throughout our state, how we got here and how we go forward. If that study's results mirror what we have seen in other states, what this bill seeks to address will be part of that. So we have affordable housing problems throughout the state. We have a lack of affordable housing supply. We know this. And when you have to build housing that requires extra space per unit, unnecessarily so, dedicated to parking, you drive up that cost per unit. A recent study in housing costs in Colorado shows that for each unused, each unnecessary parking space per residential unit, the cost of residential units in that development increased by $200 to $300 per month if we're talking about an apartment rental unit. That's not an insignificant additional cost if you're not somebody who needs that space. And so what this bill seeks to do is to address that problem so that we can develop more smartly for our environment, for our infrastructure sustainability needs, so that we can have expansions in housing equity, and we can increase housing affordability more broadly. Now, one of the common arguments against this here is that we don't have the transit to sustain this. We have an amendment coming forward. We have two further amendments coming forward. One of those amendments will specifically tie this bill to the existing transit that is sufficient for what we're trying to do. We have an amendment coming that will tie this policy to within a half a mile of a BRT station, a half a mile from a light rail station, or a half a mile from a bus route that has service at least every 30 minutes during peak hours. There are a couple of other items of applicability in that amendment that we'll talk about when we get there, examples being senior housing, examples being qualified affordable housing development, retail space with less than 1,000 square feet of floor space. But one of the arguments that we keep hearing is that we can't do this because we don't have the transit everywhere. And if we don't do this, we're never going to develop that out. So what we're saying is let's use the existing transit infrastructure that is developed in order to sustain this, and get away from this practice whereby to live the basic American life, a car is an absolute necessity. Because the other aspect of this, beyond just the space, if you have to pay for a parking space that you don't use, that's $200 to $300 more that you're paying per month in rent for something you don't need. The other part of that is we unnecessarily impose local red tape regulations that require the building of that infrastructure and prevent the efficiency of the transit systems that would make that a choice. So for many Americans, for many Coloradans who are struggling to get by, a car is the only option for them to get by, to keep getting to work, to keep getting the groceries, to keep getting to the medical appointments. I want us to think about what that means in terms of a cost on a family. If you could get by with one car for your family of 3, but because of the way we've built our cities in an exclusionary manner, you need 2. Or maybe you're an individual who could use that light rail, could use that BRT, could use that bus station right outside your house and get to work efficiently, and you don't need a car, should you really have to pay that extra $200, $300 a month for a space that you're not using because that's built into the cost of our housing units already? That is why we're bringing this bill. And why we're bringing this bill here is because the other thing that every single study in this arena has shown is that there are extraterritorial strains on these local policies. When these local policies are implemented, and they're done so, in quite exclusionary manners, it drives people out of those boundaries. It has spillover effects into the other communities, often into communities with a higher population of individuals who come from economic hardship. That is what propagates our economic stratification. That is what propagates our racial segregation. It's time we learn from 70 years of policy failure and take this step in the right direction to move towards a more sustainable future. As I mentioned, we have 2 amendments coming, but at this point, I'll open it up to debate on the bill, and I ask for your aye vote on House Bill 1304.
Is there further discussion? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Not yet, he's not. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here to tell everybody to vote no. You should vote no on this bill. And I'm going to tell you why. 1304. You should vote no. Let's just start off with Euclidean zoning. I thought that was an interesting discussion. Here are the advantages of Euclidean zoning. I know we were told what are the disadvantages, but here are the advantages of zoning, of Euclidean zoning, which is basically where you divide up your zoning into compatible land uses, like within your master plan, and you identify, for those of you who have never done a master plan, it's where, you go through and you decide about how to develop in your community, how to develop in a harmonious manner. That's what you get with Euclidean zoning. So you don't end up with residential, single-family dwellings, multifamily homes in an industrial zone, because that wouldn't be very compatible. So with Euclidean zoning, its greatest advantage is it prevents incompatible land uses. Because without zoning, again, you could have a strip joint right next to a single-family subdivision or next to a school or maybe some other not-so-desirable business located right in your neighborhood with where your children or grandchildren are growing up. Euclidean zoning prevents incompatible land use, and it can prevent the city's quality of life from diminishing due to the commercial or industrial construction occurring in the wrong spots. It's a protection of property values. Prevents urban growth from creating adverse conditions. You can get egg land preservation with it. At least in my county, we call that egg land preservation. In other counties, they like to call it protection of open space. I'm thinking 2.5 million acres of prime irrigated farmland is worth protecting. This bill is government telling you what they believe is best for you. It's the equivalent of your mother when she used to tell you when she told you to do something, and you'd say, why? And she'd say, because I said so. Because I said so. Or in my case, when I ask my grandchildren, what does your mother say about that? And they're like, Mommy says no. That's what this is the equivalent of. This is government telling you what's best for you. This bill hands local decision-making to developers and presumes that developers will make the decision for the long term, the best decision for the long-term well-being of a community. Under this bill, residents will have no voice and no power to redress a bad decision from developers. I'm thinking after all the discussions we've had about land use planning, you know, from last year with 213 to the housing bill that my good friend and colleague from Senator from Arvada passed. I think you all understand how I feel about the public being involved in this process and the importance of the public defining the character of their neighborhood. Not a State Department located at 1313 Sherman in Denver. The bill will lead to overcrowded streets that will have a particularly negative impact on emergency vehicle access. The state of public transit in Colorado is nowhere near where it needs to be, where it should be, for the state to expect people to not rely on cars and getting rid of parking options. That's what this is about. They don't want you to have cars. They don't want you to be mobile. I mean, I think we did that in 2020. How'd that work out for us? I mean, seriously. And look what happened in 2020 with our transit system. People were afraid to get on and use it. They shut it down. But we're nowhere near what we need in a transit system to expect people not to rely on vehicles. Not even close. I mean, there are not that many transit systems in this state. And I know they're working on a bill to make sure that they get plenty of money from oil and gas so that they can build transit systems. But seriously, in just Denver alone, the Denver Regional Transportation District, RTD, the population that they serve is 2.6 million people. State contribution of general fund is about 8 million. Total state funding, about 8 million. State funding per resident of service in the area, $3. We don't invest in transit in a RTD district. In Portland, theirs is like 28.6. In Buffalo, it's 65.2 per person. We're not anywhere close to a transit system where we could all get rid of our vehicles. I mean, I'm surprised, I'm kind of shocked. Maybe we should get an amendment and we should have to get rid of legislator parking. You all should have to rely on transit to get to work. That would be pretty difficult for most of us that live more than a couple miles from here and can't even walk here. But that would be pretty difficult. Colorado ranks 44th in the nation for state investment in local and regional transit. 44th. And you know that Bustang idea that they have? You know, where the state invested in buses to try and get people to ride the bus? You know, and it was crazy because when they invested in that, it was right after the bus service from Colorado Springs, which is, I don't know, one of our most populated cities in this state. The bus service from Colorado Springs to Denver, they couldn't make any money on it, and they went defunct. And this was after we bought them buses. We used grant funds to buy them buses and try and help keep that operation going. And they go defunct. And so what happens? The state gets their buses and creates a bus system that costs us all a bunch of money that basically no one rides. And when I asked them when I was sitting at the State Transportation Advisory Committee, and I said, what's our return on investment? Like when we start into this whole Bustang thing, when do we get a return on investment that it's going to pay for itself? Do you know what the answer was? Never. We're not ever planning on getting a return on investment where this transit system throughout the state of Colorado, that's pretty darn limited, especially in rural parts of the state. You can't rely on it. It takes you hours to get anywhere. Never. It was never expected. When they developed it, it was never expected to pay for itself. Never. We were never going to get enough bus fares to pay for Bustang. I don't know where they're at now, but I'm pretty sure it's still not working that way. It's still being subsidized very heavily.
But we're 44th in the nation for state investment in local and regional transit. We don't even have enough transit in the Denver metro area to make it work. In the DRCOG area, we don't even have enough to make it work. Yet here we are trying to basically tell people, we're going to enforce parking minimums, so you have to get out of your car. We're going to make it as difficult as possible. And my gosh, if you have done any driving around in Denver recently, they have narrowed their streets and made it as difficult as possible to drive in this municipality. But anyways, this bill is about going through, prohibits a county or municipality on or after January 1st of 2025 from enforcing minimum parking requirements for real property that is within a metropolitan planning organization. Now, I talked about this a little bit earlier, and I talked about who the metropolitan planning organizations are. And I understand there's amendments coming forward that's going to narrow this even farther, but here's who's in a metropolitan planning organization. So talk about not being fair, not being equitable. If you're stuck in a metropolitan planning organization like the North Front Range, which is portions of Weld County, portions of Larimer County, it includes places like Eaton, LaSalle, Garden City, Evans, Milliken, Johnstown, Greeley, Windsor, Severance, parts of Wellington because they've annexed into it, Fort Collins, Loveland, Berthoud. They're all included in the North Front Range Metropolitan Organization. That little town of LaSalle, oh, and I forgot, oh no, let's see. Meade is in DRCOG, so it's not in the North Front Range. It's really close though. And then there is the Denver Regional Council of Governments. That's an MPO, a Metropolitan Planning Organization. There's the 6-county MPO area that used to be, and now there's like a 9-county MPO area. It includes portions of Weld County. And then there's Pueblo, it's an MPO. Mesa County, that's an MPO. And El Paso Teller, another MPO. So those are the metropolitan planning organizations here in this, in our state that potentially are going to be impacted by this bill that we don't have enough transit for in the state, but we're trying to force people out of their cars. We're trying to tell you as a government, you can't rely on your car to get you there because somehow it must be a bad thing that every family would have a car. Somehow, every worker maybe just doesn't deserve to have their own vehicle. Somehow, pursuing the American dream and owning your own home in an area with Euclidean zoning is a bad thing. And the need for green space. Go back and talk to your municipalities and get them to do that. Get them to go buy it instead of thinking people should just donate it. So I don't know if you all read through the legislative declaration on this bill, but there's quite a bit in here. And it talks about local government's land use decisions that require a minimum amount of parking spaces beyond what is necessary as decided by government. It doesn't say that, but that's me adding in. Beyond what is necessary to meet the market demand, increase vehicle miles traveled, and associated greenhouse gas emissions. I just want to point something out to you in this legislative declaration that I found very interesting. According to the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Reduction Roadmap, published by the Colorado Energy Office and dated January 14th, 2021, the transportation sector is the single largest source of greenhouse gas pollution in Colorado. I mean, it's kind of funny because, well, it's not really funny. It's kind of ironic because, I don't know, for the last so many years, we've been hearing that the issue is oil and gas. But now we're hearing actually it's not.
The single largest source of greenhouse gas pollution in Colorado? Transportation. It's transportation. It's also the largest with regard to ozone pollution. There's a shocker. And it goes on, I can't believe they even put this in the legislative declaration. I'm going to use this all over the place. Nearly 60% of the greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector come from light-duty vehicles. That doesn't say oil and gas. The majority of cars and trucks that Coloradans drive every day. Maybe we should try and get rid of congestion on our highways. That might help. Section 43(1)-128, this is still in the legislative declaration for those of you who think maybe I've strayed away from the bill. I have not. Directs the Department of Transportation to establish greenhouse gas reduction targets, guidelines, and procedures for state and regional transportation plans. That's great. They're going to include the elimination of minimum parking requirements and other parking management strategies. Don't know what those are, and as you heard me talk about this bill earlier, I'm not sure that anybody's actually mentioned those, but I'm sure they're someplace. So essentially, we got a lot in the legislative declaration. Starts on page 2, goes through 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the top of page 8. That is all the legislative declaration. And we had a lot to say in there. This whole bill is 16, not quite 16 pages, and almost half of it is the legislative declaration. And then we have 1, 2 pages or so of definitions until we actually finally get to the meat of this bill, which again, the bill hands local decision-making to developers. I mean, we had an amendment earlier that kind of started getting to the heart of this bill, but here's the thing about this bill that I find really kind of disturbing. First of all, we want to hand local decision-making over developers. We want to take it away from local government elected officials. We want to dismiss and practically eliminate the public process in this whole process of planning and how do we grow. And if you look on the bottom of page 10, essentially, 29-35-103, limitations on minimum parking requirements. On or after June 30th, 2025, a municipality shall neither enact nor enforce local laws that establish a minimum parking requirement. So here's what that means. Local governments shall not, they don't get to enact or enforce a law, so an ordinance, in their case, that establishes a minimum parking requirement that applies to real property that is both within the municipality and the metropolitan planning organization. So essentially, I believe, except for maybe the case of Wellington, almost all of the municipal boundaries of a municipality that's in an MPO is all within the MPO. But there might be a couple where it's not. And then it says, number 2, page 10, line 22, on or after June 30th, 2025, a county shall neither enact nor enforce local laws that establish a minimum parking requirement that applies to real property that is within both the unincorporated area of the county and a metropolitan planning organization. So for Weld County and Larimer County, this is a problem. They literally will have areas of the county right next to each other where they are required to enact or enforce a local law that establishes, they can neither enact nor enforce a local law that establishes a minimum parking requirement, literally on the other side of the street. There are areas within the North Front Range MPO in both Larimer and Weld County that are unincorporated, that are within the MPO, but that are outside, that are not within the MPO. So they're not in the MPO, and those areas outside the MPO that are an unincorporated county don't have to have a minimum parking requirement. It literally is right across the road. So do we honestly think that this bill is not going to create sprawl? You're a developer. I just want you to think about this. You're a developer, and you are just outside the MPO boundary, just right outside of it. Now, do you go with all these regulations and things that the local government is doing, or do you go right outside and go with your development? Exactly, exactly. Because you don't have to deal with all this stuff. If you're a county, do you start saying, gosh, we're gonna push you to a municipality, the development? Or do you say, you know, we can control things better if we do this in a different location? But here's the real kicker on this. As you're following through on this bill, it says, notwithstanding any law to the contrary, a local government that satisfies the requirements of subsection 1, and remember subsection 1 was, and it's subsection 1 or 2, these lines are 1 or 2, that a municipality or a county shall neither enact nor enforce local laws. So we're mandating to the local governments that are within MPOs that they can't enact or enforce a local law that establishes a minimum parking requirement. And then in this next one, number three, it says that a government that satisfies that requirement, that does not enact or enforce a law that establishes minimum parking, is not eligible for a state gift, grant, or award that is gifted, granted, or awarded by the state, due either in whole or part to the local government reducing a parking requirement or elimination of a minimum parking requirement. So you're penalized. You're penalized. Because I think the theory here is you don't get credit for something you're required to do or mandated to do in state law. So they're telling you you cannot enforce or enact a minimum parking requirement. And when you do that, you are also not eligible for a grant. So right now, let me just pick on a municipality. Greeley. No, I'm going to pick on Aurora. Aurora. Let's just say they don't have a minimum parking requirement right now. They have not enacted a law at this point, so they can't enforce it, establishing a minimum parking requirement. This bill passes and requires them to do so. And when they do that, it makes them not eligible for a state gift, grant, or award. They can't get a grant. They can't get a grant for something. I mean, if they can't get a grant for reducing a parking requirement or eliminating a minimum parking requirement because the law told them to do so. Now, if you had a minimum parking requirement in place, I guess you could get a grant. But this is like, we're going to mandate you to do something. When you do it, you're not eligible for a gift or grant to then go through and try and reduce parking requirement or eliminating a minimum parking requirement. That's crazy. So you get a penalty for following the law. So this bill keeps going on and lowers the protections. Now I'm in number 4. Nothing in this section lowers the protections provided for persons with disabilities, including the number of parking spaces for people who are mobility impaired. Well, that's good news. So you still get parking spaces for those folks who are mobility impaired under the Federal Americans with Disability Act. Well, at least they're not trying to circumvent the federal law like they are the Constitution within this bill. Nothing in this section prevents a local government from enacting or enforcing a local law that establishes a maximum parking requirement. But you do get penalized if you do it. You're not going to get a grant to try and go through and reduce a parking requirement or eliminate a minimum parking requirement. Prevents a local government, nothing in this section prevents a local government or a developer from being awarded funding for affordable housing that requires a ratio of certain number of parking spaces. That's nice. Nothing in this affects the ability of a local government to enforce any agreement made in connection with the land use approval. Effective date of House Bill 241304 enacted in 2024. So that's this bill. So basically all we're doing here is just getting rid of parking spaces because we believe that will get rid of, we're going to do minimum parking spaces because we believe that will get rid of vehicles. You just heard the good senator from Pueblo talk about how people love their cars. But we're going to get rid of parking spaces and have a minimum. Or at least we're going to require the local governments to do that. Because we believe that's going to get rid of vehicles, I guess. And the public is completely out of this whole process. I don't know, this bill just goes on and on. Minimum parking requirements reporting. Honor before December 31st, 2025, a local government shall submit to the Department of Local Affairs in a form and manner determined by the department a report demonstrating evidence of the local government's compliance with the requirements in this bill. Notwithstanding subsection 1A of this section, the Department of Local Affairs may allow a local government to submit the report described in section 1 of this section no more than 6 months after December 31st, 2025, if the local government demonstrates in a form and manner determined by the department that the local government has a plan and timeline to update its local laws as necessary to comply with the requirements of this article, initiated the plan described in subsection 1, and provided an explanation for not being able to meet the deadlines described in section 1A of this section. So you've got a year and a half, everybody in local government, I guess, to get a plan in place and submit it to the department in a form they determine, in a manner they determine, demonstrating evidence that you're in compliance, that you're meeting their mandate. I don't know what the enforcement is on that, but the Department of Local Affairs, in consultation with the Department of Transportation, the Colorado Energy Office, may develop policies and procedures as necessary to implement this section. So there we go. I know it's very clever they put in the word may, but you look at the top of page 13, the department now in consultation, because remember in that amendment we had earlier that they withdrew, said that the department may all on their own develop policies and procedures as necessary to implement this section. This section requires local governments to develop plans. This section requires local governments to put minimum parking ordinances in place. And now this bill also says that the Department of Local Affairs, along with our buddies over in the Department of Transportation and the Colorado Energy Office, may develop policies and procedures as necessary to implement the plan, to implement this section. May as necessary means they are going to develop policies and procedures to implement this section, to implement the mandate on local governments, to implement this whole part that you can't have or enact, enforce local laws that establish a minimum parking requirement. You have to go do it. If you don't, the Department of Local Affairs, in consultation with the Department of Transportation and Colorado Energy Office, will develop policies and procedures as they deem necessary. And the word deemed is not in here, but that's just me adding it because that's usually what's in here. But as they decide what's necessary to implement this section. That is government telling us what to do, telling local governments what to do. They're telling you what's best for you. They're telling you, it doesn't matter what your public says to you. It doesn't matter if your public doesn't want this. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you held a hearing and they said, no, they don't want it and you don't do it. The Department of Local Affairs may develop policies when they feel it's necessary to. I'm thinking that's right after you maybe have a public hearing and the public said, no, we don't want you to do that, local government. We don't want Aurora City Council to do this. And here comes the state. They'll develop policies and procedures as necessary to implement this section. And then they shall implement and administer this section within existing resources. How much is that going to cost us? But they will implement and administer this section within existing resources. I can just hear the request. In a couple of years at the Joint Budget Committee, they're going to need resources to go implement and administer the policies and procedures that they felt were necessary to make local governments do these plans and enact parking minimums. That is a direct intrusion on local control. That's like completely taking over it. And as the good senator from Arvada spoke earlier, there are at least 8 areas in existing law that this is in conflict with, not to mention the Constitution in Article 10 and Article 15. Most of the municipalities that are within the MPOs, they're home rule. Article 10 and Article 15 of the Constitution speak directly to home rule authority. This is one of those areas where it'll just get overturned. Like, why do we insist down here? And by we, I mean the royal we, because it's not me. But why do we insist on trying to preempt local governments and preempt home rule cities? I don't understand why we continue to insist that. It happened before. We told you. You were told. There's case law out there. I don't have it off the top of my head right now. But we told you before, there's case law that says you don't get to tell home rule cities this. It's not constitutional. We told you this. It took less than 3 months for the court to overrule the law. Strike it. Why are we wasting all this time going through a bill that we know is not constitutional? This is not a hard thing for the attorneys of a municipality to file. They've got the record. They've got the previous rulings. It's happened a couple of times now. They've got those. They've already got the brief written on this. This bill supersedes authority, and to quote the good senator from Arvada, haphazardly, applying it haphazardly. And I've seen an amendment. It's going to get even worse. We are like narrowing it down, and we are really narrowing in on those home rule cities that we are going to extract power from, that we think we can control. So here's an interesting part of the bill. 29-35-105, parking use and needs study. It's 1A. On or before December 31st, 2024, so that's in about 7-8 months, the Department of Local Affairs, in consultation with the Department of Transportation and the Colorado Energy Office, shall, within existing resources, so this is how we make sure we don't have an appropriation. Everyone should listen up. It'd be good if you tried to do this in all your bills, especially when it pertains to the Department of Local Affairs, the Department of Public Health and Environment, and the Colorado Energy Office. It would be really helpful if you will all start putting in these clauses that says they have to do it within existing resources. This is something you could all take from this bill and use at any moment in any of your bills.
While I agree, Madam Senator, please to the bill.
I am. It's right here on line 11, page 13, that they have to do it within existing resources, and I am praising that portion of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for pointing that out. I am praising that part of the bill. I agree 100% with that part of the bill, and I was giving backup as to why I do. Because what a great idea. Everyone, this is the best idea in this bill, that you require the Department of Local Affairs, the Department of Transportation, and the Colorado Energy Office to do whatever we're telling them to do here. It must be some study, because that's the name of this section. But they have to do it within existing resources. This is probably my favorite line in the whole bill. Actually, I could probably narrow it down to 3 words. And it's on page 13, line 11. Within existing resources. To the extent feasible. Wait, I like those words too. It's within existing resources to the extent feasible. That's important. Those are important words. I hope everyone is listening. These are the most important words. If you could add these into other bills, that would be wonderful. But it's in this bill. The Department of Local Affairs, in consultation with the Department of Transportation and the Colorado Energy Office, shall, within existing resources, to the extent feasible, develop and publish best practices and technical assistance materials concerning optimizing parking supply and managing parking. Now, is it just me, or do we think that maybe it might be a good idea to have those best management practices before we carry a bill that says you have to do something, that you have to go enact a law for minimum parking spaces? I mean, gosh, I think that would just make sense that these best practices and technical assistance materials be really helpful if we actually had them before. I mean, I know after, so I guess local governments can sit around for 7 or 8 months waiting for these best practices and technical assistance materials to get published before the end of the year. And then from there, they could use those and try and use those to develop their own plan. And if they don't, I guess I should assume, I don't know if it says it in here or not, but I should assume that when the Department of Local Affairs, I'm back up on line 1, just so everybody knows, on page 13 of the bill, that back up on line 1, the Department of Local Affairs and the Department of Transportation and Colorado Energy Office, when they're developing policies and procedures as necessary to implement this section, that, I don't know, do they have to follow their own best practices? Because that would be a good idea. That might be a good amendment. And technical assistance materials concerning optimizing parking and supply management. These best practices and technical assistance materials must include, but are not limited to, elements related to the implementation of local parking maximums, sample language to replace existing local parking codes with other incentives for the production of affordable housing, transportation demand management strategies, and other desired outcomes. I don't know, why isn't the Department of Local Affairs, the Division of Local Government, why haven't they already done this? Why aren't they doing this before we put a mandate on local governments? The design and implementation of parking benefit districts and on-street parking management. Wouldn't that be helpful if they had that already in place before we put a mandate on local governments? Strategies for developers to manage the supply and price of parking spaces, to minimize parking demand based on different location and land use characteristics, and taking into consideration the number of residents who need access to parking and access to mass transit. It would also probably be really nice if they had an idea of where mass transit actually was, but maybe that's coming forward in that other amendment that was spoken about earlier. I don't think they wanted to introduce their amendments because it took us a couple hours or so on the amendment, the first amendment they introduced. Strategies to optimize the existing use of parking through shared parking agreements and other strategies, and information from affordable housing providers and existing studies on parking needs for residents of regulated affordable housing based on different location and land use characteristics. And in developing these materials and best practices, the Department of Local Affairs should consult with various stakeholders, including disproportionately impacted communities. Gotta love that. I didn't see a definition for disproportionately impacted communities. Nope, it's not in here. So I guess that's whoever they decide it is. With various stakeholders, including disproportionately impacted communities. Disproportionately impacted by what? Too many parking spaces? too much reliance on their vehicles? I mean, I don't know, those people probably think they need to get to work. There isn't a bus in their locale to get them there, to get them where they need to go. How many buses are there from Firestone, Frederick, Dacono that come down to even downtown Denver, to any jobs here, or to the tech center? Be good probably to have those before we go put a mandate in place that we're going to eliminate parking spaces places. During the 2025 regular session, the Department of Local Affairs shall present the materials and best practices of this section to the Local Government and Housing Committee of the Senate and the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee of the House of Representatives or their successor committees. That's great. Be better if they gave it to, they actually had to give it to local governments. I guess it'll be on their webpage. Oh, and it's not even the Department of Local Affairs that conducts the study. In conducting the study, the entity that conducts the study, we're always redundant in statute. In conducting the study, the entity that conducts the study described in this section shall consult with local governments, MPOs, and active transportation organizations. So I guess that's not DOLA. And then we do go on to talk about the powers of local governments. And except as expressly provided in Section 2920-104.2, Section 29.20-104.5, and Article 35 of this Title 29, the power and authority granted by this section does not limit any power or authority presently exercised or previously granted, except as provided in this section. I guess that's their catch-all. That's where I guess they're trying to make local governments feel good and say, well, we're not taking away all your authority. We're not going to eliminate all your authority. We're not going to extract all your authority away from you, just in these areas that we feel is best for you because we know best. And that's pretty much the gist of this bill. Now, I have amendments. I could probably do them now, or maybe there are others that would like to talk first about the bill. Okay? Because, I mean, if we're going to do amendments, I'm thinking maybe I should start with my amendment first versus an amendment that I'm going to have to talk about for a couple hours when I think maybe my amendment is better. So I'm willing to yield the podium if we're just going to talk about the bill. But if we're going to come up with amendments that are going to cause me to talk for 2 hours, I might as well just do my own amendment.
Well, somebody needs to decide.
Did you want to talk about the bill only, Senator Smallwood? Good senator from Parker?
Okay.
Okay.
So I
All right.
believe the next person in the queue was Senator Smallwood. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was Senator Janal. I apologize. You were just hiding her.
Are you going? Okay, great.
Oh, so Senator Janal, you're okay? All right, Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues. So I rise in opposition to House Bill 1304 and appreciate the thoughts and comments from the previous speakers, my colleagues, from both sides of the aisle, from all across the state, right? This isn't something uniquely opposed by a metro lawmaker or a rural lawmaker or a Republican or a Democrat, right? We call this kind of the everybody dislikes this bill kind of thing. Not everybody. Kidding. But I appreciate the perspectives, particularly from folks representing working class people. People who need their pickup truck, their van, load up tools, go to work all day, come back, providing for themselves, providing for their families, being contributing members of the community. You know, for the folks that represent disproportionately the working class folks,
particularly in the suburbs. I heard your comments. I appreciate your comments. Because you can't tell a plumber or an electrician or a framer or a drywall person, hey, we don't like cars and trucks here in the state of Colorado. So that's great that you've got that whole electrician job, that whole drywall installation job. But guess what? Here in the state of Colorado, we're more concerned about maximum parking limits. And so you can take your truck and van and find somewhere else to live. That's how I read House Bill 1304. 1304 is flawed thinking. Flawed thinking. The thought that if we just make it harder for working people to park, they'll just give up their cars. They'll just decide, I don't want to be an electrician anymore and carry my tools around. I don't want to be a plumber anymore. I'll find a career, I'll find an occupation where I can put stuff on my e-bike and just ride to the job site. If we just make parking hard enough, that's what people across the state of Colorado are going to do. Because as far as I can see, the title of the bill should be the We Hate Cars and Trucks bill, and therefore are going to try to coerce you into giving up your car or truck legislation. That's my new title. I should run that amendment. That's my new title for the bill. I mean, colleagues, what kind of backwards thinking is this? Just going to make it harder for people to park. And when you turn up the dial so hot, when you turn down the thumb screws so hard and make it so difficult for people to own their vehicle, they'll just say, fine, you're right. I give up. I will just get rid of my car. I will just get rid of my truck. That's how I read House Bill 1304. We're going to make it so hard. And what's worse is not only do I think it's not going to work, I don't think that that electrician who needs to take tools, that plumber that needs to take tools, is going to give up that job and just become a filing clerk somewhere that they can take their e-bike to and from work. First of all, I don't think that's going to happen. Or that they'll work from home, right? Data entry, something like that, where they don't have to drive anywhere. I don't think that's going to happen either. I think you're going to contribute to making people poorer if you pass House Bill 1304. I think you will make the poor poorer. You will not only hurt the working middle class, which ostensibly we're here to protect, but you will be making the poor poorer. And here's a couple of reasons why. Has anybody shopped for rent around here? I'm sorry, I was asked politely to not ask so many rhetorical questions. I am sure, so I will change that to a statement. I am sure that someone here or that somebody listening in the state of Colorado has shopped for rent. Somewhere in the, let's say, I don't know, make it easy, Denver metropolitan area over the course of the last few years. The metropolitan area includes the great state Senate District 2. For sure. Metro area. Metro area. If you are one of those people, like me, you know, I've got grown kids who are renting in multiple areas in the Denver metro area. I have witnessed their rent shopping. It would not be completely truthful for me to say I've been helping rent shop. And they would be the first to say, Dad didn't really help. He's not really an engaged father. Hopefully they wouldn't say that. But I've been part of the process. I've witnessed the process. And here's one thing that you'll find. When you're shopping for apartments around here, Capitol Hill, when you're shopping for apartments in Jefferson Park, great state senator from Denver representing that area where my son lives, the Highlands, Rhino. When you're shopping for apartments in these areas, and those of you who have done it know exactly what I'm talking about, if you need a car or want a car, shopping for an apartment is that much harder because you pay a premium. First of all, you have to find a place that has parking, which not all places do. If you're living with somebody, so hypothetically, two people living together, want to live in downtown Denver, be close to all the cool stuff. One works in the Denver Tech Center. One works up at Interlochen. Okay? It's handy to have a car. It's handy to have a car. So if you're shopping for an apartment in one of these areas, you have to find a place that not only has space for one car, has space for two cars. And I'll take any correction to this, but again, I've witnessed the process twice in the last 2 years. Not a lot of places have 2 parking spots available for all of their one-bedroom apartments. And the premium that you need to pay for those units that have parking, particularly 2 spots, the premium is enormous. So, my concern about lower income people. You're a lower income person, you need to take your vehicle to and from work. I would say maybe you're in the trades, but anymore, I think folks in the trades are mercifully making really good money, should be making more. But let's just use that as an example. Somebody that needs that vehicle for work, to tell them now we're going to make it that much more difficult for you to find an affordable place to rent in, let's say, Denver proper in particular. We can pick on that just because it is expensive. That's inarguable. When you make it that much more difficult, now somebody has to move farther away. So either they're paying a premium for this kind of unit that provides the parking, making it even more challenging to pay rent. Even though we're supposed to be here helping the housing affordability issue, we're going to add one more thing that raises rents because it will. Because it will. If we're mandating most places can't have parking anymore, then the fact those few places remaining that do have parking, you don't think they're going to charge a premium? You don't think they're going to charge a premium for that? Of course they are. So we're going to raise rents on the folks that can least afford it, or we're going to tell them, get out of town. Get out of town. Go to Henderson. Go to Elizabeth. Go to Burlington. Go someplace so far away that there is ample land that folks don't need to worry about limited parking. So now you've taken a person who was struggling to make ends meet in the first place, and you're telling them, we're giving you a binary choice. Either pay up, pay more rent, or move out of town. I guess there's a third choice. Give up your car, right? Give up your work truck. So the 3 choices. Switch jobs. Switch to a job that you can do from home, or that you can take your e-bike to, or that you can walk to. So 3 choices. All three I don't want to say they're lousy choices, but I don't think they're ideal or they're terrible. No, I don't think they're ideal. I don't think they're ideal. I don't think telling somebody that needs tools to go to and from work that they need to find a job that doesn't require tools or that requires them to work from home, I don't think that one's ideal. I'll be on the record with that. I don't think that's ideal. Telling someone, look, you choose to be a tradesperson, pay up. Pay more for rent. Pay more. You need 2 parking spots? Pay up. I'm not crazy about that choice. I would put that in the lousy choice category. And the third, and I can't remember who said it, that they don't share a ton of personal stories here, but I'm happy to share. When I moved to Parker, Colorado in the year of our Lord, 1996, I did not move to Parker, Colorado primarily because I wanted to be an hour and 15 minutes away from the Colorado State Capitol. That wasn't exactly the top reason. Or that I really wanted to live in a place that had more horses and cows than people, which might be the case in Parker, Colorado in 1996. I moved to Parker, Colorado in 1996 because that's all I could afford. That's the only place that I could move to, afford to live, and be close enough to the job that I had established in the Denver Tech Center. I could not afford to live in Greenwood Village or Cherry Hills Village or Southeast Denver. I couldn't. Wish I could. There was no Centennial then. I'd use that as an example. I think I was Littleton then at the time. I couldn't afford any of those houses. I had to move to Parker. And thank God, it's worked out great. So maybe you can use that to rebut my argument. You see, look, if we get people to move really, really far away, maybe they'll fall in love with it and be super happy. Worked for you, right? Smart guy, right? Senator, right? Be a pretty actually probably one of the best arguments I've heard so far. But I don't think that we should be telling our citizens you have to do that. You have to go experiment like the senator from Douglas County did and move so far away that maybe you'll find a place that you love. That seems like a pretty lousy argument also. And when we are ostensibly working to lower the amount of vehicle miles, lower the amount of emissions from internal combustion engines, lowering the amount of wear and tear on the roads, telling people to drive from really, really far away back to Denver seems counterintuitive, right? I would go as far as say it sounds hypocritical to me. We want you to drive less, so we're going to make it so expensive so that you have to move really far away and drive more. Let me repeat that one more time. This is the logic that I hear in this bill. We want you to drive less so badly that we're going to force you financially to move really far away so that you can drive more. That's what we're getting in House Bill 1304. This is the kind of logic that we're getting in House Bill 1304. And oh, by the way, paying for a bunch of fuel, I suppose, unless you're driving an EV, also not only paying for fuel, but dealing with the emissions with that, dealing with more miles, which you'll hear time and time again over the next couple hours as I read the legislative declaration. As we're wanting to not encourage more miles, we're going to be forcing people to drive more miles. And people that disagree might say, no, we're not forcing people. We're not forcing people to drive more miles. They can stay right here in Denver, in one of these neighborhoods, and just pay a heck of a lot more for rent. We're not forcing them to do anything. That's true. It's a fair argument. They can just pay more. Senator, you're being so theatrical. There's another choice. They don't just have to move really, really far away or just pay a whole lot more in rent. They could switch jobs and take a job that doesn't require a work truck or the ability to cart stuff to and from places. They could just find a nice work from home job or a job that they can walk to or take public transit to. All three true. I think you hurt people financially when you pass laws like this. I think you are trying, I think you have very, very good intentions, wanting to help make things better, make sure Coloradans have clean air and clean water and an affordable place to live and good health care. I think that's what you want, but I think you're going to get the exact opposite. I think you're going to help drive people into poverty. And here's one other thing. Like many of us are blessed, I think, with vehicles that we know, shouldn't say no, that we feel really strongly are going to be able to get us from point A to point B 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year.
I'm sorry, Senator Smallwood? Oh, no, it does not sound like it is. We will take a senatorial 5 just to check the mics real quick. We are in a senatorial 5.
Check.
Are we on? Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1304 until tomorrow.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1304 until tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will lay the bill over until tomorrow. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to... Oh, my apologies. We will next go to Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1010 until tomorrow.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1010 until tomorrow. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will lay over House Bill 1010. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion before the body is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will rise and report.
Senate will come to order. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 30, 2024, Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 7 as amended, Senate Bill 9 as amended, Senate Bill 209 as amended, Senate Bill 40 as amended, Senate Bill 212 as amended, Senate Bill 218 as amended, Senate Bill 213, Senate Bill 210 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1080 is amended, House Bill 1053, House Bill 1129 is amended, House Bill 1436, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 205, House Bill 1230, House Bill 1270, House Bill 1175, House Bill 1381, House Bill 1304, House Bill 1010, laid over until May 1st, 2024, and retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With
Rachel, he doesn't know that there's a toggle switch. Shut up. with a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Committee of the Whole report is adopted.
Senate Bill 7 is amended. Senate Bill 9 is amended. Senate Bill 209 is amended. Senate Bill 40 is amended. Senate Bill 212 is amended. Senate Bill 218 is amended. 213, 210 is amended. Passed in second reading, order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1080 is amended. House Bill 1053, 1129 is amended. 1436 passed on second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 205, House Bill 1230, House Bill 1270, House Bill 1175, House Bill 1381, 1304, 1010, laid over until May 1st, retaining their place on the calendar. Consideration of memorials. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over Senate Joint Memorial 005 until May the 9th.
Motion is to lay over Senate Joint Memorial 5 until May 9th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it. Senate Joint Memorial 5 will lay over until May 9th. Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 1?
Senate Bill 1 by Senators Michelson, Janay, and Cutter, and Representatives Brown and Rudnell, concerning continuation of the Youth Mental Health Services Program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 001.
Is there any explanation? Senator Michelson, Janay.
In the House, they added a sunset, and we have agreed to it, so we concur.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 1. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Michelson, Janay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 001 as amended for repassage.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 1. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Liston, Smallwood, Minority Leader Lundin, Peltonar, Will, Kirkmeyer. Please mark Senator Gardner as a yes vote. With a vote of 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 1 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senators Gardner, you're on it. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 164?
Senate Bill 164 by Senators Buckner and Lundin and Representatives McCluskey and Pugliese, concerning transparency requirements for institutions of higher education.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 164.
Is there an explanation? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It's largely technical in nature. This is a bill that deals with the applicability of transfer credits. And in the bill, we had mislabeled a college course as a 2,099 level course as opposed to a 2,999. So it just has to do with getting the numbering sequence correct so that it lines up with the actual language, or numbers in this case, that are used to define the courses in the colleges. So it's as simple as that. And by the way, we encouraged the House to put this amendment on, so it really was a Senate amendment, but it was put on in the House.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 164. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused. The motion is adopted. Mr. Minority Leader.
Mr. President, I move for the repassage of the very excellent Senate Bill 164.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 164. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 164 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 11?
Senate Bill 11 by Senators Winter and Cutter and Representatives Duran and Wilford concerning measures to increase protection from harm caused through the use of technology.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 11.
Is there an explanation? Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. They cleaned up some definitions to have some certainty, and we agreed with their amendments, and we moved to concur.
Discussion. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm catching up to speed here. The amendments that we put on here in the Senate that brought social media companies into the bill, and of course that's very important because social media companies are in applications, those websites, the greatest offenders when it comes to dissemination and spreading of and sale and sharing of fraudulent, prohibited AI-generated media. Is that still in the bill as it is, or did the House take that out?
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, thank you to the good senator from Highlands Ranch. I apologize that we also did that. The House did take that piece out. The sponsors were always worried about having such a broadcast when there's other bills moving through the system that are looking at social media, and we were really focusing and negotiating and doing stakeholding work just on the dating apps.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. And therefore, given that amendment that the House made, I would urge a no vote on the House version of the bills because this bill, of course, it does three different things. Three of them are all well-intentioned, all very good. But when it comes to the deep fake and AI-generated images, especially of youth, especially of people that, of course, don't want it, social media websites and applications are the biggest offenders, and that's where they're spread. So if those social media sites aren't in the bill, then it's essentially trying to rein in AI images, but the place where they're disseminated, sold, and traded and shared, there's no regulation of whatsoever. And so I'll just ask for a simple no vote on the House version of the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 11. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority, never mind, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Roberts, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Gonzalez. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 11.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the repassage of Senate Bill 11. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Will, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 11 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 3?
Senate Bill 3 by Senator Sullivan and Representatives Froelich and Duran concerning the authority of the Colorado Bureau of Investigation to investigate illegal activity involving firearms and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 003.
Is there an explanation of what the House did? Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, we were continuing to work with law enforcement on the language in the bill, and there was two different things that we were able to do to bring everybody on board, and one was to further define deconflict. And so what the language says is to deconflict investigative operations and determine investigative responsibilities. That was by the county sheriffs. And then the other part that we did, since we've made it that all law enforcement have body cameras, and CBI has been wearing body cameras, they went ahead and added the wearing of body cameras by CBIs. And with that, we got the National Shooting Sports Federation on board. We got the chiefs of police, and we also got the sheriffs on board with this. So if you stand with law enforcement, I ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Is there any discussion? The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 3. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 003.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the passage of Senate Bill, or the repassage of Senate Bill 3. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Minority Leader Lundin, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Smallwood, Liston, Pelton B, Kirkmeyer, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 3 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 131?
Senate Bill 131 by Senators Huckes, Lewis, and Colker and Representatives Brown and Lindsay concerning prohibiting carrying a firearm in sensitive spaces recognized by the United States Supreme Court as places at which long-standing laws prohibited carrying firearms.
Senator Huckes, Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 131.
Is there an explanation of what the House did? Senator Colker.
Thank you, Mr. President. What the House did was define licensed child care center and included it in the bill. It's a license by the Early Department of Childhood, or is exempt from licensing, and it also exempted family child care home from this bill. So if there was a child care facility inside someone's home, made sure that was exempted from this, and cleaned up the technical information that pertained to licensed child care throughout the bill. I ask for an aye vote.
See no further discussion. The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 131. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Huckes, Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of life-saving Senate Bill 131.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 131. Raise your hand if you're a yes. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 131 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 89?
Senate Bill 89 by Senator Rodriguez and Representatives Doherty and Weinberg concerning the Colorado Firefighter Heart, Cancer, and Behavioral Health Benefits Trust.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the changes made in the House on Senate Bill 89.
Is there an explanation?
Yes, there is, none that I'm proud of, but in the other chamber, they made some amendments to carve out some of the larger municipalities, I think Denver and Colorado Springs, to allow them to continue the larger trust fund that they did, and everybody agreed to pass that on the bill. I don't love it, but I'll take it. Bipartisan, Denver and Colorado Springs, so there you go. So I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any discussion? The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 89. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 89.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 89. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 89 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Consideration of conference committee reports. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1089?
House Bill 1089 by Representatives Hamrick and Frisell and Senators Zenzinger and R. Pelton concerning the use of electronic notifications for vehicle transactions and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1089.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, we worked with the department to find an implementation date that would work more according to their schedules so that we could get the work expedited before the drives update occurs. We also reduced the fiscal note as a result. Saving money for the state of Colorado.
The motion is for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1089. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1089 is adopted. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1089.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the repassage of House Bill 1089. Are there any no votes? Senators Sullivan. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1089 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1037?
House Bill 1037 by Representatives Epps and DeGree Kennedy and Senator Priola concerning reducing the harm caused by substance use disorders.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move the Senate adopt the first report of the first conference committee for House Bill 1037.
Is there any explanation?
Yes,
Priola.
Mr. President, we fixed the language on the amendment that was adopted and got sign off from law enforcement, so it works as intended. Ask for an aye vote.
The motion is for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1037. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1037 is adopted. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repass of House Bill 1037.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the repassage of House Bill 1037. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundeen, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Roberts. With a vote of 22 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1037 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Message from the House.
April 30th, 2024. Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes, House Bill 1465. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes, Senate Bill 100, amended as printed in the House Journal, April 29, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes, House Bill 1315 and House Bill 1133, amended as printed in House Journal, April 29, 2024. The House has voted to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 1266, House Bill 1276, House Bill 1362, House Bill 1079, House Bill 1121, House Bill 1147, House Bill 1233, House Bill 1269, House Bill 1252, House Bill 1176, and House Bill 1337, and has repassed the bills as so amended. The House has voted to adhere to its position on House Bill 1057. The bill is transmitted herewith. The House has voted not to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 1273 and requests that a conference committee be appointed. The Speaker has appointed Representatives Parenti, Chairman, Ortiz, and Armagost as House conferees on the first conference committee on House Bill 1273. The bill is transmitted herewith.
Message from the Revisor.
April 30th, 2024, we herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bills 1006, 1216, 1290, 1312, and 1325. We herewith transmit without comment House Bill 1465, without comment as amended House Bill 1133 and 1315, without comment as amended Senate Bill 100.
Senator Kirkmeyer. Senator Fields. Minority Leader Lundin. Senator Cutter. And Senator Priola. Please make your way to the aisle. And we are all going to be very excited and happy to sing you a very tired happy birthday. Because all of you have birthdays in the interim in September or October. And whether you like it or not, we want to be a part of your birthday.
Like it or not. Tony.
Will the Senate choir please sing to these poor souls?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear
Oliver. Happy birthday to you. May the dear Lord bless you, shower graces on you. May the dear Lord bless you, Barbara. And everyone, all the senators, may the dear Lord bless you, and Senator Lundin.
Senator Lundin. Rhonda.
Announcements. Announcements. Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Finance Committee will be meeting in room 357, 15 minutes upon adjournment. We'll see you there.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Local Government Housing will be meeting in 15 minutes in room 352. We'll hear these bills in order. First will be House Bill 1300. Second, Senate Bill 112. Third will be House Bill 1313. And fourth will be House Bill 1443. 15 minutes, 352. Thank you.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Appropriations Committee tomorrow will have a change in schedule. We will be meeting at 8:30 instead of 8 o'clock, so you can sleep in a little.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Concrete Day at the Capitol tomorrow. Come get your hot dogs and hamburgers out on the East Lawn.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, Senate Business, Labor, and Technology Committee will be meeting upon adjournment. So let's say maybe 6:30 for members of the Board of Real Estate Appraisers, members of the State Electrical Board, members of the State Plumbing Board, as well as 1440, 1335, 1342, 1356, 085, 1351, and 1008 in the old Supreme Court.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Local Government Housing, I forgot to add one more bill, 1308. Senator Gonzalez.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to let you know that tomorrow in the Education Committee, the following bills will be added to our committee tomorrow. House Bills 1216, 1290, 1446, and Senate Bill 227. Is that you? And it says in parentheses, Bridges AED bill. Yeah, thank you.
Bridges and Pelton.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Appropriations Committee will meet tomorrow at, drum roll please, 8:30 a.m. We'll see you tomorrow in Appropriations at 8:30 a.m. It deserves certainly a buzzer there. So we will hear tomorrow in that committee hearing House Bills 1009, 1030, 1050, 1063, 1152, 1327, 1331, 1368, 1438, and Senate Bills 1355, 136, 141, 153, and 224.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Seems like there was an echo here. It seems like I heard that already. But on that note, colleagues, we'll be reading a few bills across the desk that we're waiting for to come upstairs and from the other chamber. So on that note, Mr. President, I move that the Senate recess until 6:45.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? The ayes have it. The Senate will recess till 6:45 p.m.